That one was spicy.
So the Warriors have to play 48 minutes.
So I think it's going 7. I have it. I have the Nuggets in 7.
Ant-Man, Batman, Watchmen, Lakers in 5.
Well, it's money time now.
All right, guys. YouTube. Yo, what's up, YouTube? What's up, YouTube streets? How you doing, man? How you doing? We started a little early today, earlier than expected. Yeah, man. My brother got to get up in the morning. Got a doctor's appointment. So, yeah. So we're gonna get into it, man. We're supposed to have a Johnny the Exposure pulling up. How you doing, Renee? How y'all doing? YouTube. Showing the love. Like I say, I'm always humbled to have this platform to be able to come on and talk sports. Um, you know, and that's just my thing, man. That's my thing. A lot has been going on since the last show. JB is up here. I add him to the stage. He got the MJ. He got the MJ Dream Team jersey on, and his what's the name? What's going on, JB?
What's up, bro? What's up, fellas?
How you doing? What's up, guys? So yeah, man, the crew's in the building. Um, over the weekend, did one show. Put my man T Perfect should be pulling up too, and the Johnny the Exposure. Um, as we see, we're gonna rehash the topics from last week just a little bit. I do want to get into something else, and we're gonna talk about the Burger King commercial. The Burger King commercial. That was the funny. I mean, look, Burger King is good for their funny commercials, but boy, I didn't know LeBron James owned the piece of stock in it. So for those that are mad that we gonna talk about LeBron James, well, number one, we inviting the leader, the co-leader of Goat James Kingdom up here. So of course we're gonna have to have a discussion about him. We can talk about a lot of things. As I said, this is a conversational piece podcast. I try to make it interactive. I will always try to drop the link as long as people. I remember the first couple of shows, we had 2 or 3 people watching. Now we growing up a bit. Yeah, Renee, the commercial was cringe, and Johnny exposing my guest said, "You zesties, y'all getting all emotional. We're laughing. We're laughing. You beat all rivals." And they want to tell you that Dirk and the people that LeBron ever be, like, Dwight Howard, that's not a right. You mean to tell me the number one pick the year after he was the number one pick wasn't an idol? I mean, wasn't a rival? Come on, man. You remember these conversations I used to have with the LeBron James? How about the Cowboys? Yeah, how about my nose, man? How about my nose? I know you are Alabama. I know you like Alabama. I know you're not necessarily a fan, but you like Alabama, right, JB?
Oh yeah, I'm Crimson Tide. I mean, I grew up like in Florida State because of Dion, but I
Oh,
was
okay.
always out. I mean, it's been a lot of schools I've been a fan of, but Alabama, particularly when Gene Stallings took over the program in the early '90s, and we upset Miami Hurricanes in the Sugar Bowl to win a national championship.
I must say, like, I wouldn't have been so mad at Alabama if it wasn't for how cringe Nick Wright. I mean Nick Saban used to be. Like, I felt, first of all, Nick Saban. I remember a couple of years into his tenure there, he said something about the players quitting and not elsewhere, which gave him a much better chance of making the NFL. But this is the same guy. This is the same guy who quit, who left on his contract obligation from the Miami
Miami
Dolphins. Y'all
Dolphins,
remember that,
yeah.
right?
I remember he
Yeah,
said,
and it's like, yeah, Nick Saban was a good coach. He was a great. I think he was a better recruiter than he was a coach. Because I think anytime that Alabama caught equal like talent on the field, he got it behind with. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was usually Alabama had they own both. And, you know, we gonna do too much on the college football, but they had on both sides of the line and everything. So for me, this was vindication, especially considering 2 years ago what happened when our quarterback got knocked out. He tore his ACL, and we had an undefeated record. And you know, it's when they were taking what? They were taking 16 for the playoffs. They were taking four. They were taking four, and they didn't take. Alabama had lost their second game, and they didn't take my nose, and they took Alabama. Now the nose went out because they didn't play nobody and got smoked, and they were, oh, see. But no, you never know that we were an undefeated team. So to lose our spot to Alabama, I don't remember if Alabama won it all, but you know what I'm
Nah, I
saying?
think we lost in the semifinals.
In the semifinals. So y'all
Yeah.
lost. So it's just like, you know, the whole I just, you know, nowadays the whole thing has changed now because now you have NILs and the transfer portal and everybody can go from place to place. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can nobody is locked in. You can transfer and go early, and now NILs teams with schools with money can figure out how to get better recruits. So it's a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. You know what I'm saying? I don't do too much. I do want before Johnny and them pull up. Before the cavalry come in. Nick would have took all their car keys. Yeah, it was a whole lot about how the NIL getting these. That's what Zay was talking about. How the NIL got these cats. You know, they not as focused on football. They selling things. They're trying to get their profile up, and it is what it is. And it's a new coach ain't as much of a disciplinarian. But I want to really quickly get into 10 guys. This is the minor topic. I want to get into 10 players in the NBA who I think are under the radar young players to watch, and I think all of these players, I'm not saying all of them will, but I think all these players got a decent shot of making their first All-Star team this year. You ready to go? You ready to hear the names?
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, absolutely.
tell me if yeah. So I got 10 guys. So Emmanuel Quickly, he's 26 years old, played for Toronto, right? I got Denny Advija. I'm really high on Denny Advija. He's 6'9",
Oh, for
210.
Memphis, right? For Memphis Grizzlies,
Nah,
right?
well, he went to Portland. He up in Portland. He they small
Oh,
forward.
that's right. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
6'9", 210. He's only 24 years old. He'll be 25.
No, I'm
Of
thinking. I'm
course, we
thinking.
know him.
I'm thinking of El Jama. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
But I
Al
know.
Santi
Yeah,
Aldama. Yeah.
yeah,
Then you
El
have
Jama.
Visa. He's the Israeli kid. The Knicks could have took him. We took Obi Toppin right in front of him, and again, I think he's gonna have a breakout year. I think Amen Thompson, obviously, with playing next to Kevin Durant. I don't know how much minutes Kevin Durant will take from him when he is one of the best defenders. Him and his brother Azor, a man is a little bit more polished offensively. Both of them, if he comes up with a jump shot, you're talking about superstar status. So, Brandon Ingram, Brandon Ingram. Unfortunately, he's like 29 at this point, though he's 28. I love Brandon Ingram. He'll be 28 this season. I think his birthday is late, but I didn't put him because he's been an All Star already. So this is the thing: guys who have never been All Stars and are pretty young, under 28, 29. You know what I'm saying? So these are the guys to watch out for. I got R.J. Barrett. Now, R.J. Barrett again. His numbers are pretty impressive. Last year he was 21, 7, and almost 6 a game, and he did it on decent shooters. But the one thing is his free throws. He got to get his free throws back up to over 75, 80%. So RJ Barrett for sure. So we got one guy from Portland. We got one guy from Houston, two Raptors. Now again, for them to be an all-star, their team's got to be halfway decent too. Do y'all hear stuff in the background? Because I might have to go in the room. Do y'all hear a lot of noise in the background?
No, not really.
Okay, all right. So I hear, I'm kind of hearing it, and it's kind of distracting me a little bit, but I'll just run through it. The thing, Helly Cunningham has already been an All Star. Cunningham has not only been an All-Star, he's been All NBA. So I think all these guys can be an All-Star, All NBA, All NBA defense for sure. I'm not sure if Amen was a. I'm not sure if Amen was All NBA defense last year. But either way, like I think I think he had a breakout. So now another one, Anthony Simons. I think he's in a good situation in Boston. I think he's in a really good situation in Boston where you know they're gonna have to go to him for some buckets. He's gonna be playing next to Pritchard. Well, they're talking about him coming off the bench, but I think he'll play his way. I think he'll play his way into the rotation for big 30 minutes. I mean, he could win 6 man, but he can also still be an all-star. They're gonna play. I was gonna play him White, Young. Well, Nimhart. I mean, not Nimhart is my next guy. Before I get into that, Simons will be the 6 man, but they'll start Pritchard. I think they think Pritchard is more of a pure point guard, and playing him next to White with Brown at the 3, whatever that 4-5 combo. Um, you also got so Andrew Nimhart steps into a good situation. I think Indiana will be better than a lot of people think. I think Indiana will be a lot of better than a lot of people think. I don't think Nimhart is going to do anything that um, Halliburton was doing. I don't think he's going to get the assist numbers, but I do think he's going to have a chance to put up some good numbers. He's a better defender than Halliburton. Probably better all around guard than him. So I like Nimhart as one of the players to watch. Now here's one of the obvious ones. Everybody is looking at. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you do hear the background noise, right, Buddha? Let me yeah. I'm gonna go into this other room because there's a party being rented out in the next room over here where I'm at. So plus I'm smelling the goddamn cheap ass cigarette smoke. So let me roll up into the game room. Uh, the cigarettes down here stinking. You can smoke. I mean, you can smoke pretty much only you outdoor, but whatever, man. Sorry about this. Um, it's loud too. It's crazy because when I'm loud, they roll up on me. But anyway, all right. So damn, it's worse in here. Hold on, I'm about to figure something else out. But the next guy I got is Jalen Johnson. Now, again, I think everybody's looking at Atlanta and thinking they're going to be good. I'll tell you this: if Jalen Johnson isn't an All-Star, I don't see any way Atlanta's even making the playoffs. Jalen Johnson is for sure one of the better young players out there. He's only 20, I believe. What? Let me see, 24. He is. No, he's 23. He'll be 24 in season. So, yeah, I just got a text to say, telling him Sports T shouting him out on one of her podcasts. You know what I'm saying? So I got to be telling the Avengers, man, we got to unite. um, but yeah, Jalen Johnson is the next one. Here's another one. I think he was pretty much of a little bit of an unsung hero in the playoffs last year, and that's Jaden McDaniels. I think the All Star is probably a long shot, but I think if Minnesota plays well, I think he's one of the best one-on-one defenders in the league. Now, look, Dyson Daniels could be on this list as well, but Dyson Daniels already been there. He's already been on the All NBA defense and was runner up for Defensive Player of the Year. So Dyson Daniels is another one that should be on this list, but I think he's already accomplished things. You know what I'm saying? So. Um, then you got Nicole. Then you got Nikola Jovic from Miami. I think he's in a prime spot to have a breakout year this year. He's 6'10", 22 years old. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
6'10", 22 years old. They moved on from the Jimmy era. I think they still got Wiggins, who's on the trade market. Regardless whether they trade Wiggins or not, I think Jovic will have a chance to, mind you, he's a Serbian. from the same country that I believe he's a Serbian. The same country that what's her name is. Yeah, we know. Hey, Bronny's not on that list. Maybe in about 5 to 10 to 20 years. I don't know. Maybe he'll be on the coaching list or something. Shout out to Bronny though. Shout out to Bronny, Dakota. And the last guy I got is Shaden Sharp. So I got two Blazers. Definitely. The School Henderson, I don't I, School Henderson I think will be improved, but I don't think he got any shot of being an all star. But you never know. You never know. He's being tutored by one of them, by a very good coach and a very good point guard himself who had struggles in his earlier years. So school, but I think Shaden Sharp will definitely be that guy. He's the last guy the young players to watch. So these young players to watch, man. Emmanuel Quickly, Denny Avija, Amen Thompson. Mitch, I know Mitchell Robinson, bro. Like Jersey, to me, Mitchell Robinson should have already been there, bro. He should have already been there. But obviously injuries just held him back. But I don't think nobody see him. I don't think he's under the radar. I think people know who he is right at this point. But yeah, he definitely got a chance to be on the All NBA defense, and he definitely got a chance to be Defensive Player of the Year if we don't get a New York bye, bro. The fact that OG and Obi was not on the All Defensive team last year is a goddamn travesty. You feel me? You feel me, bro? Yo, Hawk, shout out to Hawk, man. Shout out to Hawk. Yo, you could pull up if you want. Let me know. I'll drop you the link. I'll get it. I'll get it. You can get it from CW if you in contact. So I don't want to put it out there yet. I want Johnny and them to pull up, and then I don't want to have a full panel once they get there. But yeah, I will drop the link for everybody if y'all want to come up and holler. Um, but yeah, this is my ten under the radar players to watch, guys. That people are not really. I need some help. Oh, you brought the cavalry, Johnny? Are you ready? Are you ready? I think. Yeah, I got this. I got the crew. This
Yeah,
be like this. Be like.
I was gonna mention one young player. Well, he's
But
not
yeah, go
super
ahead, go ahead.
young,
Yeah,
but
tell me.
I've always liked Laurie Mark in his game. I
Okay, but
always thought that Chicago Bulls never really understood the type of player he can be. And then when he got to Utah, that first year in Utah, he was dropping like 25. He was kind of like, like their next potential great power forward of their franchise. But I think, because they did sign him to an extension. Uh,
uh,
and I think he can get settled in, man, where when Utah really start building their team up. I think
yeah,
Mark can do
yeah.
something.
Utah
I like his
probably
game.
is in a tank mode. But here's the thing about Laurie too. He's already been an All Star. Remember, he was one of them guys. It was like the last or so pick when they remember back when they was
Oh,
picking
like an
All Stars.
alternate, like an alternate.
Yeah, he was an
Yeah,
alternate, but he still was an All Star. So
yeah.
yeah, he's still pretty young. But he's still pretty young. But he I like him to have a breakout. Well, I mean, obviously, like the numbers should be there, being as you on Utah. But yeah, it's gonna be tough if Utah is not a good team. It's gonna be tough for him to make an All Star. Unless you like a superstar that averaging 30 or something. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
But yeah, Laurie did make one All Star. I mean, did he make one or did he make more than that?
Must have been if he was, but probably just that one time.
Yeah, he been in the league 7 years. Yeah, he made it one time. That one time in 2023. Yep. He was most improved player that year too. He went average 25.6. So it's like Laurie is one of them guys that already had his breakout. He's still really good. But yeah, anybody else you could think of?
Nah, you pretty much named some good players there.
Yeah,
They
there's a
complete.
couple more. I mean, there's a couple more on some bad teams too. Like, you thinking about the guys that's on Washington and all that, but so my thing, it's gonna be hard to be a young player on a bad team and make the All Star game. You know what I mean? So I think
Yeah.
these teams that I'm talking about, they're gonna make their team very improved. Like Houston's gonna be there. I'm telling you, if y'all guys sleeping on Portland, And I'm sleeping on Denny Average. To me, he's the guy I think got the biggest chance of making the All Star game this year. Him and Jalen Johnson. And
Yeah, they
him and
got
Jalen Johnson, I think they're the best two on my list right here. This is the all under the radar team. Let's say it again quickly. Advija, Thompson, Barrett, RJ, Anthony Simons. Again, Simons been around for a minute, but he still hasn't got no accolades. Andrew Nimhart, Jalen Johnson, Jaden McDaniels, Nikola Jovic, and Shaden Sharp. So, but yeah. All right. So, a couple of things I want to also get into. Also get into these things because when all right, yo, all right, yeah, again, you pull up to Cino, bro. You never pull up to me, man. I told you, you got the floor, bro. I keep it. You know what I mean? Man, you have many conversation on Cino, and you know Cino that I love Cino's what's the name because we just be yelling over each other, you know. Yeah, I should be on Thursday night. Thursday, we won't be here at this hotel. We're gonna be moving into a little crib real quick. But yeah, I should have no problem streaming over there. I gotta see how it goes. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, Buddha man. Yeah, Jersey. Yeah, come on, man. You pull up on Cino all the time. Cino hadn't had a basketball panel in a while, so um, shout out to Carcino. It's crazy. It's crazy, behind. So I want to get in this. We're gonna start this because I got a few questions for the exposer when he pulls up, right? Got a few questions. I'm glad you're here tonight. This time. Last time, yeah, one of them nights where you couldn't make it. And it was me and CW. And CW is under the weather tonight. I'm sure he's listening to us. But he definitely, I'm sure he would have loved to be on this stream as well. We're gonna have Big Hawk in his stead when he get up here. And he said he bringing the cavalry. He said I'm gonna need the help, or maybe he believes he gonna cook us by himself. But I'm gonna talk about the overrated conference finals run in 2007 and a few other things. But oh my God, man! Shout out to what's that? The one that you sent me the video from earlier. God damn it! Hold on. Um, yeah, hold on, real quick. I'm here. I'm just going to. I gotta go to YouTube real quick to see in my history to see. Oh yeah, listen. A lot of things were overrated. A lot of things, and I got to shout out to my man because he did a video on this. He was going by, the whole myth that LeBron carried finals, and for our guests that's coming up tonight, as much as they go over those Piston series, we going over the whole we going over the whole run, right? We going over the whole '07 run because again, LeBron played well. LeBron overall played well, but the idea that nobody else on this team played well is some bull. It's some bull. What up, Adrian Knight? Appreciate you for pulling up. Appreciate your shout out. Um, yeah, hold on. I gotta see my man. Cause I gotta give him props. Gotta start remembering names. Apologies, guys. Apologies. Said yes, my man Eric Perry. Eric Perry. To me, he's next up. He's at 400 subs. He's dropping heat out there, man. He's dropping heat. Shout out to Eric Perry. Did you say that JB?
What's that?
Eric Perry. The video, remember the video you dropped? He dropped a video about the commercial
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah, and
yeah.
he dropped a video of a couple of weeks back about the overrated '07 finals run. And he was really much, there's one guy that keeps saying, LeBron is this cat that he said looked like Doc Ock, looked like old boy from you're like Doc Ock Jr. from Spider Man, dropping videos, just getting at Jordan and glazing up LeBron. Again, look, all you content creators, y'all do y'all thing, man. Yeah, yeah. Eric Perry been fire, man. We gotta link up with him, man. I told you, us Avengers, us people that go against Clutch Sports, and we all know. Shout out to your boy on Gills Arenas, who told what's his name? He told what was it? I forget who was up there, and he was talking about how you gotta glaze up LeBron on here because we got a whole thing with Clutch Sports, a sponsorship. So you already know. You already know. Shout out to yes, the Avengers. Yes, the Avengers. Oh, I guess you guys know now. We got a little crew over here of well, I'm the one that's calling us the Avengers. We all scattered now. We all in different cliques. But at the end of the day, man, we all some good content creators. We avenge the truth. Y'all, yeah, we all know who Thanos is. It's Rich Paul. Let's keep it a stack. Yes, or LeBron or whatever, or whoever LeBron and Rich Paul could be Thanos. LeBron could be Death. I don't know. For those, these are comic book references, by the way, guys. But yeah, man. Look. '07 was overrated for sure, for sure. All right, and we're gonna get into it. I mean, like I said, man, when y'all click, I mean, be ready to click the link. Be ready to click the link because, matter of fact, what's up, Siberius? There's a lot of questions because really I should have wrote all my notes down, but it's gonna come back to me. The notes that I wrote was on '07. This is the first time I did a show where I'm going from. No, that's why I'm a little shaky because normally I spit off the dome. All right. Normally I spit off the dome. The whole show is off the dome. But I just there's some key points because of Johnny is a special guest, and I want to have a conversation. I want to catch all the key points that I wanted to talk about. Because it's been some, as I say, a Johnny is a shock job. If you want on Sunday, I pulled up on the stream, and the first who don't need notes to do a show, Jason Jackson? I mean, I don't use notes normally. The whole show, the whole concept, everything is off the dome. But when you tell me that Jordan did not have the skills of Luka Doncic, Johnny, you are a shock job. You are a shock jock. I know you listening. I know you probably ready to get your mic ready and all that to pull up. I really appreciate you for taking your time to come up. But you gotta get this work, man. You gotta get this work. Now, again, this is the thing, JB. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm off base. I need you to be my fact checker here.
Mm-hmm.
The 2007 conference finals run was overrated. And for one reason. Larry Hughes. Now, remember what I showed? I sent the highlight package of Larry Hughes to you, T Perfect, Johnny, CW. I sent it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like y'all need to understand that Larry Hughes is a pretty good player. I'm not saying he was Scottie Pippen. But I'll tell you one thing: when he first came into the league, he had a better reputation than Scottie Pippen, and he bounced around the league a little bit. Remember, he was drafted by Philly. It was him and AI. He was coming off the bench a lot. He wound up getting starting a little bit, but they was using him as the combo guard off the bench. Him and AI had a nice little thing going on, man.
Yeah, I do
Larry
remember that.
Brown loved him. It's not the fact that he see again, Jersey. It's not the fact that he wasn't that he was Scotty, but I'm telling you, he had Scotty level reputation. He had I put it coming into the league. He was looked at as a better prospect than Scotty was. Remember, this is the guy that was drafted ahead of Dirk Nowitzki and Paul Pierce, who wound up in the Hall of Fame. Now, Hughes had a pretty solid career. We all know one of his drawbacks was shooting, which was shooting shot selection, right? It's funny. The ironic part about Larry Hughes is he shot 47% the 1 year he played with Jordan, his career high. Now, JB, am I wrong? Right? He played with Jordan at age 40 with Stackhouse. Mind you, he had to come up. Well, he came off the bench, I believe, but he still had him and Stackhouse, Jordan. He shot 47%, his best shooting year of his career. Hughes was always looked at as a really good defender, pesky in the defending lanes.
Yeah.
Um, really good. And I need this to be understood, right? Because Larry Hughes in the first 2 rounds of that hey, come. I hope you pull up with your boy. I hope you pull up with your boy because Larry Hughes was the main defender in those first 2 rounds, right? Him and Sasha Pavlovich. Now, again, Hughes was excellent both ways. Now, by round 3, when they were playing Detroit, he wound up tearing he wound up having a strained plantar fasciitis. And by the time, like after game 2, he tore it. Oh, he tore it in the Nets series, right? JB?
That is true.
He tore it, yeah. So late in the next series, he
Yep.
tore it,
That was the second
and then
round.
his mind you, he's also playing this with his younger brother, who's on his deathbed. Now we talked about it, right? I looked at his thing. He only went to St. Louis. He didn't go to a bigger time school because his brother had the heart problems back when he was in high school. So you talking this is like 9 years, 10 years before because he graduated in '97. His younger brother, was sick with the heart murmurs, sick with the heart problems. Now in 2007, in the middle of the Detroit Pistons series, his brother passed away. So he missed the last 4 games. He came and he played. Wait a minute. He played in a game. He played in the game 7. No, wait a minute. Either way, this might be the brother. Might have been the previous year. Yeah, the brother was the previous year. Sorry about that. 2006 is when his brother passed away against the Pistons. But 2007 was when he tore his plantar fasciitis. Now, obviously, he was the main defender. Remember this. He was the main defender between him and Sasha Pavlovich on Vince Carter. Vince Carter shot 35% or 27% for 3. That was the key to beating the Nets. Now, it's funny because some of y'all will say, "Oh, the Nets, the Nets, the Nets." This is not the Nets with Kmart. This is not the Nets with Kenya Martin. You know what the starting power forward? You know how the starting power forward in the Nets that year? Mikey Moore. I'm gonna say it again, Mikey Moore.
Oh yeah, he was kind of like that, kind of a tall, linky dude, and I
Tall,
think he
lanky
wore
dude. Now,
he wore socks up like to his knees. And yeah, I
yeah.
remember that dude. Yeah,
Now, Mikey Moore. I think he was a little bit. I think he had a little bit of a jump shot, if I remember his game. I think he had a little bit of a jump shot. Um, but when y'all say LeBron carry bumps, do you understand that Drew Gooden was the matching power forward to Mikey Moore, and Drew Gooden got twice as many rebounds as Mikey Moore? Remember this? He got twice as many rebounds, but LeBron carried a bunch of bumps. LeBron carried a bunch of bums, right? How could you have a bum that's doubling his matchup in a playoff series at a key stat like rebounds? You know what I'm saying? Like it's amazing. And then the center was Jason Collins. Yeah, the one that's married to a guy right now, right? Not the other twin, but so you pretty much, and I'll say this because LeBron's matchup was a prime Richard Jefferson. Rich Jefferson had the best series of any net. I'm just saying, right? the greatest defender. But no one will sit there and say, no one says this stuff. I know no one says this stuff because no one beats these stupid ass narratives. LeBron James, shout out to Eric Perry because he was going game by game and he was trying to find the game that LeBron carried. And if you look at it game by game, LeBron only carried the Nets what two or maybe the Cavs maybe 2 or 3 of those games. Every single game, someone stepped up. So I mean, I'm still waiting on exposure because I got the nukes to really drop. Okay, yeah, economy. I'll drop the link because your boss, your or one of your minions. I don't know which. I don't know. I don't know. The link is dropped because we gonna get this conversation going, man. We gonna especially you economy. No one says this stuff. I need you to tell me where I'm wrong. Let's go, because you always got something to say, Mister Sycophant. The link is dropped. I don't know who's watching on GoCast podcast. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna need CW to drop it. I'm gonna have to go on YouTube and drop it because it won't drop on his screen if I put it here. Yeah, we gonna see who's the absolute idiot because I need you to refute any of this. Hold on. All right, the link right there. So it's on both casts. I went in on GoCast and put it too, and it's on my screen. So I need y'all to y'all ready to pull up? Pull up. Hold on, let me close out YouTube myself. There we
Can,
go.
can, can, can I address something real quick, Ro?
Go ahead, bro. You always got it. You
Now,
always got it. Let me know.
I just read someone said, let me see, was it Buddha said, can't be mad at LBJ competition, just like Jordan played against more expansion teams. And see, this is the thing, man. And see, this is where
Hmm.
these talking heads really did a number on the psyche of the youth generation or people who want to paint the past in a certain way. Michael Jordan. Okay, let's go back to '07. First round, Cleveland went up against a 41 win team. In the second round, they went up against a 41 win team. Jordan
Oh,
never
look.
did that. He never his first 2 round opponents in any year was never like 41 and 41. It mattered. I mean, his first 3 years, he was facing 59 win team, 67 win team, 59 win team. And then
Mm-hmm. Something they never talk about.
and then in '88, he beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in 5. Well, the Bulls beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in 5 games, advanced to the next round, and
He
then they
has
lost to a
45 in that
team,
series. Yep.
and then they lost to a team that advanced to the finals in the second round. And then, okay, you play the Pistons in '89. Okay, let's go back to the first 2 rounds. In '89, they upset the Cleveland Cavaliers, who won 57 games in the first round, and then they
When
upset
he hit the shot. Yep. When he hit the
right.
shot to win.
When they hit
I
the
think
shot over
somebody
Elo.
said, hold on, JB. I think he's
Mhm.
the only person to hit a game winning shot to win a series. So I believe that.
Right.
Maybe,
I believe
maybe
so. I
did
believe so.
Kawhi shot
No,
win that
Damian Lillard
series?
did it. Damian Lillard did it
Damian
Well,
Lillard at
well,
the
that was
buzzer.
like
I don't
against
think
Houston.
James shot was at the
He
buzzer.
hit a three at the buzzer to beat Dwight Howard's Houston team. I was watching the game. It was for the series.
Okay, okay. So that's another one. That's another one. Okay, so the exposer's up here, and your boy. I want your boy. I want all the crew to come up, man. I want all the crew to come up,
okay.
please.
So I just wanted to go back to
Yeah,
that
like
real quick.
keep going,
I
JB.
just want to go back to that real quick, and that was a big shot by Lillard. And then he hit another one against OKC when he hit that shot over Paul George. But
Yeah.
the Cleveland Cavaliers was a 57 win team, and many people had predicted that they would go to the finals that year, even more so than the Pistons. because the Cleveland Cavaliers matched up perfectly with the Pistons, and that was the one team that Chuck Daly, as the head coach, was kind of nervous about them going up against. But they did nobody anticipate the Bulls going on that playoff run that they did.
Now,
So
Jordan,
I
King and Roll, you could have rephrased it better though. It was more of a win-all situation. That was like
who
basically a
was that?
game 7 at
Who
Yeah,
the
was
this is
that?
end
out of
because it's
100.
a
This is
game
out of 100.
5.
Yeah, so it was
Nobody,
game 5. It was the game 5,
yeah,
the deciding
nobody ain't never
game.
did that. Nobody ain't never did
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
I think,
So what I'm saying
yeah.
is
So you talking about the
when
series on the line. If you don't hit that, they go home or whatever. Yeah.
and when we say expansion teams, I keep iterating the fact. Well, before I go to the expansion teams, and I'm gonna chill out and really try to listen to what people saying tonight. Uh, NBA research, NBA self research facts. His is a channel. I think his name is Jim, and he does an excellent
Oh, yeah.
breakdown of
Oh,
historical
yeah.
content. Man, he does an excellent job. And he did a video
Always
the other
gets the
day
sack.
where he said the only teams that Jordan lost to early on in his career, when it when you go into a team, you're trying to build yourself up, piece by piece, year by year. When he lost in the playoffs, he never lost to a team that was lower than a 2 seed. So that means he would lose
That's
to a
true.
1 seed or a 2 seed, meaning
That's true.
when he had the highest degree of difficulty to break through, and coupled with the fact that he was playing in the most competitive division in the league, in the Central Division. So it was like, well, first he had to break through his division for the Bulls to establish themselves. Then either you playing the Celtics in a prime coming out the box. Only team that was beating the Celtics was, if it wasn't them winning the title, was Showtime Lakers and the Western Conference. And then the Pistons built themselves up to where they suffered back-to-back playoff losses to Boston. They had to overcome that obstacle to finally defeat them. So you got another championship level team that the Bulls have to battle against, over a period of 3-4 years. So what I'm saying is, man, this dude's road was about as tough as you can get. So when he broke through, by the time the quote unquote expansion team started to surface, well, a lot of those teams, like I say, they was drafting the top collegiate players in the country, the Shaqs, the Larry
Mhm.
Johnsons, the Lonzo Mourners, the Jerry, not the Jerry Rice, but the Glenn Rices, Ramil Robinsons, Ronnie Cycles, Kendall Gills, Nick Andersons. They was going to the expansion team. So by the time they started to grow, those teams surpassed many of the staple franchises that we knew of from the 80s. Like the Orlando Magic became better than the Lakers and the Celtics and the Pistons. So the competition was there. It was just different teams that we weren't accustomed to, being used to making them deep playoff runs like we did in the eighth. So the fact that this man was only losing to number 1 and number 2 seeded teams, that means he was losing the championship level squads early on.
Every
So
time.
so
Every
the
time.
so the degree of difficulty was off the charts. So that being said, I'm gonna try not to make this a Jordan conversation, but when we were talking about the '07 playoff run, all I can say is this, and I let everybody, say what they got to say. That was the first time that I ever tune in and watch a playoff, particularly in a particular conference, where I was falling asleep during the games because it was lacking something. And then the defending champion, Miami Heat, they got dusted and swept in the first round by an upstart Chicago Bull team. So I'm looking at like, man, this conference it's I ain't gonna say it was trash because I ain't gonna do that because the NBA. But man, I'm
I
like,
mean,
wait a minute, man.
Sack
This this
himself way off. Yeah, I
this
mean,
this, this ain't
Wade
something
started getting
ain't right.
injury issues.
This
Yeah.
conference was not on par with the West. It wasn't even close. So that was the first time I ever fell asleep watching playoff games.
All
And that,
right, so let's
yeah,
officially welcome the exposer and his partner, his boss, or whatever you call him, FYF to the stage. I mean Johnny had billing. I invited him. So anything you heard that we've been capping on, let us know.
Peace and blessings. What's good, fellas? All that he said was cap. Everything he said was cap. Every last bit of it.
Every
Whoa.
every
He
bit
Every
of it.
last bit
every
of it.
time out,
Every
time
last
out.
bit of it.
He
Every
said
last bit
everything
of
I
it.
said was cap, but how can it be cap when it's historical facts? I just gave you a breakdown of another guy's research. He did a video on it, and
Hmm.
he said every team. Anybody go back and look at this. I
We
ain't
got
got
we
to sit
got it.
here and try to
We got
cap.
it. Look. Hey. Please tell me. Please tell me what he said was cap. Where did the cap start?
Let's start off with the fact that y'all said something about Jordan only losing to second seeds or higher teams, so that shows the level of competition. Let's start there. That's cap.
How
Okay,
is that cap when you're going up against the first year,
what was the
your
low
rookie
seed?
year? Hold on one second. Your rookie year, you go to the playoffs as a rookie when the Bulls weren't even expected to go to the playoffs, and it's not okay. Let's say if a highly touted rookie gets drafted by a bad team, chances are they probably won't go to the playoffs their first year. So let's say anybody in the past 10 years, or let's say 20 years, let's say okay, Grant Hill didn't make the playoffs for the first time until his third year. Patrick Ewing didn't make the playoffs for the first time until his third year. But you have to understand they being drafted to a bad team. So chances are you probably not gonna make it to the playoffs your first year. Okay, so
We
you
get it.
go to the playoffs your first year, you go up against the 59-23 Milwaukee Bucks, 59 win team in their prime, Sidney Moncrief, Terry Cummings, number 2 pick of his draft. They had from 1981 to 1987. They was considered the third best team in the Eastern Conference, but only behind the Boston Celtics and Philadelphia 76ers. So you mean to tell me you expect this goes for any rookie coming to the league, and they first playoff foray as a, let's say, either a 7 or 8 seed, that you go into a playoff series and you expect them to go in there and beat a number 2, number 1 ranked team, and the 86 Celtics wasn't nobody finna beat that team that year. Nobody. I mean, from the Eastern Conference, the Western Conference, they
All-time
smoked in the
team.
postseason. So what I'm saying is, if you go back and look at it, it does point to the degree of competition because you're going up against championship level squads starting off in your career. That's not capping. That's
All right.
that's actual historical fact. You can't
Okay. Now,
you
no,
can't downgrade your
hold on.
competition because you want to paint him a certain way. You can't
All
do that.
right, JB, let him respond because I just fact checked you, and I need to know where the cap came in.
The cap easily starts with him talking about the Bulls facing a championship team Michael Jordan's rookie season. They didn't face a championship team his
I
rookie
said a
season.
No,
championship
he said
level team.
okay. So he
The
said a
Milwaukee Bucks
championship
won
level.
59
Oh,
games.
Let him
Okay.
because the Milwaukee Bucks won 59. What he said was the Bulls never lost to anything lower than a 2 seed. Is that a fact or not?
The cap that you're making it that's the hardest competition. That means it's hard competition is the cap part.
It
So
is.
How can you
To,
so
say
to,
it's
to,
hold on,
to,
hold on,
tell,
hold on,
capping?
to,
hold on.
tell,
How
a,
can
to
you
tell
say
a
it's
lie, you wrap
capping?
it in truth.
No
Just
stories,
because
no stories, no
I would
stories.
love to say it. I would love to say it, but whenever it's my turn, I'll wait.
No, you got it, you got it. No,
Well,
no, come on,
let
JB.
me let me break this in, and
Let's
I'm gonna
practice
let him happen.
etiquette
I'm gonna
that
let him happen.
we don't get
How
on
is
name
it
information.
capping? How is it capping? Let's say Victor Wembanyama. Let's say Victor Wembanyama, if he makes the playoff for the first time in his third year, more than likely he would get in as a lower seed, right? And he may have to go through the play-in to get there, considering how stacked the West is. So let's say he gets there through the play-in as an A seed, and you going up against the defending champion OKC Thunder, who won 68 games this year, and they would be, let's just say, odds are they could be the number 1 seed again. You gonna call it cap because he's going up against the defending champion in his first playoff experience, and you would expect him to win that series?
They're
Again,
gonna say that.
you're bringing up one NBA season,
I can give you
not
a
the
whole
whole.
bunch of them.
No,
I can give
JB,
you a whole
Again,
let me
bunch
have
of them.
again.
JB.
So then when we add the whole bunch of them, that's where the cap starts coming at. Yes,
It's
MJ's
not
rookie
capping.
season.
Logic don't
MJ's
tell.
rookie.
Let's say, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question because I know you. It's a lot of LeBron fans on here. Now, when LeBron didn't make the playoffs his
I'm a
first 2
Jordan
years,
fan, bro.
as a basketball fan, I was sitting here crapping on LeBron, saying, "Oh man, he didn't make the playoffs the first 2 years," because you understood he was selected and drafted by a team that was bad. So let's say if he would have made the playoffs his first year, this before the play-in. So let's say he coming in as A seed. That means you're going up against the number 1 seed in
Okay,
your first playoff experience. So you're going to expect him no matter how talented he is as a young player, you gonna expect him to upset the number one seed in the playoffs?
Okay,
You gonna go in
JB,
the series and say, man,
JB, no
they
more
finna
stories.
beat the number
Hey,
one seed.
JB, I'm gonna have to take reins, right? Because
Okay.
okay, clearly the Bucks were the second seed. Now I want to know. I need to expose it. I'm gonna get exposer, however long he needs to prove to prove it, and I'm gonna respond. And I'm gonna let you respond after that. All right.
Okay. Okay.
So you got it, Johnny.
What I got? I don't know. I don't even know where we at. What we doing?
No. So okay.
I'm
So
just
we
trying to figure out
started
where I'm
off. We
capping
started
at. Where
off.
am I capping? If it's facts.
No, JB, like, I got it. It's a part where I got it. Yeah,
Okay.
because he said that Jordan never lost anything lower than a 2 seed, which is facts, right? So now I know you probably going, but I'm gonna let you go there.
He trying to
Go
say
ahead,
the
Johnny.
competition
No,
it was weak.
JB,
That's what he's trying to say.
we know, but pull it back. Come on, Sposa. Uh,
Again, the capping part is making that appear as if Jordan had tougher competition.
It's not
It wasn't
about
Nobody's
tough.
whether
sitting.
he had
How?
tougher
How?
competition.
Oh,
It's
wow.
about who he had to face in the playoffs starting out. I'm not
Okay,
comparing
JB,
eras.
see,
I'm not
here's
comparing
what you're doing.
eras.
JB, here's what you're doing. I got. It seems like you're making excuses, right? And I'm not gonna let you do that because we don't need to. What? Tell me why the Milwaukee Buff wasn't tough competition, especially for a rookie. Exposure.
Again, let's start off with the cap that the Bulls were not expected to make the playoffs. The NBA had just expanded to a full 4 round playoffs in 1984 playoffs, the year
That's
Jordan
fact.
got drafted. So it was known that there were going to be more teams making the playoffs, including
That's fact.
teams that were considered high seed picking or high pick teams. They didn't even start the lottery. I believe
Bulls
the
for
lottery came in.
70, right?
I believe the lottery came in the next year for the
It came in
NBA.
the year after.
Right,
Yep.
right. So what you have is you have the Chicago Bulls making the playoffs, yes, versus a 59 team. Okay. I'm not sitting here saying Jordan's supposed to beat that team. I'm not saying nothing of that sort. That's not Jordan's competition. Like he said, it's Jordan's rookie year. No one's expecting Jordan to do anything other than do what Jordan did. But
Okay.
when we go to Jordan's third year, which he consistently stayed in all these soliloquies while cutting me off, as an example, Jordan was still under 500 and getting his behind blown out in the playoffs, while LeBron James
Okay.
Time
and
out.
plenty
JB,
other players,
Time out.
while LeBron
Time out.
James and plenty
Who did?
other.
Who did?
How many
Okay.
timeouts does he
In
get? How many
87,
timeouts does he
in
get, bro? How many
1987,
timeouts does he need,
who
bro?
did
He
the
gets
JB,
4
Bulls
timeouts in the
play
first
in
40
the
minutes
first
of the
round?
shot.
Who did the Bulls play in the first round in 1987?
Again, they were under
Who did?
500.
It's not a point about what their record was. Who did they play in
That is the
the
point.
first round?
That is the point. That is
But
the point.
what
The
I'm saying
fact
is,
that their
who? Just
record
answer the
is
question.
again.
uh,
Who did
I
they
told
play?
you, Ro, this would happen, Ro. Well, go ahead, JB.
JB,
Give
No,
me your
no.
repercussions.
Okay, I'm gonna answer
Come
my
on,
own
JB.
question. Okay, let's go.
They played
Okay,
the Celtics. We know this.
okay. So the
Let's not waste
Celtics
time
were
on
the
this.
defending NBA champions. Who? Okay, let me ask you this: in that playoff run, apparently they was one of the two best teams in the league because nobody in the conference could beat them. So therefore,
Made
they
the finals
advanced. They
again.
went back to the finals. I'm talking about in the conference playoffs. They advanced to the finals. They
JB.
beat the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals in 7 games. Right? Pistons was the upstart team rising to that level. And see, I think the problem is because of the way we see teams are built now, we expect the team to immediately break through and go and win. But back then,
Mm-hmm.
you had to
See,
build it. It don't matter what team.
JB, let me have this. Let me have this.
And they
Let me
lost
have
to
this.
an
Let me have
all-time
this.
So
team,
what I'm saying
the
is this.
Lakers, again.
What I'm
Excuses
saying
by
is this.
JB.
This is
Always
the
got
issue,
excuses.
and I
Excuses
already know
by
what the issue is. The
JB.
issue is
Excuses by
everybody in
But
JB.
today's
when
they
LeBron
All I
loses
want
got
to
is
the
to
Warriors, it's
crash
excuses, right?
the
excuses by
competition of
JB. I got
Okay,
excuses because my
okay,
name is
The
JB.
okay,
Celtics,
okay,
the
okay.
Celtics
I
were an
got
all-time team.
excuses because excuses all I
Yeah.
How was he
need.
supposed to beat the Celtics though?
Give me some
Look,
more
look, look, look,
excuses why
guys,
Jordan
please, please,
can't
please, please,
win
please,
in
please, 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 please.
1983.
See, I didn't want, because you came late. I let the panel up, especially your boy Economy, who I wanted him to come up. Economy didn't come up, and yet he's the reason why I put the link up. But I really, okay. See, he asked you a question. Who did they play in '87?
Okay, I didn't even get a chance to say my
No,
soliloquy.
I know. My fault, my fault, my fault on that. My fault on that.
They played the number one seed because they were under 500, like Michael Jordan is all the time without Scottie Pippen. That's why.
No,
Yeah. When Michael Jordan is young and the team isn't good, yeah, he's always going to be under 500.
Okay,
Okay,
guys,
so
Just like
now
LeBron
please,
let
was.
me
please. I don't want to clear the
now
panel. I want to
may
put
I
y'all
continue
backstage. I'm
or
happy
should I
y'all.
just put
You're right.
myself on mute? Should I put myself on mute or should I
No,
continue?
you should not. No, you should not. I really want a one-on-one conversation with the exposer right now. So, apology, guys. Please, I don't want to put y'all backstage, but because
You need the help,
JB
bro.
asked the
You need the
question.
help. You need the help. You need it because
No, I don't need the help yet. I don't need the help.
speak,
I
we're not
don't.
gonna have a show. You can't go tell nobody, "Hey, I exposed the exposer" when the exposer get 3 sentences in.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Well, wait a minute. Let's keep it. Let's see. Y'all need to stop because I just put Travis in his place the other day. I know he's a former employee, but I put him in his place on his own show. Said all I do is mute people,
Don't bring
and
up
I'm
and
trying
listen.
not to.
Don't bring up Benedict Arnold when I'm on the show. Benedict Arnold gets
Oh,
no credit over here. Okay, don't come
well,
over here with that.
he might pull up. He might pull up, but hey,
Well,
I don't
let him
want
pull up, and I will call him Benedict Arnold right here, just like I do. Listen, I don't cower
okay.
for y'all dudes, bro. I'm the same
I
person
got
on
you.
G.
I got
Hey,
you. It's all. Nah, you're
I'm
right.
just
It's all
telling
good.
y'all.
I don't.
I'm
What
here for
happened
the
between
exposure.
You're right. What happened between y'all? What happened between y'all? Now again, JB did ask you a solid question, and again, he got defensive. I'm gonna have to school JB back on that in the future because I'm glad you pulled up, and I just wanted a good debate. I wanted we gonna get into it a little bit, but they played the Celtics. Now your reasoning is because they didn't have Scottie Pippen, they weren't a good team, right?
My reasoning was exactly what I said. The Bulls were under 500. Jordan played all the games that season. That was MJ's third NBA season. Nobody had
Which
to
he
wait.
usually did.
Nobody else had to wait 3 years to shine, or more than 3 years to shine. In LeBron's third NBA season, not only was he in his second winning season, which the Cleveland Cavaliers didn't have since like 1998 or 1997, right? He took them on a playoff run and won their first playoff series, his first playoff run, while his team was the third seed. So we're going to sit here and act like LeBron didn't make his team the comp, while Jordan's team was just some team making the playoffs only because they added extra rounds.
No,
Okay,
they made the playoffs in a tougher conference when Michael Jordan was a
all
rookie.
right,
They make
relax,
a tougher
please,
conference
guys,
when a
guys.
41
I'm
team is
hold
making
on.
the
I'm
playoffs.
sorry, guys.
A
I'm sorry,
31
guys. I'm
team
gonna
making
have to
the
do
playoffs.
this. Oh,
Yeah.
CJ, I'm gonna put you backstage. We gonna don't go. I'm gonna bring you back up, but we need to have this conversation uninterrupted. Okay, so I don't want to. Again, I appreciate y'all for pulling up. Hawk, he's part of the crew. He'll be up here. He has. So you're right. They did expand the playoffs, right? Which is the reason. It's funny because didn't they expand the playoffs with the play-in tournament pretty much in this era?
No, they didn't expand the playoffs, didn't add an extra round.
Oh my
They
god!
add, so 10 people, so 10 teams in each conference of 15
Mm-hmm,
qualify to at least get a chance for the play.
mm-hmm,
Now again, they don't call it official playoffs because
mm-hmm,
the playing tournament is just a money grab to get. But either way, the
mm-hmm,
top 16 now are the qualify for the playoffs. 7 to
mm-hmm,
10 got to play it out, right?
mm-hmm.
This is the fundamental issue, fellas. And I'm gonna say this.
None.
I'm gonna do my little 5 minute thing, and I'm gonna sit
No,
back
no,
and just
no,
listen.
Damn,
JB,
5 minutes?
we're not doing
No,
5
Damn,
no, no.
minutes.
JB,
No,
Because
no,
five
because
JB,
I
minutes?
want to listen.
no,
Damn,
5
I
JB.
minutes.
give me 2 minutes.
You
Give me
don't
two.
have five, you brother.
Okay.
No,
The
no, no, baby,
fundamental.
no, no, seriously,
Okay.
seriously, seriously.
Now this is the fundamental
Baby,
problem.
you gotta make quick points here. We got a back and
Okay.
forth
Okay.
discussion.
Okay. Let's
I
go
set
back.
that up.
Number one.
No,
Number
we
one.
don't gotta
The,
go back, JB. We don't gotta go back because I
okay.
wanna make this clear because the point he's coming on is the playoff expansion, which is something I always bring up. So
Well,
now,
what I want to do real quick, and then I'll
real
listen.
quick,
What I want to
make
do
it
real quick is
one second.
number one, the way NBA dialogue is shaped right now.
Yeah, see, we're not. You know what, JB? We're not worried about that. We only gonna go.
Okay.
We
Now,
only gonna go that
when he brought
because
up
if you're gonna make a
the
deal,
40-42 record, when you look at the way you got 30 teams in the league now versus 24 teams back then. Well, in the 20s, by 2014.
24.
Okay,
Yeah, I thought it was good.
so basically, if you are an up and coming team, if you drafted to a bad team, you're gonna play whoever the elite team is or the elite teams. You're gonna play them 6 times a year. So if you a young team starting off from the bottom, chances are when you play that elite team, you're gonna lose to them a lot. So what I'm saying is, in today's the way that the league is shaped, and it's not a pro or a con, it's just where we are right now.
Yeah, I got you. Now, let me have it here. JB, let me have it here. No soliloquy. JB, no soliloquy. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna make a really quick point. What you have is low seeds, because back then, when you had before expansion, you had 69% of the teams making the playoffs, right? Right? You had 69. Now, mind you, 87, 88 was the first expansion year. Well, yeah, it was the first expansion year. And at that point, you now justify having 16 teams. So now you have about roughly 60 something percent of the league, of 59% of the league making the playoffs. Now now you have 67% of the teams at least qualifying for the play-in. And mind you, if you're a top 60, you ain't got to worry about it. You just wait for your series. If you're 7 through 10, you got to play it out. Now my thing is, how is that much different than what you had? I'm gonna ask Exposer. How was that much different in Jordan's era when he's playing a short playoff round by being a 7th or 8th seed? Because there's no excuse for it. Obviously, you're gonna be the 7th seed on a bad team, playing against one of the elite teams. Now, again, you made the fact that in Jordan's whole career, he never lost to anything less than the 2 seed in his whole career. I'll give you the floor. I give you the floor, Johnny.
Again, the cap is making it Jordan's bad Bulls team facing a team as a higher seed because
mediocre. How about that? How about we say mediocre?
That's because Jordan's team was bad. That's what y'all keep saying. They were horrible. They had the worst. They had the top 3 pick. They had picked Jordan. So, how many games did the Bulls win in 1984?
In 1984, I believe they what? You want 84, 85?
They won like what, 20 some games?
83,
41. The year before he was drafted, they won 20 some games. Yeah.
Okay, so exactly. How much games you expect them to win? You expect them to win 40? No, you don't expect them to win 40.
Of course
so they
not.
don't win 40. Okay, so they don't win 40, but they expand
They
the
won
NBA.
27.
They allow 8. They allow 8 out of the 11 or 12 teams in the Eastern Conference into the playoffs. The Bulls end up being one of those teams. Jordan's good enough to get the Bulls up 10, 12 games. Nobody's saying Jordan's not good enough to do that. But to make it seem like he has tougher competition because of that is where you guys are wrong at.
I didn't say anything about
at the end of the day, Jesus Christ, bro.
JB, stop. JB, please. Because I want to respond, because I know where he's going, and you're looking defensive. Don't look defensive, because at the end of the day, this is part of the game, right? They expanded the playoffs, period. Because anytime they expand the playoffs, you're getting more money. You get this is the money, the owners get the money grab. So at the end of the day, yes, you did it, and they also knew the expansion was coming up. So now once the teams expanded, because that's what they want to tell you too, that expansion made the league weaker. Well, if you're going to bring more money in by making more by having more playoff rounds, because it's funny, they use that against Bill Russell, but they don't use that again. And my Jordan fans as well. I'm not a Jordan fan. I gotta let y'all know I'm not a Jordan fan. I defend his status as the GOAT, but I'm not a Jordan fan. They use that to make more money. That's what they did. That's what they expanded the playoffs. Jordan benefited that. Mind you, in 1984, they had 8 playoff teams as well. I think it was 83. It was the top 6 made it, and you had a short first round. That was the last year of that old format. Well, now you have a new format, right? So at the end of the day, this is what happened. So now I need to understand the point, because it's again, JB said Jordan never lost anything less than a 2 seed. So again, mind you, you're talking about a guy who was a 7th seed, heavily favored in 21, I mean, that lost to the 2 seed, even though they were heavily favored as a 7th seed. So, remember that this LeBron never lost in the first round. Well, now he's done it 3 times. Now he's lost as a 3 seed to a 6 seed. Jordan never had that happen.
Yes, we know Jordan never beat a good team. Can we continue and have a conversation,
Oh,
please?
Jordan. Oh, now Jordan never beat a good team. That's
so
crazy. Okay,
so
hold on. Because yeah, I mean, uh,
and that's what this is all
ask,
about.
no,
That's
yo,
what this is
hold,
all about.
JB. We're gonna format this. Just don't. We don't need no soliloquies. Ask him a question that he needs to answer. That just ask him a question. No soliloquies. Please keep it under 30 seconds. All right.
Okay, well, the issue when someone says, well, that his competition should come into question, who we face, well, the '86 Celtics is historically considered one of
One of
the
the great
top
four
three
times. Yeah.
greatest single season champions ever. And because a fan in 2025 may not think so because they didn't watch that team, that don't mean that it's not true. This is a team that went 40-1 at home. And the one game that they lost was to the Portland Trailblazers in double overtime by a basket. So when you win
So
in the
ask the
Boston
question,
Garden,
Jay.
you're ready to
Jay, ask
take
the
your
question.
L. And so the question is, I don't see where someone's capping when they make a statement like that. I don't compare errors. I don't sit here and talk about what errors more talent and all that. Because at the end of the day, it's about what you do when you play. That's my whole theme. That's been my whole thinking the whole time. Now, someone may laugh at that at the end of the day, try to prove a point, but you can't knock a man's career because you want to paint him a certain way to make
Jay, I need a question,
make
bro.
another
Jay, I
player
need a question.
stand out.
I need
You can't do that.
Jay. I need a question. Just ask Johnny a question because this is why we got to do this. We got to ask questions
Okay,
and
but the question is, did I cap a lie about saying that Jordan, when he lost in the playoffs, it was only to a number 1 and number 2 seed? Did I lie about that? Did I cap?
stay
Did I
right
lie?
there,
Yes,
JB.
yes, because you just
Okay, so
basically said, oh my God, Jesus Christ. Oh,
no, you
Did
shit.
I
got it. You
lie
got it.
when
My
I put?
bad.
Let me
My
ask
bad.
you: Did I
Jay,
lie?
you got on Jay. Come on,
Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ,
bro.
bro. I've been
Did
on
I
here for
lie when I
25
said
minutes.
that?
I've been here for 25 minutes, bro.
I
I'm being
know. I
very
know the
patient, bro.
feeling, though.
I
I
am.
know the feeling,
I'm
Johnny. I
being
get the
very
same thing,
patient.
and I
I'm being.
promise you different.
Nah, I let you speak on my show, brother. You get a chance to say all your silly shit. We can make clips of hours of
I
you
know.
saying silly shit. So don't go there.
Okay.
This is what I told you this was
Okay.
gonna happen. So can I answer the question? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, he's capping because he just sat here and said that we don't talk about competition. Then what's the point of bringing up Jordan never losing to a team that was in a 2 seed or higher?
No, I
No.
said I don't compare errors. I
You
don't
said
say which
competition don't
errors.
matter.
I
You
no
just
no
said
no 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 no.
competition don't matter. You just said that.
No, I didn't
You
say
don't
that.
talk
I didn't say
competition.
that.
So
No, I
you
didn't.
bringing up Michael
No, I
Jordan
didn't.
beating the only team that
No, I
was in
didn't. No, I did
that.
not. I said
Yes,
I
you
don't
did, sir.
compare
That's why
errors.
this is
It's about
recorded,
what you
and I can't
did.
wait to expose
It's
your ass
about
on this.
what you did when you. Now you don't want me on your show, dog. You don't want me on there.
You
You don't want me
scared?
on
You
there.
won't hit
Trust
the
me.
link,
I
bro.
ain't
Come on,
scared.
man.
I ain't
There you
scared.
is.
I ain't
Okay.
scared.
I'll give
Okay.
you enough time to speak, and
So
I
want.
told you
No,
we need
I
to.
give
Trust me.
you a
Yeah,
I'm the one.
2 hour
yeah,
head start,
yeah,
and once I
yeah,
give you a 3 hour head start, won't say
yeah.
one word.
You went to go teach some dude named Research Facts. I already
I
know
give
you know
you a
no
three
knowledge. I
hour
already know.
head start and won't say
So
one
yeah,
word and let you have it.
Okay. So right. Self.
That'd be hilarious. You got a
Jim is a
25-minute head start right now, and you ain't doing too good.
Jim is a friend of
That's
the
according to
program.
you.
Hold on. Jim is.
That's
Oh, all
according
right.
to
Come
you.
on. All right. We don't need the back and forth. We don't need the back and forth.
I told
Jim
you
is
you're
a
gonna
friend of
need
the
the
program.
help, bro. If you really needed this one-on-one, you wouldn't have all this help up here. You see how
Jay is
you
going
see
off
how
the
disciplined
rails.
Lamont is. You see how disciplined Hawk is, right? But the Zesty Jeffries, y'all can't act right.
This ain't even.
No,
I'm not a Chicago Bull fan.
he's a Laker
I
fan.
don't care what you are. You a
That's
Zesty
insane. I'm a
Jeffrey.
Laker
That's what
fan
you
too.
That's
is.
according to you. With the
Exactly.
LBJs.
I
If
I,
if
I,
we
All
I
right.
definitely
if
know
we
how to
just
identify a Zesty
with the
Jeffrey when I
LBJs,
see one, and I got one
Oh
right
my
in my
God.
with
midst.
the
This is
LBJs,
perfect. This is
with the
perfect exposure.
LBJs.
This
If
is a
we
perfect
Zesty
Jay,
exposure.
Jeffries with the
Jesse
LBJs,
Jeffrey.
Hey,
The greatest basketball
Jay.
fans in
Hold
basketball. That's
on.
what we are.
Jay. Hold on. No. I got to do this publicly. Jay.
oh
Because
shit,
Jay is not up here enough to
oh
do the
shit.
debate, and Jay don't pull up with me to your shit
You can't
because
have a debate. To have a debate, you have to let the other people speak
no,
and
you're
actually
right,
respond to what they say.
you're right,
Keep
and
telling
that's
you
the
this.
problem. No.
Wait a minute.
Okay, then
I'm
that's
gonna
why we
He
can
just
have
said
hold on.
it.
I'm
he
gonna
And
just
that's why
said
I'm
he
gonna put myself
represents the
on mute
greatest
and keep hearing
fan
the lies
in
y'all
the
like to
world. He
speak.
just said
all right, so I gotta publicly admonish my co-host because what he did was he stated a very solid fact. And then when Johnny came with his uh misdirection bullshit, he got defensive. They don't have to get defensive. Johnny would have dug his own hole. Now again, I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask you one question because we all know this. The fact of the matter is what JB brought up, what self and research brought up, the fact that self and research, Jim for self research brought up, is that Jordan never lost to a 2 seed. LeBron lost to lower seeds multiple times. He lost to low seed multiple times, including this past year when he lost to the 6 seed with Luka Doncic on his team. And I need then speaking of Luka Doncic, Mr. Exposer, because something you said to me on Sunday has been sticking in my craw. You said, and this is why I call you a shock jock. You and Lamont, I'm glad y'all both here. Y'all both are shock jocks. You said Jordan does not have the skill of Luka Doncic. You need to tell me what you're not. You said it in the comment, but you need to say it here publicly. What does Jordan do? What can Luka Doncic do that Michael Jordan cannot do on a basketball court? Please tell me.
For one, dribble left consistently.
Dribble left, which is bullshit. Which is bull. Okay, let me ask you this.
Let's start there. Let's have some fun with that. I just like having fun with that.
It's been researched. Did you know it's been researched that Jordan had a higher efficiency? That Jordan had a higher efficiency than everybody in the league this year with his left hand only on 4.4 isolation possessions per game. Is that cap?
Yes, that's completely capped because there's no record or any kind of.
I know it was film study. It was film study. Something
what
you
film
guys
study?
have used.
What film study? What film study? What game film do you have? How many games of 1988 are available for you to watch right now, bro?
Why are we talking about 88? Are we talking about 88?
Any Jordan seasons? How many NBA games are available for you for the all 15 games for you to watch right now? They're not available for you. You guys are liars.
Okay. Remember when Marv Albert and was it game 2? I believe it was one of them games against the Lakers where he came up and he switched hands with the left and he said it was a spectacular move by Michael Jordan.
Yes.
He finished that with his left hand, right?
Yes, but that's
do
not
you
what
understand that Jordan? Hold on. Do you understand that Jordan made?
Left. We said Jordan can't go left on a consistent basis and be productive going left. He has problems going left.
Hey, bro. Go on YouTube right now. Type in Chicago Bulls Michael Jordan games. I'm
just gonna stick to. I'm gonna stick to facts.
You're not gonna find all the games that Michael Jordan ever played in full games from Michael Jordan for his entire career.
You're never gonna find all the games available, bro.
Nobody
but
can
seeing
track
him
that.
These numbers, right?
So you can see him go left in multiple games.
Not only do you have to do that for LeBron, you have to do it for the NBA players of today, because supposedly he did it for the NBA players of today. I'm really going to believe you, Zesty Jeffries, took the time to do that. Stop lying. You're not going to lie.
Cool.
That's why you guys don't like me. I don't accept lies. Bring up facts. I can bring you film of Jordan going left countless times. There's a guy who has an entire channel based off of it, and he's been doing it for over a year and a half. So I have film as well of showing you Jordan left and right. Not only that, there's a game plan that was specifically built to stop Jordan by just pushing him left. It worked so well. They dominated Jordan for 3 straight years with it.
Oh, so it was one team, the Detroit Pistons. So let me ask you. Hold on, guys. Because here's why I cooked the exposer. Do you have film? Well, hold on. Did you have film of the Charlotte Hornets you was in?
Yes, I have film of the Cleveland Cavaliers during the same playoffs, playing Chicago Bulls, not doing what the Detroit Pistons did to Michael Jordan. Watching them.
Oh, so they didn't do it.
No, yes. Again, that's why I said that there was a strategy built by a team. I didn't say it was a strategy built by the league. It was a strategy.
So one team.
What was the strategy in 07?
The strategy in 07 plays zone defense.
Nah, let him shoot.
No, that's false. That's false. The stats say otherwise. The stats say otherwise.
Hold on, guys. Let's not jump the gun.
Otherwise, it's when we can bring up the film for 07 as well if you want to, Hawk. I will expose every last one of you, Zesty Jeffries. This is what I do for a living.
I'm not even a Jordan fan.
Not a funny moniker.
I'm not a Jordan fan.
Zesty Jeffries is not funny at all.
Zesty Jeffrey by bringing up Zesty Jeffrey lies.
I'm not a Jordan fan, bro. But you're lying.
In 2007, LeBron James took less. In 2007, LeBron James took less jump shots per game versus the Spurs than he did versus the Detroit Pistons, which means he didn't take more.
That means you went 8 for 42.
He had a bad game. Yes, because he's playing against a zone.
Hold on.
You went 8 for 42. Exactly. The GOAT playing against the zone. In the
so I got a question. Didn't y'all say when the Lakers traded Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic, didn't y'all say that the Lakers defense was going to be better without AD? Didn't y'all say that?
It was by stats and film. We have the film, we have the footage, we have the stats. Again,
everything happened in the playoffs. Did you see?
Okay.
Guys, because
Oh, yeah, this is a closure moment.
he
And
just
it's
stepped in. Hold on. Johnny
just
just stepped in
he just
shit, and
stepped in.
y'all jumped the
No,
gun. Hold on,
where?
I need some discipline here.
They
You
defense
step
better, Ro,
because
but they got
no,
eliminated in the first round in 5
Let me
games.
have this. Jay, please,
Yeah,
come on. We not
if
making
you really
good.
want to have, bro, if you really want to have this, just drop everybody, sir, and leave it to you and I.
Yeah,
Watch
again,
what
Hawk and
happens,
JB are
sir.
crew, but I need y'all to
Ah,
mute up. I really need
I'm
y'all to
gonna mute
mute
up.
up
I'm
real
gonna mute
quick.
up.
No, yeah, because here's the thing. He sat there and talked about the strategy that one team, mind you, I brought up, and the funny thing, I was in 1991 when he said Jordan can never go left, right? He said Jordan can never go left. When Jordan made the spectacular move, shout out to Marv Albert, one of the greatest of all time. That was his 13th consecutive field goal without a miss against the Lakers. Now, you want to tell me that the Lakers were asked defensively or whatever, still were a team that got to the finals, still were a team with I don't know how many championship rings on that roster. Jordan made 13 consecutive shots. 3 of those shots he finished with his left hand. Now you tell me that Jordan could not go left and finish. First of all, the spectacular move, he went left in the air. So is that just could he not just dribble left, or could he not finish left? Again, same video showing him going left, finishing over Akeem Olajuwon. One of the greatest shot blockers of all time. Statistically, one of the greatest shot blockers of all time. Please tell me where's the proof that you had that Jordan can't go left, other than the fact that the Pistons successfully, the one team in the league, because Jordan played against 26 other teams. One
Here you go,
team
right
was
here,
able
Ro. Here you go,
to
right here.
Jordan's
Isaiah
strategy.
Thomas said out his own mouth after Game 3
Yeah,
of the
we know.
1989 Eastern Conference Finals when Jordan dropped the 46 on hit the game-winning bank shot on Robin and Zeke. He said after that game that he sat on the steps of Lake Michigan
Yeah.
all night long.
And they
That
came up with the
and
Jordan
him and
rules.
Joe
That's long.
Dumars
Look,
spoke on the phone all night.
Jay. Long story short, that's when they came up with the Jordan rules.
That's when they came
Now,
up with the Jordan rules.
again,
Meaning, if they didn't come
no,
up with the
hold
Jordan
on,
rules, they
Jay,
would have
because it's
beat
the way
them.
he steps in shit. We can concede that the Pistons successfully employed that strategy for maybe a couple of seasons. Because if you look at the numbers, I mean, the guy's got the 30 points. It ain't that goddamn successful. Now, I need to know what other team was using it to prove that he couldn't go left. Because you said my stats, and this is the other place where you fucked up, Jay Exposer. You said we just using film. That doesn't go. Didn't y'all use film to talk about Jordan getting extra steals and blocks? Didn't somebody look at VHS tapes to talk about Jordan getting extra steals and blocks in 87, 88 to say that he didn't deserve his defensive player of the year? As if steals and blocks are the only thing they judge the defensive player of the year on. Scott, matter of fact, they not only said that, they said that he took steals and blocks from a rookie Scottie Pippen, who wasn't even always on the floor. A rookie Scottie Pippen, who wasn't even starting over Brad Sellers. You guys have said that film study proves that they were pumping up Jordan's defensive stats. Now I need you to tell me how one that works for you, but it doesn't work for us when we talked about Jordan going left and the film study that proves that he went left based on his isolation possessions.
All right, there is no film study of Jordan going left by isolations and all this other nonsense. Again, Michael Jordan, yes, just like y'all always do, capping ass motherfuckers.
Okay,
y'all are.
Let me ask you this:
gonna
was
let
my
me finish?
13 for 13?
Damn, bro.
No.
God damn.
Okay, no, because you said I was capping. Now I'm gonna ask you because I'll accept that. But it was my 13
bro,
for 13.
I didn't even say what I had to say, bro. I didn't even say what I had to say. You asked me if you were capping, of course, because you didn't even let me say what I had to say, bro. I didn't even get to say what I had
gave
to
you that,
say,
though.
bro.
I
You
gave
gave me
I gave
3
you that,
questions,
right?
bro.
So
I can answer
can
no
throw that out.
questions, bro.
I can
Bro,
throw
I
that
can't
piece of
answer
evidence
no
out.
questions, bro. What evidence? What did I say, bro? What did I say?
I said was
No,
the
what
13
did I say? What did I say?
No, I said was the isolation study.
What was
Hold on,
my
David,
answer
I'm gonna mute. Okay, you said it was cap. You said it's not valid.
Bro. What was my answer to your question when you asked me about the Chicago Bulls and Jordan's going left? What was my answer?
No, I said there was film study that proved that Jordan scored 1.3.
I know what you said, bro. What was my answer when you asked me about Jordan going left? Tell me, since you heard my answer. You said you heard my answer. What was my answer?
You all I heard was you said that I cannot use that. I can't use that, and I
When
can
did I say
accept
that?
that I can't use that.
When did I say that? I just told you by your film study, it doesn't exist. Because when you go by the film, you can clearly see Jordan has left hand deficiencies, which is exactly what the Detroit Pistons noticed. And that's what they used against Michael Jordan. It took the triangle offense and Scottie Pippen running the triangle offense to help the leisure of the troubles that Jordan was facing, like teams the Detroit Pistons was putting on him. Yes, they were the only team to employ such a strategy. That's why it was such a secret. For years, it was a secret. So recently, now they just said, hey, we just was pushing him left. And we double teamed him in
Okay.
certain spots of the floor. And he wouldn't pass the ball out of the double team. And if he did, he would make a bad pass. And they understood that. And that's why they were able to actually slow Jordan down. You always talk about how many points and all his stats and all this other nonsense. But at the end of the day, they slowed him down. He had more turnovers, less steals, less blocks, all that, less assists. All of these things happened. Michael Jordan. He shot less. It was in the national media on how many times he choked versus the same team for 3 years in a row. Now back to Scottie Pippen. They didn't say Scottie Pippen got steals stolen from him his rookie season. No, throughout his career as a Chicago Bulls, there were steals that belonged to Scottie that were given to Michael Jordan. As far as Jordan's defensive player of the year, this is the third question you asked, so I'm going to answer it. Not only did we, the LeBron fans, go find this footage and evidence of Jordan's fake steals and blocks, a Michael Jordan fan of your own ilk did a video on it and explained how he went and found more big games in 1988 and proved the fake stats that existed in 1988 for Michael Jordan. Not only that, did Lamont do an entire live breaking down film study and game stats of Michael Jordan's primary defender, who he was guarding, and how he did not do a good job guarding anyone. He won Defensive Player of the Year predicated on, like y'all like to say, clutch sports media propaganda. The year prior to that, Michael Jordan went on national television crying how he should have been the league MVP because he had 200 steals, 100 blocks. He was talking about how nobody pays attention to stats. This is Jordan complaining to the media, telling them, look at my stats, complaining about stuff in the stat sheets. Those are no, that's not cap. It's available for you. So now that I answered all three of your questions, you may address all that I just stated, sir.
Time out. Number one, let's go back to this. You said MVP. First of all, he was talking about how the Defensive Player of the Year award was often given to players that had the reputation of recent years of playing stellar defense. And the player who got it was one of my guys, Michael Cooper, who won Defensive Player of the Year in 1987. That's the year that Jordan was talking about, where Jordan actually garnered more steals than Michael Cooper.
Yeah. That's
number one. So therefore, Jordan wasn't trying to say, well, look at my stats. He was saying, well, I'm playing defense on a better level than the guy who y'all gave the award to. Okay, so that's number one. Let's make that number two. When you talk about the Pistons in this strategy, if you look at it, the first time they played each other in 88, first of all, Pistons were an offensive-oriented team starting out. Then they slowly they began to transform to a defensive-oriented team. I would say mainly because of the guy they had to deal with. Because if you look throughout the course of the regular season prior to their change of emphasis, the Bulls and the Pistons were basically 50-50 as far as regular season games in terms of who was winning the games. So if you look at the first encounter, okay, Detroit was the better team. No doubt about it. They beat the Bulls in the second round, but they beat the Celtics in the conference finals and they lost to the Lakers in one of the greatest finals that we've ever seen. In 89, they took another step closer. The Bulls went up 2-1 because it wasn't because of Pippen, it wasn't because of Grant. And we're not saying Pippen was trash. I'm not saying Grant was trash. They were second-year players, okay? They had just made the trade for Horace Grant mid-season after they had Charles Oakley as Jordan teammate for the previous 3 years. Okay, so Jordan hit the game win against Cleveland, who Magic Johnson predicted was going to become the team in the 90s. Jordan eliminated them in the first round. Then he upset the Atlantic Division champion New York Knicks in the second round. That's another thing. They didn't just
So
upset Cleveland.
hold on,
They
JB. I'm gonna cut
upset
you off there.
New
JB,
York.
let me cut you off there. Let me cut
Okay.
you off there because we're
Okay.
going into playoffs and stuff. And I want to throw a shout out to Woodage. Woodage is like my own self. And Woodage is a Bull fan. It's funny because Johnny calls us Jesse Jeffrey. I'm a Knick fan. Hawk and JB are Laker fan. We're not Jordan fans. We
Y'all is
support our.
Jesse Jeffries. Let's continue.
No, what we do, what we are is we support our
The
claim that
history
Michael
of
Jordan
the
is the GOAT.
game. That's what
Michael
we do.
Jordan is the best. Hold on, JB. Michael Jordan is the best player we ever seen, and the guy that y'all think
Y'all
that
never saw
unseated,
Jordan play,
who
so
don't
stop
see them.
lying. Y'all never saw Jordan.
Whoa. I'm 46. JB is
Okay.
older than me. I'm not gonna give away JBA's, but JB
I
saw
don't
Jordan play.
care. The games weren't on TV like that. Let's continue.
So what?
Who's
Because
calling
I
the
didn't
game
see
on
every
TV?
single game. Let me ask you this, JB. Let me ask you this, Johnny. Johnny. How many Heat games you watched this year? I know you're a Heat fan. How many Heat games
The
you watched this
games
year?
wasn't on TV
To be
now.
honest with you,
It's
to be
insane.
honest with
He
you,
None.
just said
So no,
NBA
so
games went on TV.
David, I asked him a question. Let him answer.
to be honest with you, the regional channel for South Florida Miami Heat games is on cable. I don't have cable, so I have not seen that many Heat games this year.
Okay. So
I
let
would
me
say
ask you
I would say about 15 to 20 of them.
Okay, cool. Because even me myself, I was watching it. I had to watch it on. I had to watch my man. I had to watch a little shit on Facebook Live to watch the games, and I had to do that little thing until I found out about the Gotham Sports app, and I played $30, $30 a month to get the Knicks game. So I've watched about 30, 35 Knicks games. The point is, you making the point that we didn't watch every Jordan game. Well, bro, your team is the Miami Heat. What team did you watch the most this year? What team
Again,
would you say?
I'm not the one who's trying to act like I saw things that other people didn't see. I'm not using
Okay,
my eye test for my Heat to talk about my Heat. I can break down my Heat with stats,
but
accolades,
see,
and achievements like I do anything else,
okay,
sir.
cool.
I don't use my lying eyes to tell you about basketball.
So, but again, tell me that if you assess your Miami Heat this year, you mean tell me we couldn't take your word for it? You can like if I ask you how
Yes,
good is Kyle
because I do
Lowry?
my research. I do my research on my Miami Heat. I figure out what's going on in the
Okay.
locker room. I listen to a local
Oh, so I
sports
would take
radio.
your word. Okay,
No,
I would
you
take
can
your
take
word. Then
again.
the first
You can
segment.
take
Hold on, the first segment.
my word for it. But if you find evidence that proves me otherwise, that is actual tangible evidence, not just some
I'm not
lollygag
trying to prove you
nonsense.
wrong. This is the thing, right here.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to prove you wrong on this, right? I'm just want to now. I'm gonna try to prove your overall point wrong that we didn't
Hold on,
watch
real quick,
Jordan
bro.
because we didn't see
I
enough
got a
games.
question, real
Oh,
quick.
yeah, go ahead, Hawk. Ask a real quick question because that's what we doing.
Hey,
We
bro.
asking questions.
Yeah, ask
I
you
got two
lost
questions.
people in the background because I'm about to expose every last one of y'all. Bring them up. I'm
That's
ready for any
that's
questions
a,
y'all
I
got. Bring them up. Bring
listen,
them
Yeah,
bro.
up.
we
Bring them
got.
up.
We
Do
gonna
you
open it
do
up
Bring them
you
up.
soon.
do you hoop,
Bring them
bro?
up. Bring them up. Bring them up. Bring them up.
Oh no,
Do you
yeah,
hoop?
yeah. He was what was
I
you
got. I'm gonna be here till
the
11. I'm
Boys
gonna
and
be here
Girls
till
Club
11
best
p.m.
rebounder?
I don't care who hoop or not hoop. I'm telling you
I
right
just
now, I'm
asked
about
a
to
simple
expose every
question,
last
bro.
one of y'all.
Why
Yeah,
you
let's go.
just
Let's
can't
go.
answer the question?
Because I already know what's about to happen once you ask it and I start exposing you. Go ahead.
We're not about to expose nothing. I'm not my
Ask the
Don't
my
take
whole
question.
it
question
personal,
is
guys.
if
Don't take
if
it personal.
if you hoop, you know that stats don't tell you how much impact somebody has on the game, right? Or
False.
is it only measured with stats? If you watch the game,
False.
can you
False.
see somebody's impact, or do you only see it
False.
on the stat sheet?
Y'all gonna sit here and cry about Jordan's teammate stats claiming they ain't helping. So stats matter.
I'm
Stats
not
mean.
Okay,
even talking about Jordan's
we haven't
teammates,
done
bro.
that.
I just
We
told you
haven't
I'm
I
done
not
say
a
that.
you
So
Jordan fan.
capping.
I'm
You're
asking
can't
a
put the
simple
capping.
argument.
question.
Stats matter.
So okay,
Stats matter. They mean something. Yes, and I know exactly what
now
stats
because
mean.
I really
Stats
want to.
just
I
mean
really hold up because I'm glad he said because I really want to because again the point that I'm really trying to stick on is that we didn't watch Jordan because we didn't see every game. I mean, if I saw 15 Bulls games in 1991, or I saw 15 Bulls games in 1992, the same way he saw 15 Heat games in this season, wouldn't I be able to properly assess Jordan's game? Like I can't. I'm not sitting
No,
there
because
basing on
you didn't see
200
15 Bulls games in that time. Because again, the Bulls games were regional. NBA was not national like that, and you didn't see
It
Bulls
matters
A lot
games.
of
what
people
part of
had
the
Oh my
country you lived in.
God, man.
Truthfully,
they were showing NBA on CBS all the time during the
It
Well,
season.
matters what part of
CBS
the
did
country
not
you
have
on.
and
You
They
ain't
were
getting
not
it.
1991,
showing
91 and
and the
after.
multiple
CBS
games.
did not the CBS did not have live basketball games unless it was Lakers and Celtics
What does that
until like
matter if
mid
it's live or not? If it was
Well, hold
because
pre-recorded
on.
and I
because
seen it, it don't
because when
matter.
they're because when they're showing the games, they're showing them at 9, 10 o'clock at night. All of you are kids. Now I'm not
Big
staying
Hawk,
up at
Big
9,
Hawk,
10
Big
o'clock
Hawk,
at
Big
night.
Hawk.
Bro,
Well,
what
how old are you?
What the
Big
fuck are
Hawk,
you
hold on,
talking
hold on,
about?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
these
hold
are
on.
not
Years,
these are
J,
dog.
not
J, J,
these are,
J, J,
those
J,
are the
J, J.
only
Don't
those are the
let's not get.
only national televised game. They're not
How
showing
are you gonna
Chicago
tell
Bulls.
somebody
Hold on,
what
hold
time
on.
they
J,
went to
J,
sleep
J,
as a
J, J,
kid?
J,
Only
J, J. Hold on, hold
basketball
on, hold
games
on, hold on.
nationally televised. I know this because
I'm
I
asking, hold on, hold on.
studied this and did my research, and I'm old enough to know I was born 1981, so I did my research. Again, you
Cool,
haven't.
cool.
Because I said you will be
Here's
exposed.
what I'm
I'll
gonna
be
prove.
exposed.
Here's what
So
I'm gonna
sit
prove
there
with
and
Johnny
claim it's
wrong.
exposed. Shit, I
Here's
got
what I'm gonna
knowledge.
prove with I'm gonna
I
prove
got
with Johnny
knowledge. It's
wrong
not my
right
fault.
quick.
My knowledge supersedes
Stupidity.
yours. Unless you can supersede my knowledge, then we can have a conversation. Until then, y'all gonna sit here
Obviously,
and
it
get
does
exposed
because
by the exposure.
you're
Because
judging
I
you're
Okay,
have
judging a
proof.
Hawk,
player
Because
Hawk,
based
I'm
off
gonna
the
ask you
just
one
Pistons
quick
stats,
at
question.
the
which is
NBA
Hold on,
game
hold
were
retarded.
on.
not national
That's
in
like
the
saying
80s.
that Dennis
They went
Rodman was
national
trash because he
in the
didn't average
90s.
a lot of points.
I didn't say
Jay,
that.
hey, Hawk, Hawk,
That's
Hawk,
your
Hawk.
lie.
Don't,
I know how to
don't.
break down
Hawk,
stats. Not you.
Hawk. Cool. Hawk, how old are you? Hawk, I don't want to,
Me,
just give me your
I'm
late night. You
35.
don't have to give me how old are you?
35.
35.
He's an after
35.
crack
That
baby.
means
Let's continue. He's an after
okay.
crack baby. Let's continue.
And I know
Where
Jay,
you
and I
from?
know Jay is in his 50s, right? I know Jay is in his 50s. I mean, I ain't giving no secrets away. Okay,
Mhm.
so even if you say that the Bulls games were regional, do you understand after 1991 that the Bulls were making long playoff runs every single season?
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah, you saw. That's
How
why you
many of
guys
those
saw
games?
Michael
Hold
Jordan.
on. How many
You
of those
saw
games do you think were
you didn't see
on
Michael
TV?
Jordan. How many of those playoff games did you see? Game 7? Did you watch Game 7, 1990? What happened that game? Where was Jordan's
Yes,
ability to
yes,
take
I
the
did.
team and raise the team to the highest point? Why was he not able to do that in the Game 7? What were you watching at Game
No, that's not
11 years
that's
old?
not the point.
Explain to us. I would
At
love for
11
everybody
years
to hear.
old, I was watching
Rose
the
gonna
game.
explain
Yeah.
to us. Rose gonna
Moving
explain
the
to us
goalposts.
his memory of sitting in 1990 watching Game 7 versus Detroit. I would love for you to explain to me how that game felt, how you watched it, how you remembered it. Please tell me, sir.
Well, yeah,
First of all, that was the
go ahead,
1990
JB.
season. That was the last year that CBS televised NBA games before NBC started
I
showing
said the
NBA
1990
games. Well,
Game 7
time
story.
out.
Tell me about the
In,
game.
in,
I don't
in,
want you
in,
to give me
in
no
your
specific
statement,
about no
saying that
basketball.
the
Yeah,
only
Tell me about
team,
the
don't get
game.
him
the
on the
only
gotcha. Don't get
Watch
him
team.
on the
Michael
gotcha.
Jordan's
Time
game.
out. Hold on.
That game was supposed to be nationally televised, and that was supposed to be a game y'all were watching. It was a 1990 Eastern Conference Game 7, Michael Jordan versus the Detroit Pistons. Why were you not able to explain to me what you saw? Since you said you saw it, this most important thing. Fuck the stats, fuck the
I'm gonna
accolades,
tell.
fuck the achievements. We're supposed to sit here and listen to you tell us about something you saw. So tell us what you saw 1990 Game 7.
Hold on, and I muted both guys. Number one, I saw this. This is the last year I rooted for Michael Jordan, and I wanted them to beat the Pistons. Obviously, a lot of people wanted, probably even you, if you know what I mean. Well, you were probably 8, but you probably thought, "Hey, I want Michael Jordan is the guy that's supposed to be the man. We want to see him get to the finals, right?" They didn't. They didn't do it. The Bulls were
Mm,
clearly not the better team. Scottie
mm,
Pippen clearly was. He played 44
mm,
games. He was ineffective. The
John
Bulls got
mm.
Paxson was
beat.
out that game too, by the way.
Scotty,
Oh yeah,
there
so
goes
no John
Scotty again. So
Paxton.
it's Scotty's fault. Okay, I got you. It's Scotty's fault. Okay.
So,
You're right.
but
It's
again,
Scotty's fault.
see, it's not about it being Scotty's fault. See,
You're
I'm
right.
not
I proved to
assessing
you the
blame.
other
Because
day.
no, it's funny because we want.
I proved to you on Sunday show why they beat them the next year. And you can continue. You know
See,
that. You already know why they
even if we didn't see it, if we tune into your podcast, if we tune
Mhm,
into UNFYF, y'all play these
mhm,
games or y'all skip over anything that Jordan did well. I already noticed that as well, but y'all play those games.
How?
Yeah,
I
oh
know
yeah,
Remember,
Jordan. I
y'all
know
might have a
Jordan
couple
Berkeley,
of
got. I know
Jordan
Jordan got.
buckets in here.
he said the
I know
only
Jordan
teams
got
that they
32,000
showed were
points.
the
I
Celtics
know
and
Jordan
Lakers.
has these
See,
accolades and
They
here's the thing.
showed
Here's the thing.
he ain't
Johnny
winning
jumped the
nothing.
gun because he wanted to ask us how we felt. The fact is, we
No,
saw
I
the
want to know
game.
not what you said. What did you see? What happened? How? What was the results? You just told me at the
The
end how
Bulls got
everybody
beat.
talked about it. You told her no. How they get beat? What happened? How did they get beat? What was the strategy that was being ran? What was the score? Who didn't do what? What was caused? You don't know these
Yeah, I
things.
mean,
You guys don't know
those
it.
are all
You know,
narratives
yeah.
that I don't care. You ask how did I feel,
You
and you
talk about
want me to
narrative.
Hey
You
break
talk
man,
down
about
the
can I
game. It
cook,
this.
doesn't.
man?
You talk about everybody wanting to see Jordan win. You wanted
Can
to
I
talk about
cook
how this
Yeah,
King
is
of
Rich,
course.
time.
man?
Yeah.
Over, and
You
that
asked
means
me
he's
how I felt. So first of all, you jumped the gun. I just wanted to prove to you that we watched a certain amount of Jordan game. Hold on. I just wanted to prove to you that we watched a certain amount of Jordan game because you swear for God we didn't watch Jordan. Herman's up here. He's another OG. I'm sure Herm. I'm gonna ask Herm you a question real quick. How many Jordan games would you say you saw per season in his heyday? How many Jordan games would you say? How
I
many
mean,
Bulls
I
games?
saw a lot of them due to the
And you
draft.
in Memphis, right?
Yeah, we saw a lot of because we had WGN and all that stuff.
Not
So
WGN. You
we
can
was
see Bulls games. You
we
can
was
see
able to
Cubs
watch it.
games, my dude.
I'm gonna say something because I want to change the dynamic and have a lot of food, have a lot of people talk the game. Because I was talking to my partner. This is like one of my closest partners growing up, man. A nigga that I looked up to coming up when I was hooping. My nigga Lester Hudson. Played in the NBA for a few years. Played for 4 teams. He played for the Clippers, the Grizzlies, the Celtics, and you know what I'm saying, and the Cavaliers. And he
Yeah, I remember
also,
Lester Hudson. Yeah, I remember him.
he also the all-time leader scorer in China Basketball Association. You know what I'm saying? I talked to him. I was trying to get that nigga to come on the show, come cook it with us a few times and all. He told me, I said, why you don't want to come on, bro? He said, bro, because he tuned in, he be watching the ass. He said, bro, he got on me. He said, why you be wasting your time on this shit, bro? We don't even talk ball like that. We don't even
That's it.
disrespect the game like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all of us. I ain't just talking about one group of people. I'm talking about all of us in general. We gotta start talking the game and actually put respect on the game itself and be honest about
But you know
what we
what,
see
Hawk?
on the court.
The thing was that the respect was there years
Well, this
ago.
is Herm. Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah, you're
discussion
right,
that
and
a
you're
lot of
right,
the
and that's the
unfortunate
thing.
discussions we're
Hold on,
having
yeah,
now,
JB. I'm glad you say that. I'm glad you say that
the
because
respect
that's
was
the
there.
aim of this channel. That's the aim of this channel. We trying to get back the way we talk about it. And to do that, we got to throw all these bullshit narratives and this guy's
I'm talking
better than
about
that guy
go
type of
all
shit.
ways though. Niggas got
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
you're right. You're right.
all that happened when
but
LeBron
I'ma
became
tell
the
you.
greatest. If
No.
LeBron would have
But
never
I'ma
became
tell
the
you.
greatest, y'all would never be behaving this
I
way.
mean,
But since LeBron's the
Man,
GOAT,
I'm gonna tell
this
you
is how
something.
y'all got to behave, man.
but
Oh,
That's
man, I
all
got
I'm gonna
so
do.
I didn't
This
even
is
get to
fun.
my
This
dope
is
yet,
another
bro.
therapy.
I
You
wasn't
need to
done,
get
but
to
I
your
got
notes.
cut off a few times.
Herm
But I
came to
wasn't
save
done.
y'all. Herm ain't gonna let the show go right because Herm knows what's
No,
happening. Y'all about to get
Okay,
exposed. But
first
let
of
Nah,
all,
Herm
first
I
of
explain.
ain't
all,
gonna
when
let
someone
I ain't gonna
says,
lie because
no,
Jay,
first of all,
please stop getting defensive.
no,
Stop
I
getting
ain't getting
defensive.
defensive.
We
no,
just
But
gonna
when he
ask
said,
you.
he
when he
should.
said,
This is an ass whooping. He should.
wait a minute,
I got a message
this
for
dude said
all
it's an
y'all
ass
niggas.
whooping, but he's telling you misinformation.
No.
You
Let
let
me
her
speak
let
for
her
it.
have it because
I'm,
you
I'm gonna
let
speak.
her
I'm
have
gonna
it.
speak for it. Like this goes for all niggas. I gotta stop hearing niggas cap about Braun and trying to downrate him on certain shit. We gotta stop hearing all this shit. And then too, we gotta stop trying to put extra sauce on players just to fulfill our narratives to fulfill shit we trying to put out there.
Thank you.
We gotta tell it how it is, and we gotta really break down the game for real. Cause it's certain shit on the court I be looking at it as a hooper while I don't look at it no other way. Like it's certain shit during the game that niggas ain't gonna understand, that niggas ain't gonna pick up on. We gotta start talking in that aspect because a lot of
Ooh,
niggas talk from a casual point of view. So
Trying to turn
we
into
we
the
we
exposer.
we get busy. We get a lot of misconceptions in a lot of ways we view the game, and that's why a lot of dumb niggas say ignorant shit that they do. End of the day, bro, LeBron James, hell of a player, got game. The nigga could score on all 3 levels. He proven that. He came in with some weaknesses, but that nigga tweaked that shit up and became the nigga that he became. Michael motherfucker Jeffrey Jordan, same motherfucking way. The
same thing.
nigga came in with weaknesses, but after he developed and after he learned from certain aspects of his career, you seen what that nigga turned out, and you seen why niggas still to this day, after 20 some years since he been retired, niggas still got him in those conversations. That just speaks upon his greatness. But
And that's it.
y'all gotta enjoy all these great players while y'all can, cause we don't know what next nigga, especially for us American players, we don't know what next great nigga we go get. Cause all these niggas do a lot of extra shit off the court. They're not disciplined. They not as focused as we've seen in the past, like a LeBron, like a Michael Jordan, like a Kobe. We don't have that type of
But
focus
you know
with our
why though?
players
You
right
know
now. So
what
we
I
got to enjoy these great niggas while we can. Enjoy
the,
Kevin Durant while he showed you these last few years of his career.
but the
Enjoy Steph
problem
Curry
is
while
this
you
is the
can.
problem though. That's
If
going on
this
with it because
LeBron
you don't
last
see
year,
this in the
this
NFL.
LeBron last year, y'all enjoy
Yeah.
LeBron last year.
Now
Enjoy
this
that
is the
shit while
problem
y'all
though.
can, because we gonna be
This
fucked up in a minute. And I'm
this is
telling
the
Yeah,
you
problem
JB,
now,
though,
quick,
King.
quick 30
we can't
seconds,
rely
JB.
on the John
Okay.
Morants. We can't rely on the Anthony Edwards and them. We can't rely on them niggas. And unfortunately, the foreigners gonna be running the goddamn league. So niggas need to
Man,
keep an eye on
you
that
see, we
shit.
just took an L at
But
Brazil. We took a L. I'm in Brazil. We took an L to Brazil. It was Lynx and Galloway
yeah,
in them, but we just took an L to Brazil in the America. But yeah, for real. Now, JB, you was going. I see where you was going. We don't do this in the
Okay.
other sports, right?
Well,
He right, but this the
number one,
commissioner fault.
when
No.
someone says I've been watching the NBA since 1976, and one thing I don't sit here and do that I never did was try to uh, 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 ridicule a newfound fan coming up in the new generation, thinking that
Mm-hmm.
that my knowledge is better than someone else's. Because all I really try to do is go by the history of the game, even if a player is not my favorite, even if a team's not my squad. So when a guy tells me that CBS was only showing the Lakers and Celtics when they were showing the Phoenix Suns, they were showing the Portland Trailblazers, they were showing the Atlanta Hawks, they were showing the New York Knicks, they were showing the New Jersey Nets, they were showing the Philadelphia 76ers, they were showing the San Antonio Spurs, Utah Jazz, when Dallas Mavericks became the prominence. They were showing all these teams. That's how we knew who these players were. Denver Nuggets, Fat Lieber, all these great players from that time. They was showing everybody. They was getting even when the Bulls winning their championships doing their first I say doing their first run, any top collegiate player coming to the league during that time, they was giving them high profile publicity, man. So it wasn't like they would just zone in on one
now,
guy
but
or
JB,
zone in on
You
one
got,
team.
you got
no,
30
no, no, but
seconds. You
JB,
got.
Okay, but
JB,
the problem
you
is
want to know
you don't
you
see
want to
this
know who
type
I'm
of
gonna blame
dialogue
for
in
that, JB?
football. You don't
No, but
see
All
the
right.
JB,
football
no, but
Yeah.
pass
JB,
being
I'm gonna tell you,
trash. You
but
don't
I'm gonna
see
tell you who I
baseball
blame for that,
being
JB.
trash. From what I've been witnessing over these past 8 years, and I know his fans don't want to hear it, dog. The only people
You gonna be
just
wrong with
making a
what you're
concerted
saying though.
effort to undermine the past greats. Whether it ain't even about the GOAT, man. The GOAT talk is killing basketball
All right,
right now.
JB. All right, JB. Now you're right. You're right. Give it to Herm. Give it to Herm real quick. Give it to
Okay.
Herm. Give it to Herm.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Stop crying.
yeah.
You supposed to be in your
And
50s crying
JB,
like a baby. Stop crying.
No, ain't nobody
JB.
crying, dog.
No,
All
no,
right,
no,
all
no,
You're
right,
no.
all right.
crying. Nigga, that's all you doing is
Jeffrey
been
Jeffrey
Hey,
crying.
John
Nigga,
need
you
to
been
Now,
cut
but
crying.
this
JB,
shit.
Herm, it's yours. Herm, the floor is yours. Herm, the floor is
yeah, for
yours.
sure. I appreciate it, King Rob. But the problem with that statement, JB, though, is that end of the day, when you want to get noticed, when you want certain recognition, you gotta take it. None of these young bulls taking it. None of these young bulls try to take it from the niggas. So of course, if these young bulls letting the 40-year-old man still hang around the league, that's their fault. Cause if that nigga ain't good enough to play, them young niggas need to show that
You
nigga
right.
Bron can't play no
You
more.
right.
These young
You right.
niggas
But
need to
it's a lot.
show that Bron,
Wait, wait, wait,
your ass need to
wait,
retire because
wait a
you gonna
minute.
keep getting your
Giannis
ass kicked. The
Giannis
numbers gonna
wanted to
keep the hold
here you
on,
go, here you
hold
go,
on,
here
hold
you go.
on, hold on.
Giannis, the young
Now
talent is
Giannis ain't
taking over
showed
the
it.
league.
No, he hasn't
But
shown it.
the
He hasn't
NBA
shown it.
don't want to
No, he
give them
hasn't
they
shown it.
don't want to give them a prominence.
Nah, but
They're
Giannis
You know,
hasn't
winning.
shown it.
and
Go
that's
ahead.
the
Giannis
thing.
is the
Hold
face.
on. That's a
We
good. No,
don't
this is
need
a
Giannis
good
to be
point.
the face, nigga. We need
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards to be the face. We need John Morant to be the face. These niggas got to step that game up. These
But you
niggas
know,
never
They
took
can't be
LeBron
the
at the
face. They're not
goddamn
as great
league.
as LeBron James. Stop asking them other people to be LeBron. They're not
That's crazy.
LeBron. They're not
That's
the
crazy.
GOAT. They're
Wait,
not
didn't Ant
GOAT
Man?
names. They're not LeBron, Ramon,
Wait.
James, Hearn.
But
Stop it,
you're
bro.
right. You're right.
That's the
But didn't
problem, bro.
Ant Man
No,
LeBron
beat the
so
no,
hell out of
great
no.
that we
LeBron?
can't talk
They
about
let me
nothing else.
finish.
He's the
I just
greatest
got
thing
to
in
my
your life.
point.
Y'all never seen nothing as great as LeBron James in your life. Y'all talk
He
about
ain't
Jordan
You're
this,
great.
lying.
Jordan that.
That's a
Y'all
lie.
never seen nothing
That's
as great
You're
as
idol
That's a
lying.
worship,
LeBron
lie.
man.
James
All
in
right.
your
All right.
life.
All
I
right.
guarantee
All
it.
right.
That's
You're
I
idol
lying.
All
worship.
right.
guarantee it.
He worshiping. He idol
Guarantee it,
worshiping.
bro.
You're
Even
lying.
at
He
even at
idol
You
worshiping.
16,
boy, you
50 something
yelling his
years old,
name more than
JB,
people
50
name
something JB,
Jesus.
half of his life has been LeBron James greatness. What are y'all talking about, bro? Come on,
What?
You
y'all
worse
just
What?
start
than
accepting
the
greatness. That's the
Christian
problem.
calling
Okay.
on
Okay.
Jesus,
Okay.
bro.
He want
Yeah,
us to
man, what
bow
you know,
down to a
whatever.
guy that's losing in
I
the
got
first
proof and
round 2 years
evidence. No
straight.
Christian could bring you no
He
proof of
losing
no
in the
Jesus
first
Christ.
round 2
I
years
could bring you
straight.
proof of
He
LeBron
lost in the
greatness.
first round in
You got
All
2021,
proof
right. All
of a
right.
whole
All
bunch
right.
and
of
he
All right.
wasn't
All
even
right.
scriptures.
Had
All
the
right.
bound
most
to that.
Hold on.
playoff wins, the most
Because
He
I
just
want to.
championship
I
fell.
want to
wins.
get on. Hold on, guys.
Ain't nobody
I
bowing
hate
down,
20
this.
dog.
years of
Let's
your
get.
life.
Hold on. This
Ain't
show has
nobody
gotten off
bowing
the
down.
You
rail.
ain't never
Hold on.
did
Hold on.
nothing
Hold
great
on.
in your life for 20 years.
Hold on,
Even being a
JB.
Michael
JB. I'm gonna
Jordan
let you.
fan.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna
Backstage
have
the
to at least.
crash out there, man. He
Ain't
crashing
nobody
Ain't
Yeah.
out.
no
crashing
That's
on
Too
what
my
what
black
emotional.
happened.
brother
What I'm here
crying,
for. I
bro.
almost about to get up out of
He
here.
too
This is exactly what
emotional,
y'all
man.
needed.
Oh my
Y'all
God!
put
Look,
him
look,
LeBron fans too
emotional.
emotional.
We get it because again,
exactly. Y'all get mad.
I just want to. I really want to talk facts because a lot of facts were brought up. That JB made a good point. You also made a good point, Exposure. You did. You did.
He made no
LeBron is
point.
that guy. But here's
He
my thing.
lied.
Here's my thing.
Even
Here's my
about the
thing.
even
Here's my
about the
thing.
Magic Johnson thing, he lied. I brought up Magic Johnson's statements. They asked him about the MVP, not Defensive Player of the Year, and he was trying to say that he was a better two-way player than Magic Johnson, and people don't pay attention to his defensive side
Michael
of the ball.
Cooper.
They think all he does
He
is
was
score.
saying Michael
No,
Cooper. Actually,
He
no,
don't
it
know what
was
he's
not.
talking about. It was Michael
I know what
Cooper.
I'm talking about.
Like,
They
no,
were talking
no,
again.
he was
It was
saying. He
Brian
was saying.
Michael
Gumble.
Cooper.
It was Brian Gumble
Oh
giving an
my
interview with
god,
Michael
King
Jordan.
Rowe,
They
after
were
y'all
talking about the
done, give me
league
back the floor, man. I get
MVP,
it.
not
Mm.
Defensive Player of
bro.
the
Just
Year.
because
They
you
were
yelling
talking
a
about
All right,
Magic
see,
microphone don't
winning
I
make you
know
right.
league
it's so funny.
MVP. Y'all can't be.
Just
Don't you
man,
put
mute
words in
him,
my mouth.
nigga,
I know
bro.
what the hell I
Hold
be
on, I hate
saying.
to do it. I
Man,
hate to
y'all
Mute
want
do
me
it.
to
I
this
go
hate
to
to
nigga.
do it.
say? I
Thank
know what I
God.
I
said.
hate to do it.
I know what I
I hate
said.
to do it. Hold
Please
on, hold
do
on.
it. God
Okay,
I know
here's
damn.
the
what I
thing. All
said.
right, so as you said, all right. So he wanted Magic's MVP of '88, and he wanted Coop's MVP of,
No,
Defensive Player of the Year
no,
of '88 as well.
I said that before the
'87, my
88
fault.
season,
'87.
before the 88 season, he had
You
put
mean
his
'87?
propaganda
Yeah, you're
out in
right.
the
'87,
he
my
put
fault.
he put propaganda out in the media by telling people to go watch his stats, to go watch what he does on the other side of the
Okay,
ball. He didn't make an
Your
all
man got a
defensive team in
podcast putting
okay.
'87.
propaganda out.
He didn't make no defensive player of the year recommendations or anything when he had 200 steals and 100 blocks in '87. So that's not why he won it in 1988. Again, he won it in 1988 because of the propaganda behind Michael Jordan at that time, which is why everybody knew Michael Jordan more than anything was for his sneakers and his commercials more than actually watching him play the game of basketball.
So in 1988, what did Jordan do, and what did the Bulls do in that
In,
season? What was just can you sum up what they
in
did? Or
1988, in 1988, the Chicago Bulls won 50 games for the first time, and I believe since like 1988, if not before
okay,
then. That's what happened.
okay.
Jordan and the Bulls had the number one defense in basketball in 1988.
Oh,
They were the third seed and second in their division. So they were behind Boston and Detroit in 1988. Boston won, I believe, 60 something games that year, or close to 60. But I know Detroit won
Boston won
54, and
57.
the
Let's
Bulls
get it
and
right. If you want to go, if you want to
okay,
dig
all
back
right,
further,
okay,
I
we're gonna
got it.
get
We
it
got
right.
it.
okay,
They won 57 games.
so they won 57. Detroit won 54. The Bulls won 50. That was what the Bulls
Ooh,
did. And Jordan
ooh.
was the league MVP. Jordan was the All-Star MVP. Jordan was the scoring champ, first all NBA first team, all defensive first team, steals champ, all of that. That's what Jordan was in
And
1988.
defensive player of the year, right?
Yeah, exactly. And he lost to a team with
So
no
you
all
just
NBA player and no
okay,
all
cool.
defensive player on their roster. That's what he did.
That's funny. That's funny, though, Johnny. That's funny because I'm gonna kill you right now. You
Didn't
just
that
stepped
happen
in
in
some
'09?
shit. Hold on. Y'all, you just stepped in some shit
Before.
because
And
hold on.
that
You
shit is
told
your
me
head.
that the
And that
Bucks
shit
were
is
not
your
a
head.
great team. Hold on. You stepped in some shit. You said something earlier. This is what JB, listen real quick. Listen real quick. Early in this show, when we asked the first Jordan playoff opponent was against the Milwaukee Bucks. How many All NBA defensive players did they have?
The Milwaukee Bucks in 1985 had two all defensive players.
So were they a great team or not?
I said they were a great team. I didn't say they weren't.
You clearly said they weren't a great. You
No, I did,
clearly said that
bro. I did
Jordan.
not say that, bro.
No.
That's not
Okay,
what I
no.
said. All
JB
this is
asked you.
recorded, bro.
Hold on,
But it's
JB
not that.
asked you.
That's
Okay,
not
you're
what I
right.
said.
You're right. JB asked you specifically, and maybe you misheard the question. But did
Mm-mm.
Jordan always lose the great teams? You said the Bucks were not a great team. They were.
No,
They
I
were not.
said no. I
Yeah.
said using Jordan's rookie season to claim that he faced tougher competition and make that his competition was the lie. That's what I said.
I didn't say nothing
Okay,
about
but
it.
what?
I didn't say
He
that.
said
I
nothing
didn't say
about being
one era
rookie.
is
Yeah,
better than
thank
the
you.
next. I never said that. See,
That's
that's the
why
whole
when I
point
brought
we're
up
trying to.
JB,
that's why when I brought up
said.
87, but that's why when I brought up 87, y'all had a whole hissy fit because Jordan in 87 shouldn't have been an under
Boy, these
500 team.
goalposts
Jordan in
everywhere, bro.
87. No, it's not moving goalpost because we're talking about Jordan's competition. Again, the same
Shit all
competition
over.
that BJ or JB told us he doesn't care
So
two fucks about.
at
So
the
we have
end
to
of the
talk
day,
about
hold
who's
on.
supposed to be
Hold
Jordan's
on.
competition. So Jordan only
At
wins
the end,
when he's the best team in the league. He never beats the team that's above him like LeBron did multiple times, over a dozen
are you
times in his
kidding
career.
me?
I mean,
Whoa,
here
are
we
you
come,
Yes,
kidding
Mr.
me?
President.
yes,
Hold on, that's
yes,
bullshit.
yes.
Whoa. They didn't
See,
beat they didn't beat the Knicks who were a higher seed. They didn't beat they won that wasn't the highest.
They beat two
he
teams
just
in
said. He
1989.
just see
They
that's what I'm
beat two
saying.
teams in
That's
19.
why I say.
Oh, listen,
This is
they
why I
beat
get
2 teams.
upset
No,
with
no,
They
hold on,
play.
everything
JB,
they
They
JB,
say.
let
play
him have,
2
let him
See,
have,
teams.
they'll
because
say
They
one
he
play.
got to
thing,
They
but
clarify
play.
then they
something.
They
Hold
come
on,
in
beat.
and
JB,
they
let
They
him
always
beat.
clarify himself.
nitpick.
Let him
They
clarify
beat.
himself.
They beat 2 teams.
Taylor,
They
give
beat
me the
2 teams.
flow
They
when you
beat 2
can.
teams. They beat 2 teams in 1989 that went to top 2 seed teams. They beat the Knicks in 1993, but LeBron James was beating teams like that since the beginning in 07 when he beat the number 1 Detroit Pistons. Y'all don't want to count that. Y'all don't want to count him beating the
Without Ben
Chicago
Wallace.
Bulls. Y'all don't. It doesn't matter what it was. They were the number 1 seed. They were still a
You
Okay,
team with
okay.
just
all
said
I'm
that
hold
he
on, hold on,
never
hold on,
beat
hold
a
on. Let's
team that
pivot.
was
Let's
a higher
pivot.
LeBron
seed.
James
You
has
know
beat
what?
over a
Hold
dozen
up.
teams.
Let's pivot.
He beat twice or 3 times as much teams as Jordan under the same scenarios. That is the point. So when
Who
you're
beat
Really?
more
You
talking
50
about
win
okay?
the
So
teams?
you're
12,
gonna
when
tell
you're
me the
talking
same
about the 12
scenario?
teams LeBron
Who
James
beat
beat
more 50 win
compared to the
teams?
3 Jordan beat, it is minuscule. It's minuscule. It's
Who
an
beat
ant
more 50 win
compared to an
teams?
elephant. That means nothing. What
Who beat
Jordan
more
did is
50
never
win teams?
enough to be better than what LeBron has done. You can't accept it, sir.
Who
I
beat
don't
more
care
Okay.
if you
50
want
win
Let
to
me
teams?
add that.
let me ask you this. Hold up, guys,
That's
Jordan
not
please,
dominated
the
please.
league
question.
era.
I'm
Jordan
clear. It's gonna be
dominated
me and
league
what's the
era.
name?
What are y'all
Hold on. It's
doing?
gonna be any exposure. Y'all just wait backstage right quick. Y'all
Wait
just make
backstage.
backstage because please.
10
Okay,
more
so
minutes. You
cool.
got 10 more
Cool.
minutes, sir.
You
Go
just
ahead.
I got you. Now yeah, I got you. Because I gotta ask my questions. Sorry guys, I gotta ask my questions. So you telling me that the Pistons in 07 were a great team, right?
The Pistons in '07 was definitely a
They were
good
a
team. I
great
just said
team?
they were a
Oh, they're a
good
good
team,
team.
a
Okay,
great.
okay. I
They,
accept that.
they were
Did,
they were
Did
a great
LeBron
team.
have help in that playoff
Good
run?
accolades, achievements. Huh?
Did LeBron
What
have
happened?
help in that playoff run? Did LeBron have help in that playoff run?
No.
Okay. Do you understand in the game 6, the closeout game, that
Mhm.
Boobie Gibson scored more points than the Pistons in the fourth quarter of the closeout game? You
Yes,
realize
and
going into the fourth quarter it was a close game, right? Going into at the end of the third, it was a close game.
And do you know? And do you know that before that game, the game strategy was to exactly do that because they knew the Detroit Pistons were going to double and triple team LeBron, and they left Boobie Gibson open for every shot while LeBron James made the right play like he's been doing his whole life. That's why Boobie Gibson had a great game.
Okay, so did LeBron have a good game that game?
He had a mediocre game. It wasn't his best,
You
but he still
realize he
played.
didn't score a bucket to the third quarter, right?
Again, he was being completely changed. Remember, he just went for 45 in overtime. They were not going to let LeBron
God
James go off
damn.
again. Back they are one of the better defensive teams in NBA history, even without Ben Wallace. So stop making it seem
So
like they
wait,
did not
He
game
went
plan
3 for
in the
11
game
in that
six.
game.
You
Hold
know,
on, he
oh wait,
went 3. Hold on.
they're not like Michael. In an elimination
Shout
game,
out to
they step
Renee.
up their game. They step up their
Shut
game.
up to
One
Renee.
point never
Oh,
done.
they step up. So wait a minute. You just literally proved that LeBron had fucking help. Are you kidding me,
No,
Johnny? Oh,
no.
now he
Again,
didn't have help.
no,
But the
no,
man
no,
scored the way
no,
a guy
you're not
outscored.
listening, Ro. You're not listening, Ro. I said the Detroit Pistons stepped up their game because they were facing elimination. So they were not about to let LeBron James go ham again on them like he did in game 5, which,
They
which
stepped
means
up their
his
game.
teammates, his teammates are going to have more open shots and Boobie gets him hit them shots. Shout out to Boobie Gibson for doing his
Johnny,
job.
what you're doing is
Wow.
making excuses for success.
I'm
Now,
not
I
making
clearly
excuses for
asked you, did he
success,
have
bro.
help?
I'm breaking
LeBron
down the game
James
of
scored.
basketball, and you're mad that I'm breaking down the game of basketball that you can't understand. I just gave you the
No.
game plan.
I
I gave you
clearly
the
understand
strategy,
this. I
and you're
clearly
upset about
understand
it.
this. No,
Okay,
because I
so if you
need y'all to
understand it, that's
understand
not
this.
excuses,
Y'all
sir.
sat
That's
there and
explanation.
called me
And
out.
in this coach,
I
I'm
had to
mad.
text 19 Day on the phone to get him to pull up because y'all were calling us
Get
out
him
by
to pull
name.
up. You need the
So
fucking
y'all
help.
brought
Go
up
get
a
the help,
game.
nigga. Go get
Hold
Ray
on. But
Easy.
y'all
Go
gave.
get CW. Go get
No, he's
Dart.
good.
Go
He's
get
good.
Jesse
He's good.
Jackson.
He's good.
Go get Mr.
He's good.
Monkey
They
Man.
all good. I
Go
got
get
this.
Mr.
I got
Bird.
this.
Go get
I
Mr.
got
Sweet
this. You
Tea.
need to
Go get
explain to
every
me.
last
You
rapper you know,
explain to me
and I'm
how
gonna
a
tell you
teammate
all
of
day
LeBron.
long.
No, this is bullshit, bro. This is bullshit.
I'm
This
not
is
the
where you
model
are a
here.
dumb shock
No,
jock, bro.
man,
No, for real. For real. No, this is come on, Johnny. I got a
now
respect for
y'all
you,
talking
but
about me,
this is
right?
bullshit.
I gotta be a
No.
shot
I
jock
got a
because
lot
I
of
talk
respect for you,
basketball.
Johnny. But wait a minute. Boobie Gibson scored more points than the Pistons. And then first you said the Pistons. How could they step
Yes,
up their game if they let a
yes.
player off the
They
bench?
let him
If they let a
open,
player off,
bro. They left him, bro. They left him
okay,
wide open for a reason. That's the only way to stop LeBron James, nigga.
that's not
You can't
stepping up
stop
your
LeBron
game
James
by
from
letting
going
a guy who
forward.
can make. Boobie Gibson was a good shooter
They
at every
said
level.
that was the game plan. They said if they were going to lose, it would
So
be
the
because of
game
LeBron
plan is to
James'
let a.
teammate.
So you mean to
And
tell me?
LeBron James went to that teammate before the game, not the coach, Not nobody else. LeBron went there and said, "Yo, you about to be open
So,
all night,
so
bro.
did LeBron,
Have fun."
did
And he
LeBron
did
tell you
that.
I'm only? Did LeBron tell you I'm only gonna make 3 shots in this game? I'm not
And
gonna get a
that's what it
shot
makes.
to 8
Did
minutes to
they win
go
the
in the
game?
fourth
Did
quarter.
they win the game? Did they win the game, or do you care about
Bro,
stats,
but
sir?
see, but then
I thought stats really don't matter to you. Now you
the
want to care
thing
about
is for you
stats
to
when the
okay,
stats
okay,
never do
okay, okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm a concede. Even though you made a fool of yourself by telling me a guy who scored 20, outscored the Pistons. You said the Pistons stepped up, and yet they
Yeah.
let a role player off the bench
I
outscore
said,
them
bro,
for the entire
they
fourth
stepped up
quarter of a close
versus
game.
LeBron. Bro, they stepped up versus LeBron
No,
James
no.
because he scored
Okay,
45
cool,
on them the night
cool,
before
cool,
last
cool.
and
Okay,
went for
cool.
25 straight points, an NBA
All right.
record. Stop
I'm gonna
acting
go
like
back to
LeBron
series.
James didn't have the greatest performance
Hold
of
up.
your lifetime by a 22-year-old. You never saw nobody
Scotty,
as
no,
great
no.
as LeBron James versus the Detroit Pistons.
Kobe went
Game 5,
15, 8,
and you know
48,
what?
16. Hold up. Kobe went 48, 18, and 6. Shaq was fouled out the last 5 minutes of the game. They closed out the Sacramento Kings in 4. That was the greatest performance by a
With
22-year-old
Shaq,
I've ever seen.
while Shaq plays over 30 minutes on your side. LeBron didn't have Shaq at all in 07. And you talking about
Kobe did that. That was a close game.
against the
Hold
Blazers?
up, Johnny.
Come
Hold on,
on, man.
Johnny. That was a
Not
close
against the
game.
Scottie Pippen with a bad back. Not against the bad back Scottie Pippen that you always bring up. Not the
What,
bad
what
back
are you talking
Scottie
about, Scottie
Pippen you're
Pippen?
using
I'm
right
not
now.
talking about Scottie Pippen. I'm talking about the
You said
best
against the
performance by a
Blazers.
22-year-old
Against the
I've seen.
Blazers. That was not the best performance you've seen by a 22-year-old.
Bro,
The
you
best performance
crashed
you've
it
seen by a
out, bro.
22-year-old is somebody who
All
scored
right.
25 straight points. Wait, did
I'm
Kobe
gonna
score
ask you one
25
question.
straight?
Hold on.
Wait, bro. Did Kobe score 25 straight points, bro?
He had 48, 16, and
Did he
6. He
score
had 9 offensive
25
rebounds.
straight points, sir? Answer
I
the
don't give a fuck
question.
about. You know what? Let's keep
Exactly.
it real. Let's keep it real.
You don't
You know
care
why
about
LeBron?
greatness.
You
You
know why
care
LeBron
about
scored
value
28
in your
5 straight
show.
points? What? Oh, what?
Yeah.
See, this is crazy. You score 25 points. You don't have help. Then a guy, your teammate outscored. Because again, just because he was open, don't mean he's supposed to hit those shots. Open shots are not guaranteed to go in, but he did. He outscored
You're a
the
professional
Pistons. The
basketball player.
Pistons
Yes,
by
you hit open
themselves.
shots, sir.
Okay.
You don't
All right.
look at somebody
And the number
you
one, I've
don't look
seen the
at a
film.
player
Hold on,
who
sir.
hits an open
I've
shot and
seen
say,
the
"Oh well,
film.
he's not supposed to always make it, bro." See what I'm saying, bro? You're not talking
I've
basketball.
seen the
So you're
film.
telling me
I've
if
seen
your
the
player,
film.
if OG Anunoby's open for a three and he misses, you're gonna be like, "Well, oh, you don't always make a wide open three
It
pointer."
happens all the
That's gonna
time.
be your
OG Anunoby is not that type of 3-point shooter. He's not. Nobody's order. The only person I've ever seen that was automatic from a wide open three is Drizzy Petrie, the late great Drizzy. That's all. Everybody else I've seen miss a wide open shots. You probably make it at a 60% clip, but I never seen Drizzy miss an open shot. But other players I have, even the great Ray Allen, even the great Glenn Rice, even some of the greatest shooters I've ever seen. But I'm gonna ask you another question, real quick. Who was the main defender on Vince Carter in the second round against the Nets?
More than likely, it was LeBron.
It wasn't.
Okay, so was it LeBron?
LeBron had Vince. I will say this, and because I'm not a bullshitter, LeBron did have Vince on the closeout, the last couple of possessions of one of the close games. I believe it was Game 4, but the main defenders on Vince Carter, and you know I'm going there because Vince Carter had a horrible series. But the main defenders was Sasha Pavlovic, the combination of Sasha Pavlovic and Larry Hughes. Now as we know, Larry Hughes late in that series, his plantar fasciitis was, and eventually it tore. Right?
Stop.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay. No. Okay. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Stop
I'm gonna
lying,
ask you
bro.
a question. I'm gonna ask the next
There was
question.
no way Mike
Bro, go
Brown
put it in
used
Chat
Sasha
GPT. Put it in
Pavlovic,
Chat
man.
GPT.
Now I don't put things in Chat GPT. Go to Lamont with that. Let's go to film. Go show me film. Go to game 1 and show me Safra Papovich sticking Vince Carter. How about that? Do that.
Bro, it's
Do
all
that, sir.
there, bro. It's
Come
all
on, man.
there.
It's
They
not all
basically
there.
said
What's all there is
LeBron did not take. No. LeBron actually guarded Richard Jefferson for most of that series, and Richard Jefferson of all Nets had the best series. Now I'm not trying to imply that LeBron is not a good defender, especially at that point at 22 years old, but it is clear as day. Number one, it's the best defensive matchup. Hughes and Pavlovich guarded Vince Carter.
Average 18 points per game, sir. LeBron James was
Who?
guarding Vince Carter. LeBron James is the best defender on the team. You're gonna put LeBron James at least on Vince Carter. You're not gonna put him on Vince.
So who was Hughes guarding? Who was Hughes and Pavlovich guarding?
Obviously, Hughes is guarding what's it called? Jason Kidd. What's wrong with you? Why
Oh,
not?
okay. Okay. So
He's
he's
gonna go.
actually got it. So he's
Yes, he's
actually
a threat.
pestering the engine of the Nets offense, right?
Oh,
Well,
how
Jason,
he had wait, how? When Jason Kidd has 15 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists per game. What are you talking about, sir? Shooting 40% from the 3-point line. What are you talking about, sir? Y'all gotta stop
bruh,
making shit up, man. Like
bruh.
y'all
So,
say,
I said,
come on, bro. God damn, bro. Like, come on, bro. You're trying. This is
who
is
so
all
who was
this in
guarding
your
Richard? Who was
is
guarding
all of
Richard?
this
Who
in
was
your
guarding
notes?
Richard?
Is it
Okay, okay, okay. No. Okay. Let me ask you this. Did
Whoever's the two guard, Sasa Pavlovich, or whoever's playing the two guard for the Cavaliers, which could easily be
do you understand it? Okay, cool. I'm
or
not asking your next question. Okay, I got you. The Nets front court. Who was in the Nets front court? Do you remember?
no, because they were not good guys. I know they had one
Okay.
of the college. That was it. That's
Yeah,
they
yes. The one that's married to a guy
didn't have,
right now,
they
Mikey Moore.
didn't have Kenyon. They didn't have Kenyon Martin, so that's how
Kenyon
they got
Martin
Vince
was
Carter.
long gone. Van Horn was traded to the
It don't
Knicks in
matter.
'01. They put in the
They
one.
got
Okay.
It don't
So
matter.
their
They
front
got
court. Hold
Jason
on.
Kidd
Their
and
front
Vince
court.
Carter, bro. They got Jason Kidd
They
and Vince
didn't.
Carter.
I'm gonna tell
LeBron
you. I'm
doesn't
gonna tell
have
you who
that.
the
It's
front court. Hold on. I'm
LeBron.
gonna tell you
LeBron don't have
Okay. I'm
nothing.
gonna
It's
tell you.
y'all love to
See.
talk about top heavy Miami Heat, but y'all just be lying, bro. You just be lying, bro.
Hey,
Like
and
stop
Johnny,
talking
why,
like this.
why you
Like
see
y'all
you
niggas
doing
seem
what
like the Nets
JB did?
don't talk.
And I'm gonna have a real. Me and JB going to talk tomorrow. We're gonna talk
Oh,
tomorrow. You're doing what
we need
JB
to
did. You're
talk.
getting defensive. You're getting defensive.
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
just
just
want
saying,
to.
bro,
I just want facts. I want facts. Hold
bro,
on. The Nets
what
front
are you
court
trying to
was
tell us?
obviously
What are you
Jason
trying to tell
Collins.
us, bro? What are you
Jason
trying to tell
Collins.
us, bro?
Jason
What are you trying to
Collins.
say, bro?
Okay, I'm
What are
just
you
naming
trying
the
to
Nets
say?
front court. I'm just naming the Nets front court. I'm naming the players who played the majority of minutes in the Nets front court. Can
Yes,
I do that? So it
yes,
was
go ahead.
Jason Collins, the one that's married to a guy right now, Mikey Moore,
Okay.
Richard
Oh wow.
Jefferson, and the main guy off
Oh,
the bench is Boston Nakbar. Okay. Now I
oh,
want to name the Cavs front court. So Drew Zagauskas, Drew Gooden,
oh yes.
obviously LeBron James.
Oh,
Coming off the bench is Anderson
oh,
Varejao. Now I make that because
oh,
the Cavs had a clear rebounding advantage, a clear to the point where Mikey Moore, who was the power forward, I guess they named Collins, but Collins had was even worse. Drew Gooden averaged double the rebounds of Mikey Moore, and matter of fact, he averaged more rebounds than Mikey Moore and Jason Collins combined. So you
oh
telling me
my.
You telling me LeBron didn't have help?
Bro, you're
I mean,
talking about
no, wait,
6 game series. That's not help, bro.
how
Guys
was it not?
playing
Wait, how
good.
was it not help?
Guys
How was
playing
it not?
good is not considered help when you're facing Jason Kidd. You're facing Vince Carter. You're facing Richard Jefferson. This is a team that has experience. LeBron James
So
team
you're
doesn't
not
have
you're
experience.
telling me you're
No,
not able to sway the
and Drew
series
Gooden.
by taking
You
advantage
cannot.
of the front court.
No. Okay. Take away advantage of what front court, bro? They have one
They
of the
had
best
a
point guards in the league. They have one of the
see, this
best
is
point
what you
guards.
do, Johnny.
They have
Okay,
Vince
you're right. They had
Carter.
one of
What are
the,
you
and mind you,
talking
that's where they were getting
about?
their rebounders from. That's the crazy part. They were getting their rebounders from the backcourt. Matter of fact, Jason Kidd out rebounded LeBron James.
Exactly. That shows you again. You're
Okay.
bringing up
So
nonsense.
but you got,
They were a
you
good
got Big
team.
Z, you got Big Z, Drew Gooden, and Anderson Varejao. Let's keep it a stack. They are three good rebounders. So you're telling me you're gonna sit there
No,
and tell me they
they're
didn't
not,
even have board
bro.
help?
Bro.
Oh,
They didn't even
Anderson
average double.
Varejao was not a good rebounder.
Bro, they did not average double-digit rebounds. What are you talking about?
Okay,
How are
well,
you
number
talking
one,
about not
well,
averaging
Andy came off the.
rebounds?
Okay, so they did but they doubled their competition, my dude. They doubled their competition. They were beating up
Bro,
Mikey Moore averaged
the
3.7
Cavs were a
rebounds, I
better
believe.
okay, the Cavs were a better rebounding team. That doesn't mean they were
So
the
that's
better
not
team.
help.
No, that's not
That's not help.
that's
I need y'all to, I need that
that's not
because when you're
help,
gonna tell
bro.
me that Dennis
Not
Rodman
when
wasn't helping Michael
the other
Jordan now,
team is
right?
not when the other team is better in other aspects of the game. Like y'all acting like y'all now the other team
You
like
mean
y'all are
having one of the most
downplaying.
best peskiest defenders in Larry Hughes, who was mind you, an All NBA first team defender not only 2 seasons prior. See,
Was he
this is what y'all go through all of this.
Was he all NBA?
But meanwhile, hold on, sir. Here's one thing I know you did say. You said the Bulls did not have a good team until Scottie Pippen showed up. Let me ask you this: was Scottie Pippen
Jordan
helped in 1988?
Jordan couldn't win till Scottie got there. Jordan had a team that he could have won
Okay,
with.
all right,
Jordan's not a winner.
So
He's a
Scottie got
shooter.
there in '88. Scottie got there in '88. Was he helping 1988? So a guy that averaged 9 points, 3 rebounds, didn't start over Brad Sellers.
I never said Scottie Pippen was why the Bulls were a good team in 1988. I said Jordan never won without Scottie Pippen being on his team. And in 1988, in a game 5,
you're crashing, bro.
Scottie was player of the game and inserted into the starting lineup to help the Bulls get past the Cavaliers. So yes, Scottie Pippen.
What did Michael Jordan average in the first round series against the Cavs?
I know exactly what he averaged. He averaged like 45.
Okay, I know you know. But
yes.
See, and I gotta bring everybody up. I don't want to take too much of your time because you put yourself in.
I got enough smoke for everybody.
Here's my thing, bro. Here's my thing. See, this is what I wanted to get at. Because I knew he was. Hey, guys, I want y'all to get it. He fell into my trap. He went out of his way to tell me guys doubling their matchup in the goddamn playoffs would not help. But meanwhile, he believes that Scottie Pippen, a guy that didn't even make the all-rookie team in a weak draft, where it was a weak draft, where David Robinson wouldn't even play for another 2 years, the number 1 pick. He couldn't even make the all-rookie team, but he's helped to help Jordan become a 50-win team.
Jordan had 3 top 10 picks on his first championship team from that same draft.
Oh, great. You know, Drew Gooden was the 4th pick overall, right?
I know that.
Funny. It's funny the way, see, man, because this is the one thing. This is the one I want. I mean, you know, bro. Again,
and LeBron got to the finals with them. What did your boy do? Choke in the first round, crying on the bus.
Oh, yeah. It's easy to get to the first round when you're going against Mikey fucking Moore.
41 and 41.
Yeah. Ignore Jason Kidd and
ignore Jason Kidd. Cool. Yeah. The same way you want to sit there and tell me that the Pistons didn't have an All-NBA defender. What was the All-NBA defender on the Nets?
Going into that series versus the Nets,
they had an all-defensive player in the Nets.
Jason Kidd was hurt. Richard Jefferson was hurt.
Vince Carter
was hurt.
They played 6 games. They played 6 games, started 6 games. I don't know.
And he tells you he had no help. This man told you that Boobie Gibson outscoring their Pistons. But first he says the Pistons stepped up. Then he said, because if they fuck taking LeBron out, that's not stepping up. You're supposed to take the whole team out. How is it stepping up when you got outscored?
LeBron is the team.
LeBron. Let's keep it a stack. In that 2007, as I said, look, guys. Learn that I said that the 2007 run was overrated as fuck because LeBron. It was only like 3 games you can say he carried the team because every single game somebody else stepped up. Every single game, and again, Larry Hughes played excellent in the first. Larry Hughes played great in the first round, especially defensively.
Yeah,
played great. He was a wizard, and he knew he.
Excuse me, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
He
played great.
Like I say, man. When you got guys coming up here talking about your blood pressure high, my blood pressure's fine. It's not that. The issue was that
I got no problem with my blood pressure.
If you took that one dude out the equation, the basketball conversation would be just like it was.
It would be much better.
Put it this way.
You know what?
I know that.
Look. JB. I know. Look. No. Okay, the link is up here. Hold on.
You can't talk about greatness.
This is 2025, and we have a group of individuals that's so hell bent on proving Jordan is lackluster. To think about this is 2025. We've had 7 different presidents in office since Michael Jordan played basketball.
Exactly. That's why I muted Johnny a grand total twice. I muted Johnny a grand total twice.
And they generate most of their content talking about Jordan back in the 1980s. When this man, okay, just like
hold on, because he got to go. No, let's make his time. He got to go. He going to ask one question, please.
Y'all done wasted enough of my time. This is enough exposure for me. I can't wait
No,
for
no,
football.
you got work, bro. You
Only in the
got work,
minds of an
man. You got work,
LBJ.
and
Only in the
I
I
need
minds of
to
an
know,
LBJ.
I know,
only
and
in
we
the mind. The guys that got hold on, the guys that do mental gymnastics. No, JB, because you made a great point.
And they
And
gonna
then you can
lose
ask
when
your
all
hold
this
on,
is over. They
JB,
gonna
hold on,
lose
JB,
their
hold
heart.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Go
R.I.P.
ahead.
Michael Jordan fans, R.I.P. 90 fans, R.I.p.
We're
90.
not even Jordan fans. None of us up here are Jordan fans.
Yes,
but
it is.
but ask your question. Ask your question.
Jordan fan can.
You've been a yo, and I will say you represented my co-host got a little out of again because
No, it's fine, bro. It's fine. I got my chance to say what I got to say. I know exactly how to get my takeoff against
okay.
y'all
But
guys.
what's the question? What's the question? Because we
Y'all
gonna
can't stop me, man. Y'all can't stop me. Y'all gonna
no,
have to get.
bro.
When I say
I'm
y'all
gonna
got
say
the Avengers. What's other than the Avengers? Y'all need to go get DC Comics and add like the multi-universe of the
oh god.
X-Men universe
That's supposed to be
all
funny,
together,
right? That's
bro.
supposed to be funny,
No,
right?
Jay,
That's supposed to be funny. It's
it's
supposed to be
cool. It's cool.
supposed to
No,
be
no. This
soothing.
is this
It's
this is a
something. It's
clown right here.
soothing
This is
bro.
a stock jock
Soothe
clown
your
right here.
soul, bro.
Again,
Soothe your
he
soul.
told me he said Jordan can go left. We proved that. He wouldn't use my film study. Yeah, he uses film
I
study
did use
to
your
say
film
that.
study. I did use your film study. If I showed you a bunch of clips of LeBron James and a bunch of mid-range jumper in his early Cleveland stints, are you gonna say LeBron can shoot mid-range jumpers?
I'm not going to deny that because they actually had those on stats. They actually have
It's not,
stats on that. LeBron's
exactly.
whole
Because
career,
you have no
they got
stats.
stats on how good he was. He was never good.
That's how long ago Jordan played. They didn't even keep records of the stuff that was happening in the game. Again, that's why we should
No,
stop
they
talking about.
didn't think to. They didn't think of keeping shot distances and shit like that. That's cool though. But we
I was
got the film. We know that he was about
I lived
55% in the
back
mid
then.
range.
I
We
lived
know
back
that.
then. I know what I'm talking about.
So did I. I live too. I'm older than you.
Wait a minute, though.
I
You
know.
say, but you just said Jordan played damn near 100 years ago, but y'all bring him up every day for
But
y'all
just one
content
thing,
most of the time.
and JB, I want you. Hold on. I want because the good point you made a really good point, and I want to jump on it. Remember when we started the show? It's funny because when it came to this Jordan, it lit up when we came to this Jordan versus LeBron crap. But my first topic was what? What was my first topic, JB?
We was talking about the young players who you predicted could make the All-Star team this
So
year.
we talked about the top 10 players. See, I want you to understand. I want people to understand this because I'm ready to talk about this current era. But what these guys is and everybody else, and then you said, hold on, say again.
Did you have that in your notes? Did you have the All
Yeah,
NBA players?
I did. That was the first thing I made at breakfast. I was sitting here because I looked at a poll and it was like, who's the best player of these four? And I said,
And
oh
he
yeah, these are
named
four
10
guys
players.
under the rest.
He named 10
I think
players
10 players.
who
I wanted
he
to ask
felt
you
was
about
going
Nikola Jovic
to
because I named one of your guys, Nikola Jovic. I wanted to know how good you think he is, Nikola Jovic. Do you think he's going to be?
He's not making an All NBA team, and he's definitely struggling in the sports system.
So I mean, I think he got a shot. I think he might make an All-Star team. I know he's gonna make an All NBA team, but I think he got a shot. I hear a lot of good things about him. I think there's a good chance for him to have a breakout year. But again, that's my point. I
I don't
want to
see
talk
that.
about the current league. I want to talk about, deeper shit, but we got to go back and break down 18-year-old series and 33-year-old.
No,
What we talking about?
1988
1984.
Game 5. 1988 Game 5 when Ronald Reagan was president.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
We back and just say no.
I don't think y'all can talk the game enough to talk about today's game. That's your
Man,
problem.
please, whoa, time out. Bro, this is me right here. Do you know what I've been doing these past 7 years? When all this hoopla about,
I don't know.
I'm finna tell you. And this ain't got nothing to do with Michael Jordan. This ain't got nothing to do with your guy per se. These talking heads, the so-called basketball experts, they've been predicting LBJ and his team going to the finals in LA, Brooklyn going to the finals with KD. They want the super team. They want the superstars to join forces. But what I've been watching, and this has been going on since 2018, and this is with the NBA, they've been 3-4 years behind the fact. The NBA has basically overcame this debilitating super team era by organizations, mainly small market teams, that figured out the formula to thwart the super team. Because it's a flawed concept to begin with.
What's that formula?
They drafted young. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
They drafted young talent And instead of using them as assets and trade bait to flip around and bring in superstars, you know what they said? We're going to develop them. And why these so-called superpowers go try to, beat each other within the next 3-4 years, we're going to take over. And this been going on since 2021. If you look at the NBA landscape, none of these win now teams are cashing in. This whole era, when they talk about, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. And this is strictly basketball talk.
No, it's
Brooklyn,
not. It's false.
Yes, it is. I'm finna tell
Everything
you why.
saying is false.
I just said, time out.
It's all false.
Time out. When Brooklyn had a good thing going, when they had KD, Kyrie, and they had a wealth of young, talented players. When they traded and brought in James Harden, when they got Harden, they was done. Because you went top heavy. You facilitate a lot of those trades by giving them.
Long story short, the Brooklyn Nets flamed out. They flamed out, and guys, teams like OKC, teams like OKC is on top now.
The Bucks went and got one of the best point guards in the league to help them win a championship, plus some other players to help them win a championship.
But they also had a young. You realize the Bucks developed their team young, right?
They traded for Chris Middleton. They traded for Brandon Lopez.
They traded for Chris Middleton after his rookie year from Detroit.
Again, it doesn't matter how you want to cut it. At the end of the day, they didn't.
Stop it, bro. Chris Middleton was not. Chris Middleton wasn't a high.
Warriors when they traded for Andrew
developed them
into the roster. How about that? Oh, wait a minute. Let's talk about the Denver Nuggets, who went and got KCP, who went and got Aaron Gordon. Y'all just be making shit up, man.
Oh, see, no one said nobody makes trades. Every one of these teams, hold on, sir. Every champion, hold on. Hey, sir, every champion of this decade, except for the Lakers, had developed their young core. They have developed a young core. Jason
was a young core. KCP was a young core. The Lakers did the same crap, but they
went. Yeah, but okay, you're right. You're right. No. Let's keep it real. Hold on, Johnny.
Closed every last one of them lies, man. The NBA got better and avoided the super teams because the overall talent in the NBA got better.
It's because they developed their young players. That means now developed their young players.
No,
that means teams develop their young players.
They've been developing young players all the time. The difference is now the younger players are just better at the game. From 3 to 8, you have better players.
Why do the Lakers? Hold on, let me ask you this: if the young players are better, why are the Lakers devoid of young players? Because that's what got their ass beat.
The Lakers got rid of the players they no longer wanted to pay long extension to, like Kuzma, like KCP, like
you mean the ones that wanted to win that bubble, that fake ass bubble chip? The ones you mean KCP that went and won another chip?
Again.
You mean Caruso that went and won another chip?
I didn't say they were bad basketball players, bro. I just explained why they were no longer on the Lakers after a while. You have to listen.
Because they couldn't pay them. Because they couldn't pay them because they went the Russell Westbrook route, right? No. Let's keep it real.
Bro, they could have paid them. They didn't want to give them extended contracts.
Because they couldn't afford. They couldn't afford to use the bird rights. They couldn't afford to use the bird rights.
No, because Russell Westbrook was on a 2-year deal. After 2 years, he's gone.
When Russell Westbrook came in the year after Phoenix, he didn't come out the year after the championship.
Again, he still had 2 years left on his contract, which is what the Lakers want. KCP didn't want a 2-year deal. Caruso didn't want a 2-year deal.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Caruso had longer than a 2-year deal left. They got rid of their young talent to save money.
Caruso. Hold on. I got it. What's your team? I know it's your team. Caruso was a restricted free agent. Caruso. Go ahead, Jamie. Go ahead.
When Johnny talked about his team, Miami, I didn't say one word. When he talked about who he felt could succeed,
I know. I'm my bad.
I don't pretend like I know about another team's dynamic. He talked about his team in Miami. I didn't say one word. I said, okay,
he's a LeBron fan, so you know he's like in your team, your squad, right? Yeah, I know.
I know about basketball. I don't need to know about some teams.
The difference is,
why are you talking about Caruso like he wasn't a restricted free agent?
don't hear no Laker fan hating on LeBron. You ain't no Laker fan hating on
No,
LeBron.
hold on, sir. Hold on. But Caruso, hold on.
Stand on that.
Caruso,
Don't try to pretend to be
with
something you ain't.
Caruso, hey
When they
Johnny, with
traded for
Caruso,
Westbrook,
hold up. Hold on. We all talking over each other. I'm gonna give it to you, JB. With Caruso, they had every right to match the Bulls' offer of 4 years, $40 million. They did it, right?
Exactly, because
They
it's
did
4
it.
years.
Why did it? Because it would have cost them a lot because they already had the cap.
Because they didn't want to spend 4 more years of money, nigga. That's
Yes,
it.
they were broke. They were broke. They were broke.
Jeannie Buss was broke, not the Lakers. The Lakers was worth $10 billion. Jeannie Buss was broke.
Okay.
The Buss family was
So
broke.
in other words, she owned the bus.
This is what happened. Now, like I said, he talked about his team, Miami. I didn't say one word. I don't come out that bad. I listened to what he said about his players. I didn't say nothing. This is what happened with the Russell when they traded.
Jeannie Buss was broke.
Well,
But she's the owner of the Lakers.
time out, because you. Okay, let me break this down because when it comes to this dude's fans, man, you got to break stuff down to him. When they traded for Westbrook, they didn't. They either had to. When they extended Kuzma, they signed to the extension and they immediately traded him to Washington along with KCP and Montrezl Harrell and 3 second-round picks and a 2021 first-round pick
and a
to bring in
first-round pick.
Westbrook.
Yep.
So when you brought in Westbrook, you only had enough money to either re-sign Taylor Horton Tucker or Caruso. Tucker was represented by Clutch. So you knew what the deal was and who they was going to select. If they hadn't traded for Westbrook and just kept the team that they had, since they said that, this is the same team that won in the bubble. Well, why would you trade for a superstar where you got 3 superstars commanding 90% of your salary cap? So what happened was when you brought in Westbrook, your young talent was already depleted 3-4 years ago. They had to bring in the old guys. So when they brought in all them old guys, they brought back Howard, and they brought in Melo coming off the bench. They brought back Rondo. They brought back
Wayne Ellington,
all them experts.
Avery Bradley.
They said the Lakers was gonna win 70 games. And then
John Sally
was
said
on the collision
75
course to meet in the finals. And this is exactly what I said as a
listen,
lifelong
JB.
Laker
Hey,
fan.
JB, listen. John Sally, I remember John Sally said 75. He said 75 and 7. It's the same John Sally. They listen to talk shit about Jordan, though, right?
and this is what I said. I said, wait a minute, Johnny. I listened to you talk about your squad. I didn't say one word out of respect. I don't say nothing about my squad. I don't say no. When you was talking about the
all right. That's semantics. That's semantics. Come on, let's not waste more time on this. I want guys to get around.
So when I was watching,
at the end of the day, you lied about the super team theory. The NBA got better.
He said I lied.
Yes, you lied.
The NBA got better because hold on.
The NBA got a lot better in the last 6 to 7 years.
No, because they was developing the young players.
That's why the Lakers can't get out the first round.
The NBA is grabbing talent globally. The NBA got talent coming from everywhere.
Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy.
And that's why the league got better. That's it.
Not just the Lakers in Brooklyn. They was talking about the Clippers too.
It don't matter. The
Hold on.
Time out. The Clippers was in the same position.
Again, the teams that won were doing what super teams do.
While they was hyping up those veteran-laden teams, I was watching the Phoenix Suns come up. I was watching the Memphis Grizzlies. I was watching those young teams in the Western Conference. So when they said the Lakers was going, okay, this was the strategy. This was the strategy. Anybody can go.
No, I'm out of here. Peace and blessings.
Everybody can go look at the point. Everybody go.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank God.
Okay.
Damn.
So
go ahead, JB. Go ahead. Real quick.
The number one problem is LBJ fans want their guy to be presented as the GOAT, and he's not. That's the number one problem that's going on right now. So number two, while they was predicting the Lakers when they bring all them veterans, Brooklyn did it too. They brought in Blake Griffin. They brought in LaMarcus Aldridge, Patty Mills. But see, The 3 years prior, I was watching Phoenix when they was at the bottom, developing their young players: DeAndre Ayton, Devin Booker, Cameron Johnson, what's the other cat's name that's on the Knicks right now? I know his name, I just can't think of it right now. Cameron, you know what I'm talking about, Ro. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, you want
Bridges.
OG? Oh,
oh,
Bridges.
And then here comes
Bridges.
Memphis. All them teams, you can see where they was going to start rising doing the bubble. Phoenix was the only team during the seeding round that finished undefeated. Anybody can go look that up. Okay. Then
That's true.
They missed the playoff by one game. This was with young John Morant. This before they really started building up, right? So you can start seeing that Utah finished with the number 1 seed in the West. So what I'm saying is, when they predicted the Lakers and Brooklyn was going to be in the finals, going into that season, this is exactly what I said, and God is my witness. I said, all these young squads got to do is keep the game within 2 possessions by half. Because when you got a top-heavy team like that, of course, they're going to make big spurts.
They're going to run them up. Yeah,
they're
no
going to make the
doubt.
spurts. But if you can keep it within 2 possessions, in the second half, they're going to unleash them young legs. They ran the Lakers and the Brooklyns out the gym. And the Clippers, too. The Clippers got ran out the gym. And it got so bad where Melo, who's a first ballot Hall of Fame, I've always been a fan of Melo. He popped his hamstring. He couldn't keep up and missed the rest of the year. And they went on to go 33 and 49. Brooklyn had no bench. They had no young talent. So when they met Boston in the first round, they got smoked and got swept. And right there, technically, that was then the talking. They start saying, "What's going on, man?" Then they start seeing these young players. It's not about the talent gap is that much greater than yesterday. It ain't about errors. It's about what you do when you play. So my point is this: you can't. I don't care who you are. This go for the teams back then. How do you think the Bulls became the Bulls? How do you think the Pistons became the Pistons? They started with a core group of players who they drafted. And once they got to a certain point, then they started making key moves to improve the team or improve their defense or their rebound and whatnot. That's how teams have traditionally, took their effort to the next level. So what I'm saying is this. So in the super team era, what happened was everything got devalued. The talent, young talent players got devalued.
JB, hold on. JB, I'm telling you right now, JB, I need you. Hold on, JB, please record what you saying right now. I told you this, bro. You giving I Have a Dream speech for We Are Live show. Get that, I'm telling you, record that shit and upload it to your Facebook channel, man. I'm telling you, you spitting the facts.
I'm gonna do it, man.
And that's
because
you do it.
the
I
thing
told
is, man, what LBJ fans got to understand is, ultimately, he sold himself short. You mean to tell me that, okay, Jordan stuck with him.
I got it.
I don't know about that. I don't know about
Okay, hold
that.
on. Let me give it to CJ. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me give it to CJ. I'm telling you, bro. These you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sit there. I'm gonna clip this up, and I'm gonna send it to you. This got to get clipped up. I'm gonna get with CW. We got to clip up some of your soliloquies because your soliloquies is good, but it's not really that good for a live show, especially when we have a panel. So it's like you spitting, and this is the thing. Johnny is one of them guys. He's a misdirector. Johnny stepped in his own shit so many times, and it's like you got to be quick with it. You got to be quick to counterpunch him because he stepped in his own shit. He clearly said that the Bucks were not a good team. And again, I went back. The Bucks had 2. Now again, 5 times he said it. And then he uses the fact that hold on. I know, Joe. I know
and the
this.
Bucks were an elite team in the 80s.
This is what I'm saying. You cannot give soliloquies after that. You have to catch him right on that one point. That's why I wanted to be a back and forth question section. We can't do that. We know soliloquies are really good for videos, drop unloaded videos. But this live format, we got to, So I want to give it to CJ, man. CJ was waiting patiently for a while.
I'm sorry for speaking. I think the thing is that if it wasn't for this effort to push LeBron to the top by his fans, we can actually have great debates.
This is what I'm saying. And we had one of the worst
I wanted to
offenders.
talk about the Karl Malone and Tim Duncan thing.
Oh, okay. All right. So I dropped that. Yeah, you got smoke for me on that?
Yeah, man. I think Tim Duncan's clearly way better than Karl Malone, man.
I just dropped numbers, bro. I mean, I actually have Carmelo. Hold on, I got a feedback. I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, sorry, fellas. Like I
I
said,
got
man,
Tim Duncan.
I don't mean to blur out like that, man. It's just like I said, man. I'm not gonna sit here and try to con anybody. Now, his fans may think that because they want things to stand based on the narrative that's been perpetrated in recent memory.
Shit, why am
Like
I
I said,
got?
anytime you
Hold
build
on,
a
I'm
team
gonna
from
come all
scratch,
the way
no matter
back.
NFL, whatever it is,
Damn, I got a
you
fucking
gotta have a
link.
starting point.
Yo,
You
somebody mute their YouTube.
Told you many times.
okay? I think that's gone. But my point is this, man. Why we sitting here? This is 2025, and we sitting here talking about a man who was drafted in 1984, who retired in 2003, as if he just retired yesterday. I don't understand that. And the problem is when you look back at Jordan's career.
I'm back. Y'all hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah.
Yup.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hold on one second. Now I'm not hearing.
How can you say and see like when I asked
No,
him
that's not you. That's not you, bro.
when I
That's
asked
not
him about
you.
Anthony Davis
The
being
guy
traded
that's
for Luka.
the guy that's under you. That's the one that's getting the feedback.
Oh, is
Oh
that who
shit,
it
that's
is?
me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
But like
you.
I
It's
said,
you
man,
in the
see
middle,
the
bottom
beautiful
middle.
thing about sports is when you going out there competing at the highest level with the highest
Yeah,
stakes and the highest
somebody got to
pressure.
close up YouTube.
I don't think that's me.
No, it's
Okay.
not you. It's not you, brother. It's the dude.
All
The
right. So
dude
no,
that was
yeah,
under you.
the feedback is gone. The feedback is gone. Now I just wanted to address CJ because he told me about the Malone and now I have I believe matter of fact I got my notes here. Remember when we did that show casual about ranking the players by position? Okay, now I hear it again. All right, now it's gone. All right. We was ranking players by position, and I think I had Malone. What I have Malone? Shit, I had Malone fucking God damn it. Well, I know I had Duncan one. All of us had Duncan one. So it's not that I think that Malone was a better player. I just put the stats up there to show you that the gap ain't that as high as you think. And I believe Malone is my what happened like the 20. Let's see. I got Malone 17. I got Duncan 13. So it's not like
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I got Duncan in my top 10, you know, but I got Malone top 25. But I think the issue is Malone's stats are very deceiving. You know what I mean? Like Malone put up great numbers, but time and time again, he used to choke in the playoffs. Like his numbers dropped in the playoffs. Like he's shooting sub 45% in the playoffs in a lot of those runs. And
That's true. I mean, I think the competition was arguably better, but obviously
Duncan still
Duncan was a
played in
better
the tough
player.
West. Duncan
Yeah,
still
he
played
did.
in the tough West.
No,
Yeah.
you're right.
And
You did.
he led weaker Spurs teams to the championship in 99 and 03. I mean, one of the greatest defenders ever. I just don't feel like Malone was that impactful. And he was an all-time great player too, but I just don't feel like they're on the same level.
All
Yeah,
right.
I always thought Malone was at his best from like 88 up until the Dream Team. That 5-year run, he was dropping 30 and 10, and the way he, ran the lane on them fast breaks, man. That they called him the man for a reason. But I thought that's when he was. I think that's when he was at his.
And he was very consistent too. That's the other thing
Statistically,
he
he
gave because
was.
he gave you another
It's just
10 years
as
after the
simple.
Dream Team.
It's just as simple as this with Carmelo and Tim Duncan. I put it like this: all their championships, they had good teams. 1-0-3 and 1-5-1. Every championship Carmelo was on, he had a chance to win, and he lost.
I got you. I mean, I'm not. Karl Malone ain't a hill I want to die on. I just threw that post out there to just show you the numbers and show people get real crazy about these player comparisons, man. But
You better not down that hill.
this echo is still here, bro. I don't know what the.
It's the dude under you. I'm telling you, it's the dude under you. I don't know if maybe it's the headphones he has in, or maybe
Okay.
yeah, I don't know what it is, but
And I think
Like
What's
every
King
other time you were
Solomon?
talking, I'm seeing his mic catch the feedback.
Gosh, it was King Solomon. My bad. Okay, so Cass, what you have on this? We're gonna let Herm and then we're gonna let Hawk go.
Nah,
Okay.
Herm was here before me. Let Herm go.
Herm talked before. That's the only reason. And I had you waiting
Yeah,
backstage for a
go
minute.
ahead, Cash.
Nigga, I honestly don't even know what the fuck that's why I came on here. I was like, bro, can y'all
Yeah,
like
look.
go back to the original
Yeah, got
conversation
you,
because y'all went
got
all
you,
over the
got
place.
you. Now, see, here's where it went off the rails. Because in JB, this is why I got to school you, bro. Listen, you my homie, yo, you know so much shit. I
Man, I
told you.
was cooking his ass, JB. You should not have gotten in the way, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. The long soliloquies are not gonna. The more you talk, the more it gives him. The more it gives him the ability to come up with his bullshit because he comes up with a lot of bullshit. Again,
my bad, fellas. I
my
apologize.
first word, and I called him a shock jock on Friday, and I called him a shock jock on Sunday. I'm like, nigga, the first thing you told me is that Jordan didn't have the skill set of Luka Doncic. What the fuck are you? I mean, seriously, bro. If we gotten this far, I mean, Luka's very skilled. But you telling me that first of all, I don't see a great left hand from Luka Doncic. But you telling me Jordan had no left again? I brought up that point. I can now. First of all, he threw out my film study to show that Jordan in his isolation possessions was more efficient isolation with his left hand finishing move than every player was with both hands. Every scorer in the league this year with both hands in isolations. Bro. But again, I know that those aren't official numbers, but they will still use study. Now, film study is the study that they use to take away the official scorers. How are you going to tell me film study works for that, but you can't tell me that film study, you can't use film study for point for possession isolation. Mind you, it's only with his left. He finished better with his left than every scorer in the league. Matter of fact, of those elite top 20 scorers, LeBron James, and you can see the video, is at the bottom of point per possession in isolation this season. 0.87, I believe. Jordan with his left and whatever sample size they're using was 1.3 something points per possession in isolation plays. The idea that Michael Jordan didn't have a left, didn't have a handle is fucking crazy. But again, this is what Johnny says in his panel. We'll keep talking about finishing. It doesn't matter. Okay, finishing is finishing. Now again, he came up and he talked about the Bucks not being a good team. Now he's going to deny it. Again, this is what I'm saying, JB. You didn't have to get defensive because you made your point. The Bucks. Jordan never lost to anything lower than the second seed. We know this. And the
But he
teams
said
that
I
he beat,
lied on that. I'm like, wait a minute,
I
what's
know.
going on here?
I know. Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. You didn't need to, but you didn't even need to come back because I was going to cook him. He's still watching. He's still watching his fake stats. It's funny, his fake stats. Yeah, we could talk about LeBron's assists being fake stats because what they count as an assist, you can literally take 5 dribbles now. And you could pass the ball. A guy could be in the corner. He takes 5 dribbles to the basket, and that's an assist. That never was an assist back in the 80s. So Jordan got 8 assists a game when he got to 8 and 6 and 7. All the years he got those assist numbers. Those were real assists. Stockton's
So he
assists were
ran out
real.
the panel just to comment in the chat.
Yeah, and I appreciate him because he can't be up here with us all night. You know what I mean? I know brothers got jobs and shit. I mean, I know what back home is 11:39 over here. It's 12:39. But again, it's funny. They will use something on one end, but then they won't use the same standard. Again, where I really cooked them, and I wanted to go further with it, but we made the point. Right? We didn't even have to go to the Spurs series. We didn't have to go to the Spurs series. We covered a bit of the Lakers. We put in a bit of the Pistons series because it was more in the Pistons. Like LeBron was not good in those games. LeBron was only good in 2 of those games. But mind you, he was great in Game 5. Nobody denies that. But he was only good in like Game 2. Other than that, he was horrible for that series. And again, the man went 3-4-11, and he's talking about LeBron did his job. He drew all the double team. How did you good? And then wait a minute. Again, the score was like 58-56 when LeBron scored his first basket. Now, we know he had 9 free throws, but his first basket score was 58-56. That means he only had like 9 points. up until his first basket. So you scored 9 and the rest of your teammates scored 49 and you were in the game, but you didn't have help? Bruh, come on, man. Am I Mr. Problem?
Why Marvin and every check crying?
Oh, Mar, you know the Lakers up there. We love to have you. I thought you was gonna pull up with your boy. But see, this is what I'm saying. I know LeBron. Hey, Reggie. Here's another
Bro, we
one.
don't got
Here's
another
another
no.
one.
No, we ain't got time for people yelling, bro. This is we just got rid
Yo,
of that.
and
Hell nah.
yeah, no, Reggie. I know Mar's a crash out,
Hell
bro.
nah,
But,
bro.
They
but,
keep
but
asking about the left. I'm
We
gonna
ain't got
look
LeBron.
at
time
the
for no crash
stats, and
outs.
they gonna
You know
be
what
salty.
kills me about Reggie? He pulls up when we talk about. Now, mind you, I invited the exposer, Goat James Kingdom. I invited the whole crew up. FYF was up here the whole 9. Reggie will never sit there and watch the first 30 minutes of the stream when we were talking about the 10 best young players or the 10 under the radar young players. He won't put up that part. He won't even care. But the fact that we talk about LeBron, well, we were going to talk about LeBron. What did I say, JB, right? We were going to talk about LeBron tonight because
Hey,
of
yo,
Johnny
bro.
Exposure was coming up.
Yo,
You understand what I'm saying?
here's my problem though, bro. I can't sit here and go back and forth with somebody that tell me they study a stat sheet and study the game. Cause how do you quantify somebody jumping out of bounds and saving a ball? That's a game winning
That's
play.
true.
How do you quantify somebody
That's true.
that come in to set a trap and get a turnover at the end of the game? That's a game winning play. That's not on the
That's
stat
That's
sheet.
that's
true.
what you call intangibles.
That's not
That's
on the
true.
stat sheet, bro.
That's true.
So I'm
Again,
not arguing basketball with somebody that don't know what the fuck they talking about. They
look,
just
I
go off
get it.
just a stat sheet.
I just want, again, again, y'all know who Johnny is. Y'all know who FYF is. FYF didn't get a word in, and maybe because goddamn, we don't need JB is already with his 20-minute soliloquies. We didn't need that. We didn't need FYF
But
with
see,
this.
the thing is, I think what it is that I think the reason that I go off the way I do is because if they're going to talk about 30, 40 years ago, well, they got
You
to be
want to tell
accurate
the
on
story
everything.
correctly? Yeah.
Just like he said, talking about, well, I don't know how many wins, how many games Boston won in '88. Well, as much as y'all talk about it, y'all should know. So
Y'all
let's
should know, right?
let's
Should know
get this
everything.
right now. Since y'all
See,
want to go this
and
route,
that's one thing too, right? Because the one thing that they do, they use against Jordan is the fact that his team were able to qualify for the playoffs in the because they expanded the playoffs. Again,
That's
that was
that's
real.
that's that's bad on LeBron. That means he ain't make his teammates better.
Thank you. That's
Mar,
one
once you go
thing.
look up the stats on his left hand, you gonna be salty as shit. That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas keep saying Jordan don't got no left, but go look at the stats.
Hey,
remember
See,
that
yo,
it's
John
funny.
Mar,
It's
ain't
being
funny. It's
nobody
Jordan
funny.
trying
dunked
to hear
the
you yelling,
whole
You
bro.
know what's
dunked
Not
the
this
killing? You
shit.
know
whole
what
Pistons
kills me?
team.
They use the fact that so he couldn't dribble left. Now, mind you, here's another thing where he fucks up. As I said, the Pistons were the only team to properly. Well, they were the only team that could use the strategy of pushing them left. How does that prove that he has no left? The Pistons were an elite defensive team. Now, what he'll do is tell you how nobody made an all-defensive team on the Pistons in 1988. What he won't tell you is that basically Rodman was on that team, and 2 years later, Rodman won
Stop
back-to-back in
crying,
90,
nigga. You always
91.
crying.
Who's
Then they
crying?
then
Crying
they had
baby
John
ass nigga
Savage to
Mar.
go. And see,
Yeah,
this is
oh
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah, one.
When we talk about the Pistons, Chuck Daly said it himself. He said, "Man, Jordan is
Mm-hmm.
so good. He's really an embarrassment to the league." This is a head coach saying this about
Thank you. Thank you.
and Isaiah Thomas. Anybody can pull it up. He did an interview on or Arsenio Hall show. He talked about, man, by far he's the best player I ever seen, and Magic's my boy. But do you see what he be doing? So
See,
I'm saying they giving you firsthand account in real
mm-hmm.
time about how good this dude was, but then 40 years later, you got a crew that's gonna try to tell you
Tear it
otherwise.
down. See, and I want y'all to get it. I really want y'all to get it because I had a lot that I think when I pull up over there, right? When I pull up over there, they do. You know what they do? They take him down. They take him down. Again. I told Johnny, okay, Johnny, we get it. The Pistons gave Jordan struggles. Now, even though Jordan played very well, now we can't mind you, we can't mention Scottie Pippen struggles because if you think Jordan struggled, Scottie Pippen really struggled. But yeah, he'll tell you Scottie Pippen showing up helped the Bulls. He didn't want to commit to that for him, right? And he sat there and he stepped in shit by telling me that Scottie Pippen and his 10 points a game was help. But yeah, he wouldn't tell me that Larry Hughes, and he wouldn't even admit that Larry Hughes and Sasha Pavlik would have won. I'm not using Chat GPT. It was LeBron guarding Vince Carter the whole game, every game, which is bullshit. I guarantee you, we can pull up the film and see that it was not LeBron James guarding Vince Carter. Not even probably not even more than 15 plays in that goddamn 6-game series. It was Pavlovic and Larry Hughes. Clearly, it was Pavlovic and Larry Hughes.
And the Cavs kind of went to the finals by default. Like they beat 241 win teams and the
This man
53 win Piston teams without Larry Brown or without Ben Wallace.
This
Like,
man would
they
not
didn't do
even. But
nothing
I want you to understand this. I want you to understand this. This man wouldn't even commit to tell us that, even admit that the goddamn Cavs had a clear advantage on the front court against Big Z, a 2-time All-Star. He was an All-Star in 05. He wasn't in 07. He was an All-Star in 05. Anderson Varejao, Larry Hughes. I'm sorry. Larry Hughes in the backcourt, Pavlovic in the backcourt, but the other guy was goddamn it, Drew Gooden against Mikey Moore, Rashid Notbar, the gay Collins twin, and fucking Richard Jefferson. He wouldn't even commit to say that the Cavs had a clear front court advantage in that series. This is great. Okay, you want to tell me the kid was better than Larry Hughes? Okay, who? I can't. This man wouldn't even commit. But meanwhile, he tells you that Scottie Pippen was helped because Scottie Pippen is a name, right? Scottie Pippen is a rookie, didn't even have his 10. Even in the first round playoff series, he had 121-point game. But at 23 or 25, whatever he scored in game 5. Oh, that means he was player of the game that game. You mean tell me Boobie Gibson won player of the game in game 6? But Boobie Gibson ain't helped. Am I bugging?
And what's crazy is what they won't mention is that they was hoping Brad Sellers would become what Scottie Pippen became as the number 2 player. They really tried to work with Brad Sellers, just didn't work out. You know what I'm saying?
You see this dumb comment about how many more Hall of Famers? They had 2. They had Vince Carter and what's the name? They had Vince Carter and we clearly. Here's what I was getting at. Vince Carter clearly played. Vince Carter and Jason Kidd always shot bad, but Jason Kidd did what Jason Kidd did. But the Nets were a 41-win team with a horribly weak, putrid front court. I'm sorry, Mikey Moore averaging 4 rebounds a game. Bashin Nagwa, basically Jason Kidd was the best rebounder on that damn team. Him and Richard Jefferson. And Richard Jefferson was the only net, in my opinion, that had a great series. And LeBron James was clearly the guy guarding him. Why would LeBron James guard Vince Carter when you got Pavlovic and what's the name there? But of course, we have to make LeBron James responsible for everything. Yes, they were a 51-man team for a 41-man team for a reason. And Pavlovic and Hughes clearly were the main defenders. And again, Hughes, unfortunately, always played great defense, tore his plantar fasciitis late in that series, but still hustled through it. You understand what I'm saying? It's the guy that played the year before. He played his heart out with his goddamn brother dying. But you know what? Nothing is never enough for LeBron. Don't you understand? If they can't appreciate Drew Gooden and fucking Anderson Varejao coming off the bench and getting more rebounds than the Nets starters, how are they going to appreciate Anthony Davis? They don't even appreciate Luka Doncic. The nigga is second in all-time playoff scorer per game. They still don't. They still acting like he ain't enough help. It's just crazy. Like, Johnny stepped in shit so many times, and it's like, you know what? Just let him talk. Don't talk because he steps in shit. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to catch him. That's why I had to, JB, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get, because you asked him a simple question, and he called you a liar. But the facts were on your side, brother. The facts were on your side. You said he never, mind you, that's false. Everything you, matter of fact, JB, what did he say? His first words were, everything you said was cap.
Cap. Yep.
He said everything you said. So wait a minute. He said that you said that the Jordan never lost anything under a 2 seed. Well, right there, he's capping because that's true. He wouldn't even give you that. This is what guys like them do They won't give Jordan any credit, nor will they give. And this is what the exposer did. He exposed his fucking self. Because the last time he was up here, I had the family reunion. All my cousins and everybody running through. I ain't want to yell up in. I ain't want to yell up in there because I'm in the house with everybody running around. I ain't want to get into the yelling match, and we just had a back and forth. But today, gloves was off. This motherfucker would not give anybody that played with LeBron any credit. Yet he gave everybody that played with Jordan all the credit. And mind you, he's fucking everybody that Jordan played against and lost to or beat, he wouldn't give any credit. Meanwhile, he's talking up the goddamn Nets. I had to tell him. He knew what I was talking about, but he didn't want to tell me who the front court was. You don't watch all these LeBron great performances. You just did a show about LeBron's great performances on Sunday. But you don't want to tell me, you don't want to tell him that fucking Jason Collins was the starting center of the New Jersey Nets. The guy that averaged 2 points and 3 rebounds in that series. It was either 2 or 3 or 3 and 2. But meanwhile, you ain't got no help. You got Drew Gooden getting Drew Gooden he didn't get double-digit rebounds. He got twice the rebounds of his counterpart. And I was Mikey Moore. Actually, Collins was the power forward. Mikey Moore was it didn't matter. Both of them were 7 feet, right? He got twice as many rebounds as his counterpart. And you're going to tell me that's not helping a series? Hey, Hawk, am I capping? Herm, am I capping? I know y'all mute and let me cook, but I need some information here now.
You're not capping.
If a guy gets twice as many,
niggas just don't like to hear the truth.
Thank you. But you're gonna say in that series they weren't help. In that series, you can sit there and admit that the Nets was shitty competition outside of Jason Kidd, Vince Carter, and Richard Jefferson. That was everything. Bashin Nakbar. Bashin Nakbar. You got Anderson Varejao coming off the bench. It kills me. I'm in Brazil. This is Anderson Varejao's whole country. They love Anderson Varejao here. He's a legend.
Go to bed, Mar. It's your bedtime, little nigga. Get ready for school tomorrow.
I'm going off the rail. Johnny did again. I'm gonna school my man JB. Sometimes, especially in this format, you gotta let them talk because don't talk. Let them talk because again, he fucked up when he said everything you said was cap. He said everything you said was cap. Meanwhile, it's a given fact that the Bulls never lost to anybody better than a second seed. Anybody worse than a second seed. They didn't lose to any 3 seeds, any 4 seeds. LeBron just lost to a 6 seed. Okay, they didn't lose to an 8 seed. LeBron lost his heavy favorites. He was a 2 seed. No, he was a 7 seed, and they shouldn't have been heavy favorites, but they were heavy favorites. They lost. They didn't get to the playoffs with 5 Hall of Famers. I mean, come on, we can keep going. We can keep going. Oh, I wanted to get to the point that the Dwight Howard got farther than him in 2 straight years. The Dwight Howard got to the conference finals and beat him to get to the conference finals and back-to-back seasons when he had, beat him in the conference finals. Back-to-back seasons when he had 60-win teams. That didn't happen to Jordan.
They got to the conference final versus Boston in 2010.
And in 2010, and they beat him to get to the finals. And both teams, LeBron had 60. But see, this is the thing.
Cleveland in 2009.
These guys will. Yeah, it beat Cleveland in 2009, and then Boston beat them. And again, as we know, LeBron. I wanted to get into that. LeBron getting 15 points in Game 5, bro. I've been cooking this up for a couple of weeks. I'm a little disappointed. But I know, I could have schooled you better about what was coming because I know he is so full of shit. And he steps in so many goddamn rabbit holes, just like Travis, who didn't come up.
That nigga lost as the favorite 3 years in a row to the
3 years in a row,
and to the Mavericks.
In a row, and trust me, and CJ, I feel your pain. I feel his pain because my Knicks 4 to 5 years with Thibodeau, we lost as a favorite with home court advantage. That's why Thibodeau needed to get fired. I don't give a fuck that he got us to the conference finals. We were the favorite. We should have got to the finals. He lost 5 years, 4 years, or the 5 years he was there with home court advantage. So Thibodeau, you did a good job, but we see our ceiling is this. LeBron saw that his ceiling was what it was. He couldn't get it done with adequate help, so he went and joined the super team. You know what I wanted to ask? What I asked the panel a couple of weeks ago. What was LeBron's goal when he went to Miami? Let's see, we could have went way further, but we kept jumping around. I want to stay with '07 because, as I said,
Not
'07 is the
five,
most
not
overrated.
six, not seven,
Watch, thank
not
you,
eight.
thank
Yeah,
you,
he
thank
did.
you.
He did say that
The
in that
goal, the goal, like the minimum goal was for them to get a 4P. The minimum goal. See, again, Johnny is a shock jock. He's the guy that says that the Heat underachieve. I wanted to catch him on all of that shit, guys. Y'all don't understand. I done studied this nigga. Here comes Scott. Here comes Scott.
Oh, Scott. Oh my God, man.
Randall, why did you see again? It's so funny, man. It's so funny. And all we do is talk about LeBron. Now, we're going to talk about LeBron if it wasn't. But I just wanted, I wanted to go these clear points. Johnny has been saying that some of the dudes craziest shit. That he underachieved in 2011. They underachieved. They overachieved in 2011. They overachieved in 2009. They overachieved in 2000. Mind you, a 60-win team who didn't get to the finals got beat by again, as he said, the favorite three straight years
Right.
overachieved. I can't understand it. And then again, they didn't have no help. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's I don't know
Honestly.
the League of Hoops. Who's that?
Oh, that's
Salute,
hoops. Yeah,
brother.
he cool. He's one of the brothers.
What's going
What's
on? What's
up,
going on,
crazy?
bro?
What's up, so crazy?
What's good, CJ? What's good, panel? Salute.
Yo, man.
Um,
I look. As I said, man, I had the Johnny exposed. Not, again, I respect him as a content creator and as a shock jock, but he don't know. There's so much he don't know about basketball. He's good at finding, like a lot of LeBron fans. They're good at finding these facts, but they don't tell the whole story. And again, so many ways that I wanted to really expose him. And I think I did when I got a chance to go one on one. You understand what I'm saying? Because again, he stepped in a lot of shit. He told my man that everything he said was cap, but Jordan did not lose to anybody less than a second seed. LeBron lost as a favorite many, many years. But it is what it is. You
And
know, we
also, I wanted to mention that I just got through watching. I had my mic on mute. I just got through watching that interview he brought up because I didn't seen it a lot of times. Jordan, Brian Gumble, and Brian Gumble asked him about Magic winning the MVP. He said, I didn't have no problems with it because I thought both of us had a legitimate case. Now,
mhm,
a lot of discussions about what constituted MVP, they had the same discussions right now. That's never really changed. I mean, that's
that's
been
true.
consistent in
That's
every
true. And you
decade.
know what? You know what
So
kills me? And I would have said this about Jordan. Hey, Scott, the link is in it. I don't know which what's the name you're in. I don't know which clip you're watching, but I just dropped the link. FYF, how you doing, Lamont?
What up?
Salute.
Yeah,
Man,
I
the
know
problem
you.
with
I know you
MVP
waited
is
patiently earlier, and it got
there's
off the
never a steady
rails.
criteria.
Oh, that's how I get. It is what it is. I mean, y'all, you running your way.
No, look, it got crazy. It got crazy. It did get crazy. As I said, my co-host should have let him talk. Because he stepped in a lot of mud.
No, it's fine.
So,
So my thing is because I was just I was in the gym. I'm just listening, right?
hmm
Like
apologize for the yelling. I know it might have disturbed your
no,
workout.
it's fine. It's fine. No, I ain't tripping. All I'm saying is you made a comment. You said the LeBron's 2007 playoff run. He only had two games that were impressive to you, or
No,
something
I
to that
said he
effect.
had. No, I said he had 2 or 3 games where you could say he carried the team without any help. But every single game, somebody stepped up and was helped. And I think that's
Okay.
one of the most overused
Yeah. No,
cliches that he
no, no,
didn't
no.
have help.
I just think that I think that. So, for example, with Jordan's first 6 or 7 years or whatever it was, there were guys in certain games, like even games against the Celtics, that
hmm
stepped up and drop 20 here or there.
Yeah, we can admit that.
But I think we all can comfortably say at the end of the day, just because you can find a guy who stepped up and dropped 20 here or there, or another guy who maybe stepped up and had 15 rebounds here or there, I think we can all comfortably say that just wasn't enough help for Michael Jordan at that time to overcome.
It's an outlier.
Scott, hold on.
And so I think if we can look at Jordan's situation and say, I know that when Orlando Woolridge dropped 20, it's not the same as when Scottie Pippen drops 20 and also is the best defender. It's not the same as Horace Grant being able to shut down the other team's power forward and grab 15 rebounds. I think we can all agree to that. And so when we can, let's look at Jordan's first couple of years, and we know that even though there were guys that stepped up from time to time to help him out, we can all comfortably say that just was not enough help at the time. That team built to put around Jordan was just not good enough. And that's not a knock to the guys that Jordan played with. That's just the reality of what you need to put together a championship team. So I think the misconception is that when we talk about LeBron James, especially his first 6 or 7 years in Cleveland, I think when people allude to LeBron James carrying the team, it's in the sense that, yes, he had players here and there step up and have big games, just like Jordan had players step up and have big games here or there. But it just wasn't enough help to win at that time. Now, there are people that may disagree. There may be people that disagree and say, yeah, Jordan did have enough help. Or y'all might disagree and say, you know what? No, LeBron did have enough help. It's just a difference in how you see the game, right? Because when I look at that 2007 run, right, what he did in game 4 versus Washington when they were down, almost a 30-point triple-double. What he did in that game 3 versus Washington, almost another 30-point triple-double, carrying that team. I'm not taking that away from him, right? I know that as the lead guy, he was carrying the team.
Okay.
It's not saying that others weren't stepping up or helping him, but it just, at that time, wasn't enough help. And I just think y'all convolute people saying, like, we can all say Jordan carried the Bulls in the early 80s, and we can all say LeBron carried the Cavs in his first stint with Cleveland. I don't
see, but this is the difference
hold on.
Everything. This is the difference. This is the problem that I have when I hear this critique. Because number one, like I said,
it's not a critique. I'm not critiquing anything.
No. What I'm saying,
you're right. Hold on, JB. You're right. Hold on, JB.
It's not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he's
a
not
problem.
critiquing Jordan.
It's not a critique. It's a basically. It's not even a narrative. It's just a fact, right? Here's the thing.
Both facts.
All right, you're right. What one thing that's never said. Number one, given the opponents, because as JB said, they never lost anything less than a second seed. Matter of fact, as you see, the first 3 years they only played 2 seeds and above. Then they played the Cavs, right? I believe that was a 4-5 series. Then they wound up playing the 1 seed Pistons the next series. The teams that knocked him out, and again, right, they weren't enough help. But when y'all sit there and say that he didn't have any help in 2007 at all, that's very disingenuous.
He never said that.
Johnny said that. Bro, I asked. Hold on. When you say nobody, I asked. But I know. But see. But you. I know I'm talking FYF. But I asked Johnny, Johnny is a host on your channel, right?
He's not a host on my show. He has his own show.
No, I know. But I know he has his own show. But you said nobody says that, and I clearly said Johnny said that.
No, all I'm saying is you can't speak for everybody.
I got you, but it is. But hold on. But when it's a common narrative that LeBron dragged a team of nobodies to the finals, that's the problem. And again, as I have to say, Larry Hughes was a good player, very good chocolate player.
You're taking it.
No. See. You've never heard that he's dragged a team of nobodies to the playoffs. No. No, see, it's not, and it's more than a guy stepped up here and there. as we know, a lot of those games were defensive struggles, and as we know that the Cavs were a
I'm not
very
here to
good.
discuss why they lost. That's not what I'm talking
No,
about.
I'm not. But I'm telling you why they won. I'm telling you what the series that they won, why they won. Because
No,
I was again.
why they won or lost is neither here nor there. That's not the discussion. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm saying, just like we can all comfortably say, Jordan carried that Bulls team and he did not have enough help. I think it's not
That's
a
a
hot take to say that LeBron James did not have enough help his first
But he
stint
did.
in Cleveland.
Oh,
No,
and
he
07,
didn't,
he
bro.
had.
And
Well,
as I
hold
said,
No,
on.
he
What I
didn't.
proved today,
and
hold
as
on.
I said, King Rowe, as I said before, if you have a difference of opinion, it's okay.
You're
Because
right. You're right.
here's
But
the
so
thing.
that's what I'm saying. You got it all.
If we want to dive into the basketball, King Rowe, and if you're going to say something if you're going to make a statement like that, and you're going to say that he did have enough help, the first question I want to ask you is this: What qualifies you? What qualifies you to say that your opinion of that team is superior to anyone else's who thinks otherwise?
Well, here's what I'm going to bring up facts. I'm going to bring up things like
No, that's
Larry.
not what I
Hold on,
said.
no,
What
sir. No,
qualifies you?
come on. I'm going to break it down game by game,
I'm
series
not
by
asking you to
series.
break anything down game by game. That's
No,
not what I'm asking.
because no, it's to
What
say that LeBron
qualifies you
dragged.
to
No,
say that your
again,
opinion is superior to the next man's just because you have a
yes,
difference of opinion?
because I'm going to knock down the narratives because you make a lot of narratives on your YouTube. You make a lot of narratives on your what's the name.
That's not what I asked you. I just want you to because right now you are such
No,
a
it's
rush.
not. It's,
You are
okay,
such
well,
a rush to say something negative about
number
LeBron that you're not even
one.
hearing my
I'm going
question.
to bring up. I'm going to bring up the fact.
Don't even
Hold
hear the
on. Like
question.
hold on, no. FYF. I'm going to
Just
bring up
slow
things
down
up.
and hear the question.
I heard your question. It's
No,
you
you
asking
didn't,
me
because
what?
you telling me
No,
about the games. That's not what I asked you.
Whoa. That's just what I can't. I can't talk about the games. I can't
No,
talk about the fact that.
man.
Hold on.
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
talk about
You got like
that
the
I
attention
proved.
span of a 4-year-old. Can you just
No.
stay on point?
Don't do this. Don't do this,
Stay on
FYF, because
topic.
I am clearly on topic. I'm
Okay.
going to bring up things. I'm going to research. I'm going to look at film, and I'm going to research the things. No. I don't want to mute, but I got to do it. I'm going to bring up things like the Cavs had a superior front court to one of their opponents.
That's your
No
opinion.
no
I
one's
don't care
saying
about
that the
your
Cavs were
That's
not a
not an
good team.
opinion. That's a fact. When you
That's
are
your opinion.
both outscoring and out
Fair.
rebounding
No,
at the.
I'm not here to argue your
Hey,
opinion.
Scott, let
I don't care
them
about your
go,
opinion.
Scott.
You're
No,
telling me
Ro's
what
making a
tells.
stupid point.
I'm saying you're
No.
entitled to your opinion, King Rowe. I'm not here to argue your opinion. I'm saying you're entitled to say that. That's all I'm saying. So all I'm saying
Okay,
is,
cool.
if you're gonna say, King Rowe, if you're gonna say that if you're gonna say that your
God, it's
opinion
coming.
is, if you're gonna say that what you see on that Cavs roster, if you're gonna say that your opinion is superior to everybody else's, what have you done in the game of basketball ever in your life that qualifies your opinion to usurp anybody that thinks otherwise?
So wait a minute. I have to have done something in the game of basketball. I have to have been a legend on the court. I have to have been what? What are you getting at?
That's not what I asked you. What I'm saying is, if JB has an opinion, I may disagree, but that's his opinion.
That's cool. So what I'm gonna do? Okay, so I'm gonna just tell you this. I'm gonna answer the question. I'm going to bring up
The
facts like
Spurs
I
were
just
better than
did.
the
Hold on,
Cavs.
sir.
The
I'm going
Cavs
to
had a
bring
good
up
team and
facts
they
like I
east.
did.
But when they matched up to the West,
See, this is misdirect. It's like you're trying to say that I don't have the right to have an opinion. No, you're right. You're right. People have a right to have their opinion. They have the people have a right to have their opinions, right? I'm not saying my opinion is better. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a discussion and I'm going to bring up things like hold on, sir. I'm going to bring up things like Drew Gooden out rebounding Mikey Moore by 2-1.
Our opinion is made based on the same games that we
Okay,
watch.
so then why do we have why do we have platforms to discuss basketball?
No, what I'm saying is then talk basketball. This is not talking
But
basketball.
I did. How was that not talking basketball? I was bringing up that Drew Gooden doubled the rebound of his counterpart in a 6-game series. How's that not talking basketball, FYF?
No, what I'm saying is this, because this whole conversation of you talking about LeBron's team and who he was playing against. What is comparing? Especially when we're talking about something like competition, something that Jordan couldn't control, which it actually in Jordan's case, He
Okay.
somewhat could have controlled his competition if you just have a better regular season.
Wow. Jesus.
So
See, this is what you do.
I'm not knocking him, no, because I don't hold it against Jordan.
It's not. See, I'm not holding that. See, this is the thing, and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm gonna tell you why because this is the main thing, right?
Tell me why.
It's no. Because it's the point. This is the point, and I said this. It's the fact that look. I don't shit on Orlando Warriors. I don't shit on Jordan's competition. I tell the story. Obviously, Jordan was the main scorer of those teams. This team would the fish. Look, you play the game of basketball. I believe any five can beat any five. But when a five is better, when a team is better, they're going to win most of the time. And there's reasons why teams are better. As I said, the Cavs in the first 2 rounds of that series or that playoffs were clearly better. And then there were things that played out in the 3rd round against the Pistons that proved that the Cavs were better. The Cavs were a great defensive team. A lot of people don't say that. A lot of people don't bring that up. Again, Larry Hughes was a hell of a good player. Drew Gooden is a hell of a good player. But when people say, and you can say, who says that? Nobody says that. We know, people clearly say that. Well, a team of bums. That's a real fucking knock to a guy like Larry Hughes, who gave the Cavs his all, his all when his brother was dying. His brother died in the middle of a series.
Word and make it imply it as if, like, when people say LeBron didn't have
okay. As again, you know why? Hold on, I'm gonna answer your question. I know when you ask it. Why? Because we have to knock down these narratives so we can regularly talk basketball again. Because it's really messed up.
Hold on one second, King Ro.
I
agree that if we all are just having a conversation about Larry Hughes, I think we all, as basketball minds up here, can agree that at one point in time, Larry Hughes was a bad boy. And if it wasn't for injuries, Larry Hughes probably could have had a caliber player. So at the end of the day, when we're talking about these teams, when you hear words that might be slight, like when people say Jordan didn't have enough help when Pippen had the headache and had to miss a game 7, it's not to say that Pippen was trash. It just says that there were certain things that come into effect that impel your ability.
It happened in series. You're right. You're right. Like Larry Hughes having a brother die against the Pistons the year before.
Larry Irving getting hurt, with Kevin Love getting hurt, there are certain circumstances come about. Things happen at the wrong time where people may say statements like, "Man, he didn't have enough help," but it's not always about it's not all in the context of calling others just trash. And that's
but that's what happens though. But Lamont, you can't see what happens is you cannot sit here and act like it don't reverberate. You can't act like they don't say this on they say this on television and print media and other places, and it don't become a common narrative that these guys gotta go ahead.
So I expect to see you doing a video calling out the writer of a Clutch Points article or the writer of a Bleacher Reports article or a content creator that says these things, because I don't hear people coming around saying Larry Hughes was a bum. I don't hear people just walking around saying that.
A real talk. And I'm gonna tell you this. It was a point where I saw Stephen A. Smith's come up, and I liked the way, like he back when he first came up. And this is when he was still writing for covering Allen Iverson in the Philadelphia Inquirer. And he used to come on sports radio. You understand what I'm saying? He used to come on WFM with Mad Dog Mike and the Mad Dog. These are two of the guys that, I loved his style because he was a brother out there talking aggressively, talking what he felt. Now, again, I don't always agree with Stephen A., but he was talking passionately. And I wanted to get into this game, and I wanted to try to, but I know you got to go to school, you got to do this and that. Nowadays, the reason why I'm up here talking on YouTube, and maybe you to an extent, you didn't like what was on the television. You didn't like, so you're right. I've now got to the point where I avoid it because I'm like rage baiting myself, reading some of this shit. I don't watch First Take. I don't watch Skip Bayless, I never watched one fucking episode, but I would watch some Shannon Sharp clips and he would get spicy. And, the whole show was built on LeBron versus what's the name, and when he would talk about Brady and all that. But I didn't watch they shit. They have gotten so bad. Well, I'm going to be so religiously watch Sports Center when the late great Stuart Scott and then would do all the shit. Now the shit is so bad, I don't watch it. And now you're right, I don't even read the shit because it's gonna make me clickbait. I mean, it's gonna make me raise bait. Look, some of your shit. Now again, I know I respect your mind, but sometimes I believe you are a raise baiter. And you are, bro. The way you be talking about Jordan and the zone defenses and everything else, it is what it is. But I'll sit there and have a debate with you, and it's cool.
All right. Well, I mean, if you say it's rage bait, that's your problem. I don't
look. I mean, I'm a little bit of a raised baiter too. See,
I don't say stuff to cater to y'all feelings. It's. I see the game.
That's why you FYF, right?
I take basketball seriously because I do it for a living. So when I say things about basketball, I don't say it. I don't like when I talk to my players. You think I talk to them nice because, oh, buddy, man, you'll be better. No, I'm gonna talk to you in a way where, okay, this is just how it is. When I talk to game, when I say things about the zone, I'm telling you based on my experience. Playing, coaching, doing everything. If you don't like it, okay, fine. But I have a track record. I have an on and off the court track record of my understanding. Your understanding of zones might come from your third grade experience when you was hooping in the third grade. I don't know. But mine comes from real life experience. I don't know where y'all get y'all experience from.
Stop it, bro.
Hey, Lamar, can you drop that link though so I can fact check that?
What link you talking about?
No, he was saying his track record on and off the court. I was kind of interested in that. Can you drop a link?
I can put it in a private check right now. I put it in private check.
Okay, you can do that. Yeah. But I'm gonna ask Lamar a question. How many defensive plays do they employ a zone? I mean, even if you want to use your Chat GPT, how often? Like how many plays is man to man, and how many plays employ some sort of zone?
Hold on, say that question again.
How many plays, like if you look at all the plays, defensive plays that all teams are running, how much is zone defense used in today's NBA?
So in today's NBA, so what's happened is man-to-man defense has morphed. So with the zone being added back into the game, is what I call it's superpower. It's added superpowers to man-to-man defense. So your man-to-man defense. So this is why good defensive coaches, your man-to-man defense is going to look like a zone because guys are going to be sitting in help. Guys are going to be helping each other. Most teams are going to be on no middle, right? And so most people are going to be forcing players baseline. They're going to be taking on two guys, right? It's hard to play make from that corner, from that low corner right there. So a good man-to-man is always going to have zone principles. Right, you always have people in gaps and help. It's not so. This is why in the NBA you don't see traditional zones. It's rare that you'll see a box and one, a 1-3-1, 3-2.
No Jimmy Boeheim stuff, right?
What you'll see typically is something called man-to-man matchup zones. Right, so man-to-man matchup zones is where you're guarding the basketball with 5 players. So when you talk about what the Spurs were doing, when Tim Duncan said they were guarding LeBron with 5 players, that's called a man-to-man matchup zone. That means you always got somebody in between the ball and the rim, which is probably Tim Duncan in most cases. You're always gonna have people in passing lanes strong side, and you're always gonna have somebody taking away the dunker spot on the weak side. That's guarding the ball with 5 players. This is what we traditionally, and we only see this level of defense now because players have gotten so good at ISO basketball, right? And it's just impossible to guard the Kyries and some of these players of the day if you just allow them to play one-on-one basketball, even if it's a great defender like a Drew Holiday. It's just too hard. So this is why team defenders in today's game are more valuable than just individual
one-on-one, which I can agree with. I agree with all that.
So that's a good point. Because that's the reason why, like, I think the league trying to get more shooters. Because you look at how he just said it. You playing man-to-man zone, it's going to be harder to recover and get close out on the shooters if you space the floor out more. But if you playing like into the zone hands, they could score. It's going to be harder for them to score. So I think that's why the game evolving with more shooters too, because they looking at it like analytical wise, and they trying to get more shooters out there. So that is a good point.
I'll listen to conversation. I'll listen to conversations like Byron Scott and Brian Shaw. Right, you're talking about 2 guys that were head coaches in the NBA, right? and they'll tell you how they both had a lot of their time in coaching and playing in the triangle offense. They'll tell you how the triangle offense was a zone buster, right? Do you believe the triangle zone was the triangle offense was a zone buster?
No,
FY?
the triangle offense in and of itself is a zone offense. It was created
Exactly.
initially for zones. Phil
Okay.
Jackson, the Tex Winners were smart for
So
implementing.
you believe it would be an effective counter to the zones that they play today? I'm just asking.
Because so offenses today, you have to take today you have to take into too many things into consideration. First of all, first question you have to ask yourself is, will my players buy in? So in today's game, where players get paid through stats, it's just hard to get players to all buy in to a triangle offense that really only caters to the top two guys scoring the ball. And so in today's game, where scoring the basketball gets you bigger contracts, it's just hard. Like you'll have a lot of, for example, look at the issues that the Warriors are having.
Yeah,
they're running elements of the triangle, but look at how disgruntled all the other players are starting to get. All the guys like the Jordan Pools, the Jonathan Kumingas, all the young guys is like, okay, how can we shine? How can we get paid? But nobody else can shine other than the top two guys traditionally in the triangle type systems. So it takes a lot of people buying in to make it work. That's why it works well with overpowered stars like Jordan and Kobe, and you surround them with a bunch of guys that really don't care too much about scoring the ball. But so in today's game, if you can't get people to buy in, like any offense can work, you got to get everybody to buy in. It don't matter what you run. Most plays,
I agree with that.
Plays end in a mess anyway. But if you can't get your team to buy into a system, because it's just a system that doesn't care.
As you know, the last place, but as you know, the last place where they attempted to put that zone in was my New York Knicks. It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work because they weren't staffed to run it. Right? They weren't staffed to run it. Phil didn't have any good guards in the first place. Drafting Frank Ntilikina over Donovan Mitchell was his last straw. But Phil didn't draft well enough. He didn't get enough triangle oriented players. Now again, I want you to read I want to read the screen. Byron said Byron and Brian.
He's a triangle player.
Okay, you're right. Melo is, but I don't think Melo had like
Melo.
Okay, who?
Frank Ntilikina is. If I'm looking to run the triangle, I need players like that. Guys,
you need a tall guard. I get it.
Guys will defend, but see, the thing is, if you don't, it takes an entire unit of people buying in, and the problem with that is when you got all these other guys that understand that I can only get paid if I'm averaging 15, 17 points a game. I can't get paid if I'm averaging 6 points a game. And
I got you. I got you.
Do you think a team like the Nuggets can run the zone? Like
the triangle.
I mean, the triangle. Yeah, my fault. The triangle.
They
like,
don't have
players?
Yeah, you could, but
they can't if Jamal Murray gets off like that. The triangle is designed for people who don't have the great offensive skills. That's an offense that sets up the offense.
And that's a little. I know what you're saying, but that's a little simplistic.
Bro, y'all, you ain't
they could both shoot and they both good. Like Jokic good in the low post.
No, it's funny because Phil Jackson. I know it's funny because Phil Jackson passed up Nikola Jokic in the draft, which is again they go to Melo. It would have been nice for him to try to implement that zone with Melo and Jokic there, but he wasn't doing his job. See, again, I say that Phil was a bad GM, but he was a pretty decent coach.
I mean, everybody passed up on Jokic. He was the second round.
Well, I know, but Phil had a chance to draft him again in the second round. But look, Brian, Adrian Knight said Byron said today's players aren't smart enough to run today's triangle offense. Is that captain?
I don't think they're not smart enough.
Byron Scott said it, and I just saw the clip where he said
right now. I'm gonna tell you something right now. The triangle offense is a sixth grade offense. It's the easiest thing to learn. Yeah. It's not very complex.
Yeah.
It's easy. So when people say they can't learn, when Byron Scott says they can't learn it, all he's saying is you cannot get players of the day where your numbers are tied directly into how much you get paid. You cannot convince these guys to buy into a system that's going to keep them getting paid around $5 million a year because it's not going to allow them to put up the stats to get paid. That's why.
I see. I can agree with that. That makes a lot of sense,
bro. In that same interview, he said that it's for the players like when Shaq and Kobe weren't on the floor. That allowed them to score easier because it broke down the defense. When Kobe wasn't on the when Kobe broke the triangle or whatever, they were swinging that to the other side. It's easier for them to score out of it. When the shot clock is running down,
Right.
that's when you give it to Kobe because he can score in the phone booth. He's the best
Hey,
scorer. He
God,
can score in the phone booth. That's fine. That
I
gives
just
the other
want a quick.
players the chance to score.
Before I just want a quick programming note. I'm not monetized yet, but I would, I would appreciate. I have my PayPal and Cash App. If anybody want to donate to the stream, man, look, we're gonna get better over here. I just, I'm really trying to get this channel up. This is a really good show, and this is a really good conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm trying. FYI, and I know, you could probably concur in all of this. I'm just trying to have better conversations. I'm trying to throw stupid ass narratives out. And again, stupid ass narratives go all over the place. And again, it could be entertaining. That's what it is. It could be entertaining to keep talking about Jordan 40 years after the fact and 30 years after the fact. And we even breaking down 18 years ago, 2007 run. Again, honestly, I'm trying to think back what I thought, because I used to root for LeBron back then. I wanted LeBron to win a championship. I actually wanted him to get to the top before Kobe got back to the top. I was a Kobe hater. You understand what I'm saying? But when you look back at it, there were deficiencies in his own game, and there was strengths on the Cleveland team. And I just want that out there. I want the Drew Gooden. Like, people laugh when you say Drew Gooden. Who is Drew Gooden? And when I put Drew Gooden's stats up against Horace Grant, I'm like, what's the difference? Look at that. Look at their numbers
But
year by
y'all
year.
laugh when we say George Gervin or Orlando Woolridge or Brad. Brad.
No, it's not that we laugh, but no,
Y'all
it's not that
laugh.
we laugh, because I know. Hold on, I knew that Orlando Rose was a hell of a scorer. I had his basketball card.
Bro,
I
when we
to
say
watch
Quentin
him
Daly,
against
y'all
Denver.
laugh. Right?
Okay,
When we
all
say
right.
these
No,
guys,
it's
y'all
not
laugh.
about laughing though. Hold on, it's not about laughing. You understood that you were playing against Sidney Moncrief and coming off
Bro,
back-to-back
hold on.
defensive player again.
Bro, let's not pretend like y'all know that team that Jordan had, it just was not good enough. This
Of
is why
course,
they
and
couldn't
we
have a decent regular
understand
season.
that.
Because
But
hold
you're
on,
talking
Kiro,
about
because
1 and
Kiro,
2 seeds.
if it was good enough, they wouldn't be playing one seeds in the first round.
You're
They could
right.
be
And again, we understand it. See, and I told JB, the first thing you did was get defensive. We understand that. There's a natural progression to any team. Like, unless you make a blockbuster move like Jason Kidd, and he fits what you have, you're not going to make a big time jump like that. The Bulls got Michael Jordan. They jumped from a bad team to a mediocre team, because that's what they were. They were a mediocre team. The 30 wins, we all know the story behind the 30 wins.
We know, like, the whole point is, I expect you guys to laugh if somebody comes up here and says, yeah, Jordan had Brad Sellers and Jordan had Quinn Day. I expect y'all to laugh at that.
There was just see, the guys like me. Hold on, guys like me. Hold on, the guy, because we were called. No. We were. He called Johnny, and I know Johnny is not you, but he called us Zessie Jeffries, me, Hawk, and
Okay, I
JB.
don't care,
Neither
man.
one of I know, but we're not. No. I'm just saying this. We're not even Jordan fans. We're just fans that believe that Jordan is the GOAT, and we want to tell the truth. Now, again, him losing in the first round. Hold on. But him losing in the first round is not a knock. How many times did Malone lose in the first round? How many times did Mullen? I don't think Mullen ever got out of the first round. If he not in the same Hall of Fame, and was he not on the same Dream Team? Does he not get the same? Like, a lot of greats lost in the first round. And again, that's not a narrative that we're defensive about.
No,
But
what I'm saying is this: when LeBron James fans, when they laugh at the notion that you guys say that Drew Gooden and some guys were enough help to win a championship, it's the same way I expect
they
you
were
guys
enough to get to the finals against the competition they went. That's the point I'm going to make.
It is the same way I expect for you guys to laugh if somebody comes up here and says, yeah, Quentin Daly and some
Quentin
of these
Daly
other
was
guys
not enough help to beat the Boston Celtics. That's just a fact.
Bro, but hold on. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is this, King Rowe. I don't expect that team to beat the Boston Celtics, but you don't play the Boston Celtics.
But we expected the Cavs to beat the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, the New Jersey Nets.
All I'm saying is this, King Rowe. If you're a competent team, you shouldn't be playing a number 1 seed in the first round. You should look, if they're playing a 4 or 5 seed, maybe you stand a better chance. That's more of a competent team. But if you can't be enough to have a winning record in a regular season, that's not good enough help.
No, and we get that, but again, then LeBron again, the Cavs were the number one, and they weren't. See, John, mind you, again, I know you're not speaking for Johnny, but when I asked Johnny this question, I said, "Who was guarding Vince Carter?" Now, again,
Who was the driving force behind that team being the number one seed?
obviously LeBron James. And
Okay,
you know what? The second, hold on.
stop
You
there,
know,
brother.
and again, as I'm going to ask you, okay, the second star of that team was not an individual player.
Don't
It was the
matter.
overall. Hold on. It's not, come on now. The overall defense and rebounding advantage that they had over teams. And that's the part that I wanted to, because that's what I saw from the numbers. I saw from the film that I watched. Just rehashing that '07 run. They were strong rebounding and they were strong defense. So I can tell that narrative, Lamont. I can tell that narrative because that's true. And everything. Larry Hughes was a great one-on-one defender. He was one of the most pesky defenders in the league. As your boy, hold on. As your boy Gilbert Arenas will sit there and tell you on both No Chill Gil and Gil's Arena, right?
King Row.
Go ahead.
So last year, I can give you a plethora of teams that were well above OKC in rebounding.
Okay.
Never stood a chance. If you're telling me that Cleveland's ability to rebound the basketball is the sole reason why they all were the best team in basketball, that you never identified a
Well,
best
they
team.
number one. No, okay, hold on. They number one. They weren't the best team in basketball. They were one of, as I said, they were one of the best rebounding teams in the league, and they were one of the best defensive teams in the league. Now you bringing up OKC. OKC, hold on. Hold on. OKC took my hold on. OKC took my center and paid $31 million a year to my center and Isaiah Hartenstein to address one of their weaknesses. So yeah, they were teams that rebounded better. What is the point?
But they also had two borderline 3 all-stars. Chet Holmgren didn't make an all-star, but he's an all-star caliber player.
Yeah, he was out for half the year. We know that.
J-Dub was an all-star. SGA was the league MVP. When we stop there, that's called competent help. And then also when you go to the bench, you have 2 all NBA defenders on that team. I think 3.
Okay.
You got Caruso. So you got 2 guys who are all NBA defensive team. Competent help. So when we talk about the OKC team, it's not just SGA and a whole bunch of others who aren't looked at and respected around the league as perennial players.
I would agree. Hold on. I was just locked in a debate on
Chet just signed a $200 million deal. If he's not an all-star this year, I'll be surprised. You're looking at the bench, the most elite bench in the league, right? They got one of the best coaches in the league. Everything right now is tailor-made for them to win. That's called elite help. So
I got you. All right, so let me answer that.
If the best that you can give me is Drew Gooden and a couple other guys, convince me that that's elite help.
Wow.
Championship, you must think we're dumb.
See. Here we go. And I got to do. I mean, here's the thing with F. Wabs is there. He just went to a whataboutism. Now, mind you, I'm not anyway trying to compare Cleveland to OKC this year. You're talking about a 47 win team versus a 68 win team. Everything he just sat there and said was basically, again, we all know that Jay would. See, I just went in a debate with a lot of Trae Young fans who were coming at me for everything, for defending the fact that J Dub on the creator SROS, he put a poll in and gave 4 players. He put Zion, Trae Young, J Dub, and the other one was Bam Adebayo. J Dub won the poll. And people, this must be New York fans. Well, wait a minute. I'm talking about a guy that just won a championship, that just helped the team as one of the best players on the team get to the first seed 2 years in a row. Second year they won the championship. And Trae Young hasn't made the playoffs in the last 2 years. So if I think that J Dub is a better player than clearly, I believe that SCA has help. The problem is that J Dub and Chet Holmgren, a lot of people haven't seen them play yet. So casuals will sit there and say it's SCA by himself. Now, you want to sit there and make the false equivalency going all the way back to 07 and talk about Drew Gooden. Well, again, those teams are completely different league. Mind you, you got one team that's playing against LeBron James and LeBron James and Luka Doncic on the team. You got the other team that's playing against Mikey Moore, Bashan Nakbar in the playoffs. Let's keep it real. The Brooklyn Nets at 41-41 weren't making the playoffs in either year, even with Jason Kidd and Vince Carter in their prime. That team wasn't talented enough back then. So why bring them up? When all I'm trying to say, it's not about. See, now we do the individual players, and I do. Hold on. I do it. No. It's
What is LeBron supposed to do about his competition?
But FYF, what I try to do. Hold on, FYF. What I try to do, rather than looking at names on the roster, what is the fabric of the team? What does a team do? Ever since I ever started looking at basketball, I looked at what the fabric of the team is. See, now we got so much copycat basketball that every team is this and every team is that. Well, again, the fabric of the Cavs back then, rough and tumble, they held team to 92 points a game. They held team to 92 points a game. FYF. So that was the defense.
They were still a very one-dimensional team.
Offensively, maybe.
Okay,
Offensively, maybe. But no. But wait a minute.
But they had flaws.
Of course they were flawed.
And nobody's running around saying that this 2007 team was one of the greatest teams in NBA history.
They weren't. We know this.
The team was flawed. The roster was still flawed. They made a hell of a run. They had a hell of a showing against Detroit, and we stopped there. I don't know how
Random Clips is a guy. Hold on. Random Clips is a guy to say you cook me a lot. Read the screen. What he just said. Every team Jordan beat in the 90s was terrible. Now look, FYI, I'm not telling you to account what this guy say. But when you say nobody says stupid shit like this, I mean, come on, man. The guy beat 260-win teams in the same season.
Drop the link for him.
I always drop the link for Random Clips, but he don't pull up. He just say spicy shit.
And let Random Clips, because if I say something, I can stand on it.
No, I got you, but this is what I'm saying. The type of shit like this is what I try to knock down. Because again, every team he beat in the 90s was terrible. I mean, goddamn, I can sit there. Hold on. I can sit there and talk about the 8th seed.
Great picks.
Say again.
Why would you care what he says when it's not even arguable? No, like why would you sit there?
Because a lot of the stupid shit like this multiplies. It reverberates out. Because if you don't defeat it, remember, you asked me. Hold on. Say again. What was my Tim Duncan take? What did I say?
Anybody that has Tim Duncan outside of the top 10, you need to throw away anything related to basketball around you and throw it in the garbage can.
Okay, so let me ask you, who did I have in my 12 that's ahead of him that is like highway robbery?
See, because just the way y'all think, hey, Johnny's crazy for having LeBron as the GOAT. I think you are even crazy.
I don't see
Tim Duncan in your top 10.
That's fine. I have my reasons. And again, I'm going to ask you one more time. Who do I have ahead of him that is like highway? It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
I don't know your top 10.
But it's your reason. That's the reason you said because he was playing center.
Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, here's 11 and 12. Hold on. Matter of fact, I have it written down right here. Oscar Robertson.
That's crazy. Tim Duncan.
I was crazy.
Man, what
Wait.
But you have
Oscar's 11. Oscar's 11. Hold on. Oscar's 11. And number 12, I have Dr. J at 14. I have Duncan at 13. I have number 12. Who's my number 12? I'm looking. Shit. Well, Oscar 11.
Isn't that's a shock jock take, right? To put Tim Duncan outside of the top 10? Arguably the greatest defender in NBA history. That's even worse than Ajani, who y'all say has a crazy take at putting LeBron at number 1.
13. But now my top 10, MJ, Wilt, Russell, Magic, Kareem.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It'd be crazy
How
to
is it
some.
crazy? Wait a minute. Wait. My top 5 is crazy to have over Duncan.
Yeah. Hold on. It's a
Wait,
shock.
wait, wait,
Finish your list.
Tim Duncan outside of the
wait.
top 10. That is shock
No.
value.
So, explain to me what Tim Duncan was better on the basketball court than Will
Hold on.
Chamberlain.
You
What's
have
the rest
all.
of your list?
No, this is not about talent. The top 10 is about career. This is not the most
Okay.
talented of all time.
So wait. You mean telling me having two of the most dominant, being the anchor of two of the most dominant teams that ever played, two of them. In addition, in addition to practically owning the rule books, in addition to being so damn dominant and fucking physically great. Hold on, no. Come on, that's what I'm saying. So if as I say, I don't care about accolades and because no. Hold on, FYF. Nobody had Duncan in their top 10 until they won the ring when he was 38 years old. No one put him there. You tell me Magic over Duncan is a crazy.
So hold on. So you put Wilt in your top 10 based off the last 2 championships he got?
I put Will over everything. The man, hold on. The man has the rebounding league. See what I'm saying? Like, see what I'm saying? Now I can't even defend my own point. I can't Will Chamberlain is the Babe Ruth of this goddamn game. No, but there's nobody more physically talented. Wilt Chamberlain is the only guy to shut Michael Jordan up in the GOAT discussion.
Hold on. You're not going to hold his competition against him?
What holding his competition? He played against Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Wait a minute. He played 9-10 games against Bill Russell every fucking year. But are you going to tell me why am I holding his competition? He played against Walt Bellamy. He played against Willis Reed. We were talking about half of his schedule being against these 3 guys.
We're talking about all
these. Are you kidding me?
He 4-5 in game 7s, man.
Okay. So when I knock Duncan, hold on. When I knock Duncan for being in his prime and losing to the AC Grizzlies, what kind of playoff moment was that?
I mean, but the Celtics own Bill Russell like a team that own.
Okay, so one of the greatest, most dominant dynasties of all time own Will Chamberlain. Therefore, that's a knock.
Who you got 10 and 9? Who you got 10 and 9?
10 and 9. 10 and 9. Akeem and Shaq. And I know you, Mr. Akeem, is overrated. Again, Akeem is the best defender of all time, arguably. He's the best reported, best defender of all time. Okay, number 1 in shot blocks. Like when you put the head-to-head numbers, when you put the relative prime, when you put the 7-year prime, the numbers are staggering.
Are you trying to raise bait us?
No, I'm not trying to. Am I raised baiting you?
It's more than numbers, though. You gotta look at playoff impact, team impact, like all that too.
Okay.
Stat argument for all these players. He's using a stat argument. So
I'm using the stat argument. I'm using the dominant. See. No. You know what? I get what they're doing. Look. I get. See what I'm saying? Again, you're right. You're talking about. See, first thing I do is I take all that. The ring count don't come in later. I want to know who's a better player. As what I said. I'm gonna tell you right now. Hold on. No, FYI, we're not gonna do that. Because I see you trolling. If Prime Akeem and Prime Duncan would let's just say they had an equally good team based on your expert opinion, and those are the 2 stars. And Duncan would have to guard. Hold on, Duncan would have to guard that Green Dream Shake for a 7-game series. You know what Duncan's gonna do? Duncan's gonna have to call a wife and get his travel plans to the Virgin Islands because them motherfuckers is going home. And that's why I put Akeem Olajuwon over Tim Duncan. And ain't nothing gonna change my mind, bro.
That's whataboutism, as you say.
How's that a whatabout? No, you did a whataboutism. You went to the OKC Thunder, a 68-win team, to make a point to eviscerate that. Tell me that Drew Gooden ain't a good player. Because the OKC Thunder had what they had. Come on now, stop it. See again. Go ahead.
Where's
LeBron is number 8. LeBron is number 8, and I think LeBron. There's a lot of guys that will say Tim Duncan is better than LeBron. I'm not going to be one of them guys to say that. Hey, Hollywood Herman's up here. He's another one that don't have Tim Duncan. I don't know if he has him.
He respects Tim Duncan's game.
Well, he actually had a whole live stream on Tim Duncan. I was wait.
Yeah,
See. How
Herman
am I
got Tim Duncan
disrespectful?
outside.
No. Stop it. How am I disrespectful for thinking somebody is the 13th greatest player in the history of the game?
Hey,
Well, because he's not top 10. You don't think Kobe's top 10? That's disrespectful.
hey,
You done
King
did
Ro.
9 hour streams, my nigga. Please stop it.
Tim Duncan at 13 is a shock jock take.
Well, okay. Jordan does not have as much skills as Luka Doncic is a shock jock take. Not telling me Tim Duncan at 13 is no, because I think 13.
This before we go any further. This is the road we go down when you start to argue where you rank players. It sounds
that's fine, and I get it. And see, that's my thing. I get it. But see, before we did all this bullshit about player ranking, I was making a point about fabrics of team that you just stepped on. See, no. Again, I get into the point of fabrics of team because guess what? Basketball is a 5-on-5 game. It's not a 1-on-1 game. It's not a 1-on-1 game. I just said, the first thing. No. The first thing. Yeah, Zebo outplayed. The motherfucker got played by Zach Randolph, and I'm to believe he could deal with fucking, But anyway, no. The first again. The first thing, if I'm going to rank players, because again, it bores me about ranking players, but we'll do it because it's fun. It's a fun exercise. We had a whole show on it. This show, and again, I want to talk about the fabric of teams. A lot of people don't understand the fabric of teams. A lot of people don't understand why Golden State beat the 1 seed 67 win Mavericks. Because the fabric of that team were able to take advantage of a superior team wins-wise. They should have won that series, but they go ahead.
King Ro, all this fabric of team stuff, you don't win with this fabric of team BS. You win.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Hold on.
No, you win with great players. You win with great players. Hold on. Just having 2 great players ain't gonna get you to the finals, my dude.
The guy speaking above me, the guy with the line. Let me ask you a question. You coaching a team. You have the opportunity to take the 3 best players in the gym and build around them. Or you can go with another core group of guys where King Ro points at them and says they have the fabric of the team. What group?
Take the fabric of the team. I'm taking the fabric of the team. I'm gonna tell you why. But go ahead. You go.
That you're more comfortable with, and you think that's ready now.
There ain't nobody running with no fabric of the team. I'm taking the
see. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Keeping Wilt as your GOAT then.
Jordan was just more dominant for a longer time.
Better numbers. He has better numbers than Jordan.
Yes, he does. But it's not about the numbers.
It's
not about the numbers. Jordan was able to take his superior. And be more dominant in the team setting for a longer time.
Tim Duncan more dominant than Wilt in the team setting?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't dominated. He wasn't more dominant individually. See, that's the point. Again, if I really believe that Wilt showed up with a 5 or with a 13. If put Wilt in any era, his 11 players against Duncan is 11 players, and they're equal. Wilt is going to destroy Tim Duncan and his team because he's just a better player.
That's a hypothetical, though. You don't know that, though.
And you're right. I don't know that, but that's what I'm going to think because what I'm going to look at is no. It's not a whataboutism. It's not a whataboutism. That's my God. See, you're using it wrong. But again, you know what? No, I want to stick with Lamar's question. Because I would take a team, because I would take a complete team. I would take a team that has enough scoring, enough ball handling, enough outside shooting, and enough rebounding. Because you can have the 3 best, and they all 3 are scorers. They all need the ball. Hold on, no, stop. No, you don't win in the NBA. You just brought it to. Lamont, you brought it to the gym. Lamont, you brought it to the gym. Now, what if you get the best 3 players in it? Lamont, I'm gonna ask you a question. Lamont, can I ask you a question? Lamont, you're talking. Can I ask you a question? We're in the gym. We're choosing files. I played in enough open runs. I played in enough parks. I played in enough states. Again, I'm not trying to act like, but we taking it to open run. The best 3 players in the gym. Hold on, Lamont. Come on, let me answer the question.
Pick up basketball and NBA basketball, different thing.
It's not up until you talk about NBA. You just brought it to the gym. And this could be at any level. No. You asked a question about the gym, Lamont. You asked a question about open run in the gym. You said, would you take the 3 best players in the gym, or would you build a team? Would you
You don't win without them.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. The 3 best players in the gym, right? You got them. Now, what if your last 2 players are dog shit, and you don't really have a big man? And one guy can handle are the best 3, other guy can shoot from the outside, other guys dominate inside. Okay, but the other 2 are dog shit. What I always look at on the court, and where I like to play, well, I know I can rebound and pass. All right, so cool. I'm not as good as those 3 guys, but I'll find the next guy that can score, and I'll find a good point guard. Hold on, and I'll find a good heady point guard. And I don't give a fuck if it takes me all night. I'm going to knock that fucking team out. And I've done it many, many times at the places I play. And I'm not going to act like I played at the highest level, but I played against some good fucking players. Okay? I played against guys that play D1. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Like, now you're going to knock down my experiences like I have none.
No. I'm saying you're right. I'm saying, so you would construct the team the way the Knicks are constructed now, correct?
Yes, I would.
Hey, now, how many championships think you're gonna win with this roster?
So this current roster the Knicks have,
because y'all got everything that you said: the fabric, the balance, the defense. How many championships y'all going?
Yeah, and you talking about talented scorers like Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, who not only done it in the regular season, have done it in the playoffs. Then I have a good rim protector. I have 2 elite wings. Mind you, OG Anunoby and what's the name proved it. I have outside shooting. I have bench scoring.
Y'all gonna win.
Oh, yeah, I already jumped out the window and said we're gonna win a chip this year. And if we're not, hold on. If the Knicks are not gonna win, who's gonna knock us off? You got to tell me who's gonna knock us off.
I got the whole East. Anybody in the East?
Anybody in the East.
Cavaliers.
So that means okay. That means hold on. No, you said anybody in the East. So that means the Knicks will lose in the first round. That's what you're saying? You said anybody in the East.
Here, this is what I guarantee. I guarantee that one of the other teams in the East will put them out of the playoffs.
Oh, so what you telling me is you're picking the field against the Knicks, which is a high stake. Is that?
No, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying that the way the Knicks are constructed now, without a superstar, you're not winning nothing.
Oh my God! So okay. Let me ask you this: who's the superstar? Name me the superstars in the league. Maybe all the superstars in the league.
We talk about superstars for their team.
It's a simple question, Lamont.
SGA.
SGA.
Nikola Jokic.
You
got Luka Doncic. You got Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That's okay. That's my top 4 right there.
So these guys right here, if you don't have somebody who is a bona fide,
so there's 4 superstars in the league.
This is what I'm saying: a bona fide, clear-cut number 1 option. You're not winning.
So that's 4. So what you're telling me there's 4 superstars in the league. Lamont. There are 4 superstars in the league.
No, there's 2 different types of superstars, King Row. So you have superstars for your team, right? So for example, in its own definition, there's really only like 3 superstars in the league. But when we're talking about bona fide, clear-cut ones like Steph Curry, he's a superstar for the Warriors. Luka Doncic is a superstar for the Lakers.
Okay.
Ja Morant is a superstar for the Grizzlies. These guys are bona fide, clear-cut number 1s. Your Knicks, you got 2 number 2 options, but y'all got the fabric of the team. Go ahead with the.
Well, here's what I'm gonna stand on. Because I believe. Hold on. I'm one to believe there are about 15 to 20 superstars, give or take. 15 to 20. 15 to 20. It's a 30-team league. There are 15 to 20.
Funny thing about that is the Knicks don't got none of them.
Which bullshit? Because I got Jalen Brunson as the 7th best player. Mind you, the 5th best player is clearly Jason Tatum. But I got to asterisk. Hold on. Can I have it? The 5th best player is Jason Tatum, but I got to asterisk because he's injured. Did the Knicks not just beat Jason Tatum and his team?
Pacers not just beat the Knicks.
Okay, you're right, because they had a better fabric of the team. And they hold on. As I said after the series, Tom Thibodeau got his lunch stolen, and that's why I couldn't wait till they fired his ass. And yes, they did about 3 or 4 days after I dropped that post. Okay, so
Bro,
every
before the
go
LeBron
ahead.
series
James team,
started,
every time
did you
LeBron
feel like
loses,
that
all
about
y'all need
Tom
to say is
Timberlake?
they had a better fabric of the team. Every time LeBron loses, San
Oh
Antonio
yeah, oh
07.
yeah, oh yeah. No, wait. Well, listen, I'm glad you say that. I'm glad you say that. Yes, the fabric of LeBron's teams have been mostly crap. They've been crap. Let me tell you, the only
Fabric of the
time
Knicks
LeBron,
and
no. The only time LeBron had a good top to bottom, really bona fide chance. And I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna say this is 10 toes down. The only time LeBron had a good, complete fabric of the team, I would say 2016. I would say 2013 was close. I did not like the perimeter defense. I did not like their rim protection. Chris Bosh did an admirable job, but he was clearly not as good as you need to be an all-time. That was
2020.
Who has more championships
2020.
over the last 25 years?
2020.
LeBron.
I'm gonna tell you about 2020. Let me tell you about 2020. 2020 was a nice team. They were
The
very
Lakers
big
had a
up
fabric
front.
of the
Hold
team in the
on.
bubble?
Say again.
The Lakers had a fabric of the team in the bubble. They
Without
played together.
they actually had a pretty good team, but I stood and I hate to do the Wills. Hold on, I hate to do the hypotheticals, but I believe if this was a 7-game, hold on, if this was a 7-game series in Los Angeles with the crowd, I believe hold on, my God, bro, can I finish it? I believe, and I hate to do the Wills, but I believe that the Clippers would have beaten the dog shit out of that team. But
this is new. You guys are new.
yeah, no, I'm maintaining it. Because you know what happened? You know what happened after that? The Clippers owned them for like 2-3 years, and this is with Kawhi being hurt.
When it mattered most, though.
Say again.
But they didn't win when it mattered most.
They didn't. No, they did. They didn't do it. They wanted. No. So a man and Clipper players have told you this that they hated that bubble. Kawhi Leonard himself, who was a fucking whatever, a weird dude.
They didn't have the fabric of the team in the bubble.
They quit. They quit. They quit. They quit. Mind you, okay. What happened the next season? The next season. What? The next season.
I don't even like the bubble ring as a Laker fan, bro.
No, the Clippers choked.
Like the bubble
They
ring,
choked.
but
Kawhi, Paul George came scoring in the second half.
From top to bottom, the Lakers was a good team that year.
They were a good team, but I think the Clippers were better. I think it proved in the regular season. I think it. Bro, the Clippers.
The Lakers just didn't have a.
I mean, they had their numbers.
I thought they was gonna be. I thought they was gonna meet in the Western Conference Finals.
Who you know? The Lakers. I thought the conference finals was set to be Lakers and Clippers. Now I believe it was in LA. I think the Clippers would have won in 6. I thought the Clippers were built to be a Golden State type team, but obviously, we all know what happened.
You can't say that if they let 3-1 lead, and they
but it's the fucking bubble. I don't look. CJ Warren scored 50 points.
Bring your fabric with you, even if it's in the bubble.
Oh my God. Look, see again, as we know, I'm just gonna look at it once we started playing in arenas. Who got further? Lakers or the Clippers?
Well, didn't the Lakers get to the Western Conference Finals?
No, well they got to the first round the next year. They got smacked in the first round. And the Clippers got hold on. The Clippers got to the conference final. The Clippers got to the conference finals despite having to finish the season, the series against the Jazz after Kawhi dunked on Rudy Gobert and towards ACL. Let's keep it real. Hold on. Y'all cry about wait, Lamont. Y'all cry about Anthony Davis pulling his one. See, what aboutism? No. This is a what happenism. This is a what happenism. Because the Clippers, the Clippers not only beat the Jazz. Hold on, the Clippers not only beat I believe the Jazz were the 1 seed that year too. I could be wrong, but the Clippers not only upset the Jazz. Well, despite losing Kawhi, dunking on Rudy Gobert, they actually gave the Phoenix Suns a big run for their money in the conference finals. Mind you, a team that should have been. Matter of fact, you're right. The Clippers were the 3 seed, I believe, and the Jazz were the 2 seed. No, I'm sorry, wrong. Either way, the Clippers got to the conference finals and they lost their star player. They didn't lose Anthony Davis. They didn't lose, mind you. What about it? Y'all forget when what's the name had that little nerve when Chris Paul had that nerve thing, and the Lakers were only able to get the 2-1 lead in the first place. Then they got dog walk when Anthony Davis had the groin problem, mind you, which tells you that the Lakers weren't a great team in the first place. But again, that's just rehash history. But again, you're right.
should have kept
No,
Dwight.
it's not a whataboutism. No, it's not a whataboutism. As
Okay,
we
that's a
know,
what if is.
hold on.
But if
As we know, the three great teams in the league that year were the Lakers, Clippers, and the Bucks. Right?
no, that's a whataboutism.
No. The three great teams in the league that year were the Clippers, Lakers, and
That's a
Bucks. Right?
whatavism. That's a whatavism.
Three great teams of the bubble year were who, Lamont? What were the great teams in
I don't know.
2020?
I don't remember. I just
You
the
don't
only
know.
the
I know.
only
You
thing
just
I
you just
remember
trying
from
to
that
catch
year.
me on some
No,
bullshit. You're
real,
not
no,
gonna do
hey,
it.
Rose, to be honest, the only thing I remember from that year is the bubble. I don't know why I can't remember. Like I can't recall what was
Crazy.
going on, but because that year was so weird, it was
It
such a
was weird.
weird year.
It was a
So
weird for
It
everybody.
was
Yeah,
it was a
exactly.
blur. It
Like
was
I
a
remember
blur.
the bubble was so weird because you had people like T.J. Warren going off. Bam was
Exactly.
playing out of his mind. Like it was to me, it was good basketball.
Exactly.
It was just
Then
a weird setting.
Danya House got snitched on for getting some
This is
pussy from him.
appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Danya
then
basketball.
House
Goodwill,
lost his goddamn
Goodwill got
marriage
snitched
because he
on
got
because he got some
snitched on.
food.
All right, y'all. I got to get up out of it.
No
I'm gonna go
doubt, no
listen.
doubt. We're gonna wrap up
Listen
soon,
to
man.
that.
This
What
was a
about
this was a fun show. This is a fun show.
whatism?
Salute FYF. I appreciate you for pulling up, keeping it civil. You
Salute.
know, this is fun. As the back and forth is fun. But again, now what I remember is the Bucks. They were 50-9, and that pretty much what got Giannis that MVP. But the Bucks were the dominant team. They had some things about themselves exposed in the playoffs, and I know
Mm.
Giannis won 100%, but they lost. They lost to it wasn't Miami. I think they lost to the Celtics that year in the
Bro,
Oh man, we didn't even talk about the Burger King commercial. CJB,
this
I'm blaming
motherfucker
you,
is
bro.
slow, bro.
I'm blaming
Who,
you,
me?
Dang, it's
JB.
JB fault. That's crazy.
Oh,
Nah, who this
JB.
not?
Hey, bro, I still gotta ask you a question, bro.
Go ahead. Go to the question.
Bro, it's gonna
Yeah.
go back to your the Tim Duncan thing, right? 'Cause you have
Oh
him
man,
outside of the 10, right?
I have them
So
outside the
like
top 10.
I just wanna know like the reasoning behind him being, is it because he played center more than he did in the
Nah,
power forward spot?
nah. I just the first thing I never thought that Tim Duncan was the best player in the league. So for you to
Mm-hmm.
be my best player, again, you could tell me what year you think he is, and I'll tell you what year I think somebody else was. What year was
Okay,
Tim Duncan
But
the best
bro,
player in the
03.
league?
hold on though, but bro,
Oh,
it's
03.
hard.
go ahead.
03.
No, I was saying it's kind of hard for me to like that you got Tim Duncan outside your top 10. You got Bill Russell in your top 5, and they like kind of the same type player as
Yeah,
you
but Bill
like. To
Russell's
be
more
honest,
successful. Bill Russell's more successful.
I
Bill
know,
Russell never
but
lost to an.
it's
Not only
you
did
gotta
Bill
look at
Russell
it
not
like
lose to
you
an
gotta
AC,
leverage out and look at it like one playing 8 teams and got 11 rings, and one playing against 30
see,
teams and
so
got
so the
5
eight,
rings.
so the
So
eight, so the
I
18s,
think
right? The
it was
18s.
reversed. Go ahead, what you were saying?
Yeah, but the 18s is that a bad thing? I mean, that means you have more stiffer competition. Again, you got to remember he's only playing Shaq 4 times. Bill Russell's playing. Bill Russell's playing against Chamberlain 10 times. Even when he was in the West, he's still playing him against him 8 times. The schedule was so compact. I mean, like at the end of the day,
But if you
bro,
the best
11
team and
rings.
you got it's everybody got to stay
I
on their
am not
team,
taking
it's
Bill
kind of
Russell.
hard.
One thing, I am not taking Bill Russell outside of the top 5. You can tell me anything. Russell is a top 5 player. It's not even close. How do you tell me a 5-time MVP when your peers are voting for MVP? Now you gonna tell me the best? Okay, Duncan might be top 5 defensive player of all time. I don't think. I actually, especially considering the way the shot blocks and the fact that he was a decent defensive sub late in his career because he wasn't the most fleet of foot. I don't think he is a top 5 defender. But if you want to tell me the 17, 15, however many all the NBA defensive teams put him there, then they put him there. I think again, he had trouble with Zach Randolph. I mean, the guy had trouble with Big Country. Some guys I've seen cook Tim Duncan. Guys are not cooking Bill Russell, especially when it comes to the
I
winning
mean, he
part.
cooking
You know,
himself
Hey,
shooting
you
44% from the
hey
field.
King Rome.
see, but
Are
you're
you
not looking at error. It's that's a whole different thing, and that's the numbers thing. So, Mike, what's the next question, man?
Are you looking at like the later years when he was getting cooked by like Aldridge and all them power
It's
forwards?
not, but see, my thing is, it's not even that. I don't think there
Mhm.
was any part where he was the best player in the league. And I think that when I say my growth process, I made a post about it, right? Because the best player in the league, I think, right now is Jokic. And I think between him and Giannis, they're the only players currently playing. What maybe a Kevin Durant, depends on what he does the rest of the career, but they're the only players I think that even got a chance of getting in my top 10. I don't have them there
Yeah,
yet because they have to do more.
gotcha.
What's
Bill
your
was
top
the
10?
best
Now,
winner.
let's
I
go.
Wilt
think
Let's
wasn't
see.
Man,
as
Okay.
Shea got
played.
a chance to be
Bill,
in
bro,
that
Bill
top
tell you
Bill
was
was
10.
the
03.
okay. Let me tell you what. Bill
You
was the
know that
best
what it
player.
was,
Hold
bro.
on, hold
That's
on,
what it
hold on.
was.
And I made the post. Hold on, I made the post because Bill was the best player before Wilt came into the league. He was. It was Bob Pettit for a couple of years. Then Bill Russell had the late 50s. Now, at
Bro,
worst, he's top 2 or 3.
Mm.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
what's
Hawk, you
your
got a
top 10?
question?
Just tell niggas your top 10.
Okay, I said it many times. It's
Nah, you
Jordan.
started the 5. You ain't finished.
Okay, you're right. Okay, Jordan, Wilt, Russell. This is in order. Jordan, Wilt, Russell, Kareem, Magic, Bird, Kobe, LeBron, number 8, 9, Akeem, 10, Shaq. You tell me tell me which guy doesn't belong.
I mean, for one, you could say Hakeem, Wilt, and
Akeem and Will. So one of the offensive like Will owns so much of the offensive record book. The record book, period. Again, you talking about a guy that scored 31,000 points and had 24,000 rebounds, and
Bro,
you can't.
you know what I think the disconnect is, bro?
What
I
happened?
think a lot of people just evaluate people's career rather than taking their actual talent and their game and then evaluating their
Yes.
career after that.
See, I do this, and that's my thing. Here's my goal process, guys, and this is my goal process. I look at were you the best? How great were you as a player? Then how much of that greatness were you able to then make a team dominant and be successful? Now, you want to tell me that Will underachieved with two championships playing against a dominant dynasty like the Celtics? Okay, maybe. Here's the thing: when Wilt broke through, they broke through at such a dominant level. They were 68-13, and his next team was 69-13. Now, give me Duncan's 68-13 team. Give me that. Give me his 69-win team. Give me the part where Duncan was again sustained dominance, because they didn't even go back to back. Now, Duncan was a very good
I
player.
mean,
Duncan was top 3. Hold on.
never
Duncan
missed the
was top
playoff.
3.
They went to the
So
playoffs every year though.
The
I get
organization,
that,
bro.
but I
They
get that.
never
But when you
either.
came into a great organization.
Who's better than him in
Oh my
'03
God.
though? Who's better than him in
I'm going to
'03?
tell you Shaq was better than him because Shaq was still more dominant. I'm going to tell you that
Shaq
Kobe was
got
better than
didn't
him.
Shaq get hurt in '03?
Yeah, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. And then I want you to understand. So now you see the fact that I still have Jason
Mm-hmm.
Tatum ranked 5, the fact that he's
Right.
going to be out for the season. Like, I cannot then take away Jason Tatum's resume and then tell you that when he does get healthy, he's not going to jump right back into that 5 spot. Like, I can't just disqualify what his resume is. So the fact that he's a champion, the fact that he's been in the top 5 of the MVPs, stuff like that, Jason Tatum is still a top 5 player, but I have to put an asterisk on his number 5 spot, knowing that when he gets back healthy, he'll be one of those top 5 players, right?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So the fact that Shaq did get hurt, I'm not the fact he had just come off a 3-peat, and the fact that he
Yeah.
got hurt probably is why they didn't get a 4-peat. So now, what happened? They came back and beat them in 04. Now, again, they got smacked in the finals. But, yeah, they did beat. You're talking about, like, I can't erase the fact that
Mm-hmm.
Shaq led a team that beat Duncan's team by average of 25 points a game in a 4-game sweep. I'm not going to take that away, but I'm not going to take away Duncan's resume, too, because now Duncan was 3. It's not to say he was not as good as Kobe and Shaq. He was still dominant, and I'm going to look at how many years I consider Duncan a top 5 player, and I'm going to put that in his overall resume. See, to me, you got to be the baddest man on the planet to get in my top 10. I don't think Duncan was. I thought he was consistently very, very, very good, elite, but I don't think he was the best player in the league at any point. Now, you can make the
You could,
argument, go ahead.
with the back-to-back MVPs, you can make that argument. He's the best player
Yeah,
in the league.
I mean, but then Steve Nash is a back-to-back. So now, I don't even, again, y'all remember Hawk? I didn't put Steve Nash in my top 10 point guards, even though Steve Nash is the back-to-back MVP, right?
But the MVPs, like I said, that's the problem with MVPs. They never have the same criteria for
It's
shit.
it's a, it's a and I'm gonna tell y'all this again, bro. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna school y'all this again. The MVP is a narrative award, especially once the media took the vote. Once the media took the vote, it became a narrative award. Who can we write the best stories off of in the NBA? Obviously, this year it was SGA. That's why I kept telling y'all. Bro, y'all think the Joker's going to win? It don't matter what numbers he puts up, especially considering that the Nuggets are like struggling. They were 4 seed. And maybe if they had the 2nd seed and got 60 wins, then you put a 68-win team, bro. We've only had 7 68-win teams. It was going to be SGA's in a landslide. There was no way they was taking it away because you don't see 68-win teams every year. You've only seen 7 68-win teams in the history of the game. So guess what? And yeah, they almost had a chance to win 69 and 70. You don't see that, so you're not taking the MVP away from a team like that. You understand what I'm saying? A player who's doing that, mind you, with a bunch of guys that people don't know the names of. As I said, J-Dub is a hell of a player, but he's not a household name yet. So the narrative is going to be SGA winning the scoring title, OKC getting the first seed for a 2nd year in a row. Right? Normally the MVPs go to the team players on the 1st seed, right? But doing it for 2 years in a row, you couldn't deny him being the MVP. But that don't make him the best player. Even getting the chip in Finals MVP don't make him the best player, in my opinion. Why? Because I think Joker had a longer, sustained level of dominance. Where I think if they get to 68 wins again and SGA gets the MVP, then I gotta put SGA as the best player. Especially if the Joker don't get out of the 2nd round and, mind you, loses to SGA and OKC ahead there. Because I do believe if they played they got equal health. See what I'm saying? If I believe that star A and star B with a comparable team played, if I believe that this player is going to win, then I believe that his team is going to win. Then I believe that they're the better. I do believe right now with OKC, I think Adelman and Dagnall are probably equal coaches, and I think the supporting staffs are equal. So now, if one of them guys come out of the West, then I'm probably going to give him the crown. Now, Giannis, unfortunately, he's still my number 2, but I don't think he has the team to get out of it. So if one of them teams come out of the West, now neither one of them come out of the West. But if one of them do, that's who I'm giving the crown to next year. So I always look at it on a year-by-year basis. I look at it chronologically. I don't look at it like, oh, well, he's just the best this year. No, there's a resume there. If one guy just get up to that level, there was time when Harden won the MVP. I didn't think Harden was the best player in the league. Hell no. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing with Embiid. Embiid won his MVP because he finally played enough games and his team was good. But then what did he do? He flamed out in the playoffs again, right?
And he cried.
Yeah, he cried about it the whole 9, but he flamed out in the playoffs again. You know, he got hurt again. So you can't. Matter of fact, what do I got Embiid on my shit? What do I got Embiid on my list? Now, I don't have the notes from that, but I think I had Embiid like 13, 14 because again, he would if he was healthy, and if he was healthy, staying on, he would definitely be in the top 5, definitely top 10. But the injuries now, you can't, like, I don't know that he's going to be on the court. There's one thing to have an injury like Tatum, okay, but you're not, like, Tatum is not an injured, like, that's not his narrative. He's not always injured. He just tore his Achilles. And I think the way they do Achilles surgeries now, they usually get back. He's already up and walking, probably working out. So he'll be back, and that's what I'm saying. But Embiid, I have no faith in Embiid. Because it's always something. It's not just the one injury that pops up here and there. And I think he now has chronically bad knees. So if I'm going to bet, I'm not going to bet on Embiid being a top 10 player. I'm not. Everybody's saying if Embiid's healthy. The motherfucker is never healthy. He's played 480-something games in 11 seasons. That's an average of 40-something games a season, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, before we wrap up, because it's 2:13 here, I gotta be up in the morning. Anybody else got anything to say or push? And my bad for Young Disciple. I know you was up here, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was a great show, man. Great show.
Yeah, it was a great show, bro. Again, me and JB gonna have me and Hawk. You did good. You know what I'm saying? But when you get a Johnny in here, let him expose himself because I know the worst part about it, Johnny, is I know his take. I think it was a bit of a shock to JB, but I want because there's things that Johnny has said in the past, and he stands on it. To his credit, he stands on the bullshit he says, but he don't realize where he be contradicting his own self, his own narratives. It
That
don't
wasn't
even make
about
sense.
you
What happened?
backstage in the middle of me exposing the shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I said, and again, JB, your soliloquies are good. I tell you, you know, you are good at that. Record them shits and upload it to YouTube, man. People, it's because even the real Siberians, bro. Shout out to the real Siberians. He was up here earlier. That's what he do. He sits there. He says, "I'm not good with the lives, but I can get on there and get my thoughts out." Blah blah blah. Subscribe to the real Siberians, man. You know, he's one of the guys that call him with AOH and these guys. He's a
Yeah,
real good,
salute.
you know, he's becoming I'm telling you, man, all y'all could do your own channels and shit, man. I just got inspired to do it because like I said, man, I'm so sick of what I hear. I'm so sick of the shit. Even FYF be making me cringe with his YouTube posts, his fucking Instagram posts, and Johnny. Oh my god! And I was so you know, it's a privilege to get him up here. I know he got a busy schedule, but you, bruh, you let this motherfucker cook himself because he does it all the time. His name, he again, as we seen, he gave Jordan credit for nothing. He made his teammates out to be here. He would give LeBron's teammates nothing. He wouldn't even tell you that Pavlovic and Larry Hughes guarded Vince Carter. Come on, bro. He wouldn't even say that Drew Gooden getting twice the rebounds of his counterpart, Mikey Moore,
Man,
was hell. That's crazy, bro.
he was a
But,
double. He was a double double. Drew
like,
Gooden was
bro,
nice.
think what I'm saying. Like the guy at 14-8, if you're going up against a guy that's getting 14-3, 13-3, and then Jaron Collins, Jason Collins, because you know, and obviously that's his twin brother. He loves them the same, but you know, we all know Jason Collins was the zesty one, getting 2 and
Yeah.
3. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, so Adrian, the next show is going to be on Thursday. You know, again, I'll try to consistently come on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Is you gonna talk about how Bill Russell overrated Thursday?
Yeah,
You
we
definitely
could
got to
talk
talk
about it.
about
We could
that,
talk
man.
about it. Listen. Bill Russell is the great. And I know y'all talk about the
He's a great
44%.
though.
He's the greatest winner in the
Listen,
history
man.
of America. He is the greatest winner in the history of American sports. I understand. Look, it's like I'm gonna do a cross sports reference, but it's like looking at the difference between him and Russell is like looking at the difference between Derek Jeter and A Rod. Of course, A Rod is the better player and puts up the better numbers, but there's a reason why Jeter won 4 championships for A Rod even got there, and when A Rod got there, A Rod wasn't like, you know, Jeter was a very intangible player.
Let
Bill
me ask you
Russell
this
was
hypothetical question
go
though.
ahead.
If Bill
Mm-hmm.
Russell and Will Chamberlain switch teams, will Bill Russell still win 11 rings?
Hell
If
no.
Bill Russell play, no, if Will Chamberlain play like Bill Russell, see what I'm saying? Bill,
Can I
it's
interject
like
real
it's
quick
not.
on that?
I think
Mm.
Can I interject real quick on that?
one thing I say. Maybe the 11 champion. Hold on. Maybe the 11 championships. No, but I think he would have won 5 or 6 or 7. Let's just say this: what if he was with Cincinnati, or what if he went with St. Louis, like they were supposed to, and he played with Bob Pettit for a few years, and then the Hawks got, you know. I don't know. Again, the thing, of course, we all know that Bill Russell was the backbone of that whole thing, but Brett Auerbach was so good at finding talent and finding the mix. See, again, I want to say this. The Celtics were not overwhelming talent-wise. They weren't even big and they weren't the fastest. Bill Russell was the best
Oh yeah, we
athlete on
know
the
that.
team. So I'm saying they were well organized and well coached, and that's why. And Bill Russell actually coached them for the last 2 championships. That's what kind of a good mind he was. He was so much smarter than everybody else. He knew the outlet passes, the facilitation. That's what made the Celtics go. And it's like people. Now again, same thing with Duncan. Duncan was able to do a lot of things intangibly to help, but again, for me, I don't think, mind you, you got an ass beat by Kobe, both pre and with Shaq. So at one point, do I think that he was? If I don't think you're the best player of your era, I don't think you were ever the best player in the league. I mean, yeah, there's no
I
not Bill
mean,
Russell.
you just
I mean,
said one time they got
Can
me
I
the best in the
elaborate
league,
real
or
quick,
like
fellas?
2 times. Like how many times they got? Like
well, he lost to Kobe 4 times. He beat Kobe 3 times. The last
Twice.
time don't count because Kobe got hurt with the Achilles, right? That doesn't even
4
count.
Can I?
Was it 4-2 or 4-3?
It's 4-2.
4-2.
4-2. So then you don't even have a winning record against Kobe. How are you better
Well,
than him?
I could argue he was the best player in 2002, the one he time won the MVP in the championship, and I could argue
What
the time when he won it with the Spurs in '99.
you said?
Okay,
02
so
or 03?
I
Can I
think oh
elaborate
three.
on
The
Wilt and
the
I
Russell
think
'03, the
I
one he
situation?
think
won the
technically, see, I
MVP
know it's a
and the championship, I think. I
you
Yeah,
believe.
could
it
give
was
it to
oh
him.
three.
Maybe you could give it to him in '99, but I don't think he was there yet. And I think Malone, who won the
Right,
MVP,
right.
I think Malone won his second MVP in 3 years. Had the two back to back series with Jordan. I think Malone was that 1 year, or arguably Shaq. Is by 2003, is '04 maybe is Shaq. Then after that, I think Kobe. I think that Kobe was a better player. I think Kobe was a greater player as well. The '05, and again, Duncan is still in that mix. He's in the top five. He came in the league a top five player.
True.
And I think he was at least a top five player until, let's say, '06, '07. He started, mind you, look at '07. He played horrible in that finals against LeBron and them. But yet they won because, they were a better team. But I thought Duncan started falling off around '08. Again, he was good. He was very good. He was, again, a great, great, great post game. I mean, like I said, if I saw him and Akeem 1-on-1, I'm not 1-on-1, but man on man, Akeem got his team, his squad. LeBron Duncan got his squad. I think Akeem is cooking him. I think Akeem is cooking him, bro. Like I don't think he's quick enough to deal with the green shake. I don't think he. I think
And
he
that's
gets
how I feel
bottled up.
about Bill Russell. If he playing them 90 centers,
But
he
see,
can hit,
what
and
you
he'll
got to
beat
remember. All
Can
right,
I
you're
because
right. You're right.
elaborate real
Here's
quick,
the thing.
gentlemen,
Here's the
about
thing, though. Here's the thing. Russell was not an offensive like you wouldn't. Russell was never a guy you needed to go to get buckets. Russell did everything else. He filled in the blanks of what you needed. So he was such a strategist. Russell was like a chess player. I'm gonna use my superior speed and leaping ability to throw you off your game. That's the shit he did. I'm gonna be matter of fact, on top of that, I'm gonna wear you out through my defense. And by the time the fourth quarter comes, you ain't gonna have much left, and I'm gonna beat you every time. That was Russell. It wasn't about
that
being
was
the
Bob
best
Cousy
scorer,
team,
man.
man. That was Bob Cousy team, man. That's
Okay,
a
can I
then,
fact.
then when Bob
can I
Cousy
elaborate
retired in
on the
1964, hold on. When Bob Cousy retired in 1964, whose team was it?
It
See what I'm
was
saying? You go
Russell.
through that
It
Probably,
all,
was
man.
Russell.
probably.
It was Russell.
See, because
But
Russell kept
Was
winning
that Tom
championships
Hamilton?
after Cousy.
No,
No, it
but I'm
wasn't.
trying
No,
to tell you,
no, it wasn't
he
Havlicek. It wasn't.
wasn't.
See,
He wasn't
everybody just
impacting enough to be the best player. Like he impact on one
he
end, that's
won
cool,
five,
but to
bro.
be
He
the
won.
best
He won
player,
five
you got impact.
MVPs, bro. He won
But
five
they ain't count.
MVPs.
They don't count that though. They don't count that.
Why? Why don't they count that?
It's not counted in NBA history that he won 5 MVP. They ain't counted that
Yeah,
back
it
then.
is. Yeah, it
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah, it is.
it
Yeah,
is.
It is.
you
Not
got it.
only
You
that,
got it.
it's
That was
more
before the
respected
merger,
because
though.
hold on, he was voted by his peers. And what about wait? The
That's
CBA didn't even
so. I
exist till
think. I
1968.
think. I think that's what it was. The peers voted for him off the simple fact he was a civil rights person and all that too. So I
Nah, it's
don't
more
think
than that, bro.
he got
Nah,
Can I
voted off
it,
his because his
Nah,
game
nah.
can I
because
He
he was
was
never
elaborate
the
on that
best
real quick?
player in the
Jamie
league.
we can
Gabbert.
do
Jamie
that. We can
Gabbert.
do that with the media votes, bro, and be like, yo, it's a better
Let me
story, so they
elaborate.
gonna vote for the media gonna vote for this person.
He's a great
See,
player. I'm not fighting
I think
Russell.
what we do a
Tell
lot of
Jamie.
times,
Tell
man.
Jamie. My fault.
I think what happens a lot of times, man, is like when we didn't see something or grow up watching that particular player, that particular experience. I think a lot of times what we do is like, oh man, man, like man, could they really do that if they play today? But see, this is the thing. There's a video on YouTube. If you do a search and say Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Will Chamberlain, it's about like a 6-minute video, and they asked Will Chamberlain. They asked him that very question. If you switch teams, would you be as successful? Now, this came out of Will Chamberlain's own mouth. He said, well, I really don't know. He was basically kind of saying Bill Russell was the better player when it came to understand what it took to win. He said out his own mouth. Basically, he said, well, sometimes less is more. I don't know if I played with Boston that the teammates that Bill Russell had could contribute to the level that we know the history showed that they did playing alongside Russell, whereas maybe they played alongside Wilt. They don't play like that. So one thing Bill Russell said, he said, if you put me on your team, you, your offense or your defense never going to be out of balance. So it's a reason why he won the way he did. That's and the thing is, now I will say about Wilt. Now I do remember when he played that indoor game with Magic Johnson in the 80s.
Well, it
he
was
was
a
black,
fucking beast, bro.
and he was blocking everybody's shot in sight. So I do think
What was a fucking, and
both of
that's
them
the thing,
guys
bro.
both of them guys could play in the NBA. If you great, you can play in any era. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
that's
say.
what, that's what we said on the last show, right, about swapping era. I wanted to touch on that too, but the what we said about if you were great, you were gonna find a way to be great. Will Russell was one of the greatest players on the planet, and he did it in a very unconventional way than y'all used to, right? Because at the end of the day, like Duncan, he picked up the game late, and he wasn't exactly the most. One like he was a big man that was learning this game from an early age. But when he learned that I could jump and block every fucking shot and I could throw people off their game. That's what he did. And then he found ways to be better offensively. He found ways to contribute offensively. It wasn't like he was dog shit. When y'all compare him to Dennis Rodman, that's not fair. He wasn't Dennis Rodman or Ben Wallace. He was a superior
Bro,
player to both of them.
it's just
But
what we were talking about earlier though with the stat sheet shit, man. You don't see this shit. You can't
you're right.
quantify this shit in the stat sheet.
It does sound like Duncan. It's funny because Duncan was a swimmer until 16, and then he
I
picked
ain't
up
talking about Duncan.
basketball. No,
I
no,
ain't
no.
talking about Duncan.
No, I know you're not. I'm talking about the comment. I'm sorry, my bad.
Oh, but nah,
Yeah, my bad.
this is what I was talking about earlier when I was arguing with old boy. What's his name? Johnny.
Johnny
That's
the
what I was
Exposure.
talking about.
Yeah,
You can't argue this shit when you talk about a stat sheet. You can't quantify a person's game by the
yeah.
stat sheet. If you don't fucking watch them, you don't know the intangibles of what they bring to the game
See,
outside
I
of
don't
what's on the
study.
fucking piece of
Yeah,
paper.
I studied it. I studied the game. What they'll do is they'll find because they'll sit there and tell you, "Oh, we just pull up random Jordan games." And look. Again, one thing he cooked himself on. You sat there and said you proved that Jordan couldn't go left by using what one team was able to do. Mind you, an elite defensive team. He will never sit there and tell you that the Pistons were an elite defensive team, which we all know. But one team was able to push him to drive left and had enough connectors on defense. Because again, you could make Jordan go left. The Charlotte Hornets could have made him go left. The Cleveland Cavaliers could make him go left. Or mind you, they were up there saying that the Cleveland Cavaliers had no elite perimeter defenders when Ron Harper was on that fucking team. Come on, man. JB, you don't understand, man. You don't understand. I was ready to cook this brother. We did not need the soliloquies, and we did not need to get defensive. He makes so many fucking bad takes that I could have cooked him on the spot. No soliloquies when it comes to one-on-one
Well,
debating because
I think the issue is that
What
when
dynasty
you
would
know
had
they
the worst time translating to other eras? Like, is it Bill Russell dynasty, Chicago, the Lakers? Going like what dynasty would
that
had the worst
depends.
run?
I'll be honest. No, that depends. Um, with the worst time? Oh
Like, can
man.
Bill Russell team dominate in any era? Like, could they still dominate in the '80s like that, the '90s, the 2000s?
I'm gonna
Like,
say
you know,
this. They won two. Hold on, CJ. They won two championships in '74 and '76, and they were built. No, I'm saying they were built similarly. Now Dave Collins took the Russell role, and Havlicek was still there, right? Havlicek was there for both '74 and '76. And what's his name? Father. Brian Davis. He's the actor. No, Brian White. He's the actor. He playing them Tyler Perry movies and shit. JoJo White was his pops. JoJo White took Sam Jones role. So they were still pretty good. They were built very similarly, and Red was still. I
no,
know
I'm
Red
talking
didn't.
about Bill Russell teams though.
I know, I get it, but all I'm saying is that the Celtics were built similarly in the '70s. They weren't. It wasn't like they had none of what made them great in the '60s. Now, I think because again, the fact that they won two championships in the '70s means I think they would have probably been. I think they would have been very unique. Now, mind you, you're talking about the 3-point shot, things like that. Obviously, they're gonna have to do things a little bit different. I don't think they would have been that they're not winning eight. I can admit they're not winning 8 in a row in any other era, right? No, because not because it's just the more teams thing, but there's also other like you put it this way, you're gonna start getting free agency, right? So they're gonna lose some of these guys. They're gonna have to pay once the salary cap comes in. Some of these guys are gonna make more good enough money to go to
And you
somewhere
ain't
else
gonna
and get
always be
paid
the
more.
best team in the league either. That's the thing gonna happen
See,
too.
but
So
that's
you're gonna have
right.
to
Okay. Yeah, because it's gonna be hard to see. In the '60s, they had the advantage of being able to keep teams together because there's no free
right.
agency. There's no free agency in any sport until Kurt Flood in the '70s fought for his right to get a better contract from another team. So you don't have, everybody was just like, you're gonna play for this team, and then you're gonna negotiate a contract, and you don't have a right to go to another team unless they trade you. Unless you decide I'm not gonna play for this team, you better trade me or I'm not gonna sign. That's the only recourse you had, but you didn't have free agency. So again, you had no salary cap as well too. So as long as it made sense to pay for the team under the team's budget, you're gonna keep that together. So free agency already is the issue that they're not gonna be as deep. But I'm gonna tell you this: Red Auerbach, and he proved it. He proved it by making them two championships in the '70s and 3 championships in the '80s. Red Auerbach built them teams. He was a fucking genius. Again, who would have thought to draft Larry Bird at the end of his junior year? It was in the rules, so he said, "I'm gonna draft this motherfucker at 6." What? What happens if he gets hurt? Okay, I'm taking a chance because I know in next year I'm gonna have one of the best motherfuckers on the planet. Red Auerbach was a G like that. Y'all gotta understand that. So really it's him building the team. He always was a step ahead of the rest of the league. So I'm not. Damn, that's a hard question, bro. I would say the Bulls, to be honest, because I don't know if the triangle offense is fitting in most of the rest of them eras, and I think Phil Jackson's an overrated coach. That's my opinion, personally. I know that's a hot take, but I think the Bulls would have struggled. I don't think they would have won 2-3 peats in a certain other eras, but that's just my opinion. It's a hard question, though, bro.
Yeah, that's what
Oh
I'm saying.
man.
Like with the '60s, I rather just keep like instead of like out of respect, I rather just rank them within a like self instead of just
I
comparing them
got
to
you.
eras
I
now
got you. I,
because
I can say this.
it's
I
just
say
hard
this.
to like measure up because I'm like, dude's not like it's just something about if you can just win 8 straight championships, then become a players coach and win championships. So it's just like they had the best team, and like you said, with no free agency, no like Bios getting
Yeah,
better. The trainers wasn't really like it was just a lot of
yeah.
stuff working in their favor.
Yeah,
So I
it's
feel
a lot
like
of things working in favor. There's a lot of things working against them. It's just hard, man. Like you got to give Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain all the modern training. Give them fucking private jets. You gotta realize these motherfuckers were taking buses to book the game, taking flights, commercial flights. Big 7-footer, on a goddamn commercial flight. Like, I mean, maybe Bill Russell had enough to upgrade to first class or whatever, but what I mean. Most of the guys did. Shout out RJD. Yeah, you know what? For sure. The all time discussions, man. This shit is. I'm telling you, it bores me. It's the summertime, so let's do it. I can't wait to start getting in the season preview. Matter of fact, we in September, so this is the month where training camps open. I'm a definitely the next few shows in September. We're gonna talk about the season preview and all that, and who because we did the whole rank who you think is gonna be one of the eight. So we're gonna do some panels like that and all that. But yeah, this all time stuff, bro. I get mired in it. The LeBron versus Jordan shit, I get mired in it. Of course, I had to come at a Johnny for all his crazy ass takes and all that shit, bro. But yeah, we gonna have fun with it going forward, man. For sure, for sure. And Hawk, I dropped my email already. There, JB, I see.
I'm sending this shit
Well, I
right
just
now.
wanted to close with number one. If
Yeah,
you go
go ahead,
back,
go ahead.
if anybody goes back and look at those series between Russell and Wilt, a lot of those series went the distance. They went the full 7 games. It came
Oh
out
yeah,
to a
it was
bucket.
battle.
So it wasn't. It
It was
wasn't like.
battle.
I mean, so somebody
It wasn't
made
like
a
he
play.
ran over them.
Yeah. So it wasn't like. It wasn't like they were blowing. Boston was blowing people out by like 12, 14 points. I mean, it came out to the last basket. But I think the issue with this Jordan LeBron thing, because I never thought it was a debate, to be honest. The thing about it is, Eric, history shows that that this man never lost in championship play when he was in position to win the title in any level, pro, college, Olympic,
Jordan.
FIBA, Pan
And,
American Games. The man
and
has an
outside of
11-0
one
record
final with
in
and outside
championship
of
play.
one final with
Now,
Russell, like losing to Pettit,
so,
yeah, he won. He won at every level. Yep.
so what I'm saying is, he is just showing, man, that when he playing for the championship, he's never lost. So what happens is, if a fan of that other guy want to try to convince us that he's the best, only way they can do it and try to convince us, they have to downgrade the competition that Jordan faced.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
see, like I said, in college, he hit the game winning shot as a true freshman now, as a true
Oh man,
freshman. Not as a red shirt, as a true freshman, two of the biggest programs in the country. That's one of the greatest Final
dude.
Four championship games ever. North Carolina and
Yeah.
Georgetown don't get no better than that. That man hit the game winning shot as a
JB,
freshman.
JB. You know Johnny's partner B Lee went and he went through Jordan's career all the way from high school and tried to say that he's the Joker.
Damn.
He choked it. He choked in. No, he skipped right over to hitting
That's
the game and shot
crazy.
at his doorstep. Yo, I'm telling
Yeah,
you, you don't
that is.
understand, bro. You don't understand. Like, and these guys, they
That's a
sit on that
reach. Like that's
program.
not if
They,
somebody do that, that's like
And it
dude,
just
reaching.
no,
shows
look,
too
no,
when,
no,
when
no.
you
Yeah,
I
beat
he
know
was
them
winning at
losing.
that point.
Hold on. I know them losing to Indiana with Steve Alford, right? And Jordan's last game in North Carolina. I know that was a monumental upset, especially considering he had Kenny Smith, Sam Perkins, and Brad Daugherty, right?
yeah.
But like he put it all on Jordan, as if, mind you, now you're not even okay. The zone defenses and things, right? You're not even looking at the fact that there's no shot clock. There's no shot clock in the NCAA. There's no 3-point line. There's none of that. It's not the game that you think of today in 1984.
And then in
And it's
college
like,
basketball, you can
yeah,
lose one game and go home. So
exactly. It's a
that can
one
happen
and
to
done. But
anybody.
he basically said it every single big game that Jordan choked, which is just, I mean, again, but that's the thing. They use these little Snapple facts and they come at and they think that you can, Well, yeah,
But
man. Look, we gonna link. I just want if anybody else got they one thought to put out there, man, because I know. Look, this is what they do. They do that, and I wanted to expose a lot of those lies that they said tonight. And it's like, yeah, you got to catch them. You really got to let them
I
talk.
think I think the biggest thing people miss out on is I could confidently say this: nobody gonna ever repeat twice, and I feel as though nobody gonna ever be like this. The thing about Jordan finals record, he undefeated. Like he don't got no losses, so like that's
that's
I got
huge.
protection.
you.
And I think
That's
I
huge.
got
people
you.
can use that right there. People saying like, "Oh, don't use that," but 6-0 is a big deal because you undefeated on the biggest stage and you don't got
I
no
know.
losses.
As I say, 6-0 is an overrated stat because if you really look at it, if you really break it, you got to spread it out. It's not the fact that he was 6-0, he never lost. It's the reason why he never lost. It's the reason why because he
That's
never
the key.
came up small.
That's
He
the
never
key.
let it. He never let those great teams. Mind you, he played against great teams. They'll tell you the teams he played against was garbage too, because that's what they do, bruh. This is what they're out there doing. This is why I say we are the Avengers, and we have to go
The
up against Plus Sport because not only are they trying to make everybody
They
that
was the
Jordan played with
underdogs against the Lakers and the Suns. Like the
look.
Sun, a
Not
lot of
only
people
that,
had the Suns
to,
and Lakers beating them.
yeah,
Not according to
they're trying.
LeBron.
But I want y'all to understand, they're trying to make everybody that LeBron played with into dog shit. Everybody that he lost against, the greatest team of all time. Like I said, he lost against the against the '07 Spurs. That was the worst Spurs team that won a championship, guys.
That's right.
And that was the
That's right.
only team that the Spurs swept. Notice that. The only team they swept was LeBron's team, and that was the worst team. I'm sorry, guys. Fabricio Alberto, I'm sorry, he's a bum. Let's keep it real, relatively speaking. And Fabricio Alberto is not a starting center in any other era of a championship team, especially one that goes 4-0 in the finals. Bruce Bowen was at the end of his run. Michael Finley is one of them plumbers that Jordan played against. Remember, Jordan only played against plumbers, but Michael Finley came in the league in 1994. So Jordan played against him 4 years before retirement against before retirement. Yet he was able
But
on
the
a
whole
bad day
East
too.
was trash though.
That's
Like
what
we
I'm
only
saying.
had like about
But not
one.
only that, the
The
Spurs
Pistons would
again. The
have been
Spurs.
a fourth seed in the West. It was like
Yes, they
three
were. You're
teams.
right.
Like they would
Yep.
have been like a
The
fourth seed
one
in the
seed in
West.
the West would have been a 4 seed. Again, Chris Webber was the starting center.
Yep.
Again,
He
Him
again,
and
was in
Sam
Johnny
back at
said
his
the
Shield
Pistons.
career.
and
Hold on,
Antonio
Johnny. Again, I
McDyess.
want y'all to understand this because you got to catch them when they do this bullshit. Johnny said the Pistons stepped up. Yet again, they were virtually tied going into the fourth quarter, and then Boobie Gibson outscored the entire Pistons. Boobie Gibson
100%.
outscored them in the fourth quarter, bro. How was
He
that
was
But they
stepping
cooking.
didn't
up?
He was
have
cooking
they
in
didn't
like
have a
one of
Hall
them
of Fame
games in the
coach
NBA
or
finals
they
too.
defensive player of the year. So that
Yeah,
Pistons
I
team
mean,
was
I
like
forget
the
who was
same
coaching
thing.
them in '07. It's not the
I
same
think
team,
Flip
bro.
Saunders.
Oh
They
yeah,
didn't even. They didn't even
shout
have
out to
him.
the late great Flip
He
Saunders, but you
played.
just wanted Larry Brown, bro. He was a good coach, but you wasn't just Larry Brown. And again, you got Chris Webber coming off a microfracture surgery. Like Antonio McDyess is the other center. Like they don't even have real centers playing center. Meanwhile, you got all the dominant rebounders. Again, that's what I said, bro. He said that
Man,
you gonna tell me all those rebounding does
And
not
they
help?
had to come back from two
Drew
down. Like they was
Gooden,
down two zip
Vinny
Nah,
last
Thank
year.
you,
Ja,
it
thank
don't if
you,
you go
thank
8
AC.
for
you,
42.
thank you. And I really wanted to get
They
into
went
that.
four straight games.
Bro,
Like
shout out to was it Eric Perry is the guy the guy that will make those. Yo, shout out to him because he broke it down. He was looking at stat sheets, but he also had enough film and all that. And it's just comical, bro. They won't give nobody no credit to play with LeBron. Mind you, bro,
Nah,
Luca,
we just
AD,
talked about this when we was going
yeah,
through the list, though, bro.
I know.
That's why Steph ranks so high.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. And again, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's a mind fuck going on out there that we got to fight against. And you got to expose guys like the exposer because they just got the 50K subs. I'm not hating on their game. I'll be happy if I get to 150 tonight. They got 50K subs and they do what they do. We could talk
but you
about the
know,
bots and all that.
this YouTube
Yeah.
thing is like a marketing tool. If you got like something that you
Uh huh.
believe in, you gonna go
Right.
with it
Yep.
and like
Yep.
keep like you feel what I'm saying? Like Johnny smart
Yep.
enough, like he like they smart, they know more
Right.
basketball, but they just trying to go
Yeah,
with this
and they know
LeBron
they
nigga.
yeah, and
They
they
He
know
go.
the
not
They go against the
concentration
grain and
game.
he
have
not a dumb person. Like he a
hot take.
smart
Yeah,
person.
no,
Like he
not
know to
for real.
play
They know how to market. They know how to
yeah.
market. So
Man,
again, like Johnny, I can respect because that
salute
Facebook
to him
group.
though.
Yeah, salute to him. He's a good content creator, but he's a shot jock.
That
And,
nigga
and,
funny as
and,
shit. Though. I ain't
and
gonna
I mean,
lie.
yo, he was funny. He was funny, but I need to cook him. That's why I said I'm his equal. He don't realize it. He don't respect me yet, but he will. Because again, I give him props because he gave me like free range because they gotta approve all the posts. They want everything pro LeBron. So I was in there getting them mad with all the pro Jordan posts. But then I think it was Juan Boy or one of them motherfucking moderators. They fucking took my post. They took my post down. Therefore, they got me suspended. And now I gotta get them to give me the G pass back. But boy, I was getting so much fucking like content off of the crazy posts that I made and the way they react to it. But it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. So yeah, we gonna wrap up. This was a really good show, man. This is probably the best
Yes,
show yet,
salute.
the most lit show yet. But
You
we
say
go
you going back live Thursday?
Thursday night, man. Thursday
For
night, guys.
sure.
So
Thursday.
For sure. We'll
Uh,
be back. Salute to
all
you,
right,
bro.
man. JB,
all
yeah,
right.
JB,
Salute.
we go chat up in the morning, bro. All right, y'all.
All right, for
All
sure.
right.
Crazy. I'm gonna holler at you,
For
crazy.
sure.